Shalom, shalom, shalom. Most High bless, Most High bless. This is your brother Qanath, Banya Hawada, Banya Allah. Coming to y'all from United States of America, East Coast time, I-22. All right. Sorry we run a little bit late, but you know, that's how us Negroes do. We run late. So guess what? I'm a real Negro because I'm late. You know, we always run late. So hey, Most High bless. I'm going to walk before I welcome my panel. I have some special brothers here, and I will say this first: F.O.P.E is not a camp, right? We for our people edification, meaning to edify our people. You know, get it like this. Praise. You know, iron sharpens iron. You understand? Iron sharpens iron, and we are not monolithic. You understand? So we're taking this program to a level where we want everybody to have a fair shake at hearing the word. You understand? We all don't believe the same thing. Everything these brothers may bring out, I may see it their way, and some of the stuff I may not see. Trust me, it's a lot of people that came on our program, I don't see it their way. But I still respect them. And I think that's the problem with us right now. We don't respect each other's knowledge, or we won't go into it. Just because you don't understand it, it doesn't mean it's not right. You know, so with me, I always have my ears open. The scripture say, he who has an ear, let them hear. So I'm listening. You know, and I'm not easily fooled, but I listen. Before we go into that, I'm giving people a chance to come on. Of course, tomorrow, most I will, we still here. We're going to have some sisters come on. I don't know the time yet, but they're coming on, and they're going to talk about abuse. And unfortunately, rape, right? A couple of them actually been sexually assaulted, you know, and they're going to go into that. So it's going to be a real touchy conversation, assaulted as children and also as adults. So this is something that's hit our community for a long time, and we never speak on it, you know, because we're afraid that we always try to blame ourselves. You know, we blame ourselves. You know, I can't wait to get a brother on, because a lot of times brothers be abused and they're afraid to say something, you know. But all praise to the Most High. These sisters are going to come on tomorrow, and they're going to talk about their organization and how they are going to help people who is going through this trauma, because it's I guess almost like an everlasting trauma. You know, people suffer from this, man. It's terrible. Also, Saturday, we're going to have some classes lined up, but Sunday, we're going to have renowned actor Miguel Nunez. He's going to be on the show Sunday, and he's going to talk about Hollywood. He's going to talk about his new show. He's going to talk about gang violence in LA and what he's doing to help out with that situation. He's also going to talk about his spiritual understanding and how he see the Bible. And so to me, this is an honor. If y'all don't know who Miguel Nunez is, he played in Martin as Pretty Ricky. You know, Pretty Ricky, that's what they call him. You understand? Pretty Ricky, that's what they call him. He played in Harlem Nights. If I don't know if y'all remember the scene where Arsenio Hall and a little short guy was shooting at Eddie Murphy, and he said, "You broke my nose, man." Y'all remember that?
Yeah. Oh yeah. He actually be in Ghana movies over here.
Yeah. So he played in that. You know. In fact, I'm gonna show a little small clip before we go into it.
I remember that. I remember.
Right. That's another little small clip on the show that he had. So real quick, I'm gonna make my screen big just for a second, then we're gonna get into the lesson. So he's gonna be here Sunday, and most high will, we're gonna have other actors on. It's not to praise actors, right? It's to bring them into the knowledge that we may have. And sometimes you can't just beat people down, man. Sometimes you gotta approach people with a gentle stick. And I'm gonna give a shout out to everybody that's in the comment section. But here we go again. Let me see, can I get this right? Gotta get this right. I don't know if my screen is showing big now. Wait a minute. Let me try it one more time here. I have a bad thunderstorm, so it's not really showing. Okay, but
Jury selection.
here we go.
Counselor, thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Sims. Good morning. Mr. Sims, my name is Maxie Sparks, and this is my brother Greg Sparks, and we represent the defendant in this case, Mr. Olutunji Harris. Mr. Sims, according to a questionnaire you filled out, you were recently released from a mental institution.
That's right.
How long were you incarcerated?
4.5 years.
I see. Now, Mr. Sims, during this time, what sort of treatment were you given?
Electroshock therapy.
On a regular basis?
Once a week.
Once a week for 4.5 years, Mr. Sims, would mean that you were subjected to approximately 230 sessions of electroshock therapy?
Yes, sir.
The defense has no problem with this,
All right, so there we have it. That's who's going to be on the show Sunday. So yeah, let's Most High bless everybody on the comments section. I will ask everybody to get a pen, a pad, open your ears up. Some things you may agree with, and some things I'm sure that you won't agree with. The brothers have assured me that everything they will say will be respectful, and keep everything in content. So we're gonna start at the top. Y'all go down. However you want to start. Who want to start introducing themselves? You could dress it up, and then you can go into your lesson. Most High bless. Thanks for coming on, brothers. Whoever want to start out.
All right.
Appreciate it. Yeah, I believe Enoch will be first up there.
Okay.
Oh, okay. All right, that's cool. All right. So, shalom. All praises to the Most High, and most definitely, our teacher in righteousness, Yahawashi. Want to give most definitely thanks to Elder Qanath, brother Damon, and the Saint Nazarite Yahawashi for inviting us on for us being on the show. And so, what we're like I said, we're historical contents of the I believe the Maccabean Wars, and who is that? Herod. And of course, my job and duty is to go to the background of the essenes and to show that how Paul's letters were talking about everything that we're going to bring out today and who he was rolling with. Right. So, like I said, I'm just going to go ahead and jump straight into it. So everything is just going to make sense as now. Like I said, I'm just the main introductory, and so everybody just hang on, man. It's going to be.
All
So
right, hallelujah. Right, hallelujah. Before you go into it, I want the other brothers to introduce themselves before we go into the lesson. All right, next up.
No problem. I am, some in the community know me, some don't. My name is Demond. People call me Tobiah. I've been in this walk for quite some time now, pushing a decade now. And I guess you would say I'm a bit of a historian of our people. That's my main area of expertise. I focus on history, and that's where I like to sit at. And I just want to say, like you said, everything here will be said with respect and with love. Nothing here we brought out is to hurt anybody or to belittle anyone. And in fact, I would be total candor. Most of this stuff I had heard before, and I didn't believe myself. It's not something that you're going to accept easily. Your first hearing, not even your first 2-3 hearings, but over time, prayerfully, like the elder said, if you open your ears and open your heart and you do your research, study to see what is true in actuality, you'll probably see some things line up to exactly what we're saying.
Hallelujah. All praise. Thanks for coming on. And by the way, that's my brother. He's been to my home before. Hey man, this brother's down there, funny as all hell. He's a good brother. He's in Africa now, right? And he's setting things up for me when you come over there. So that's one of my contacts over there. He moved over there. He said, Qanath, I'm out, man. I'm gone. And he left. So hallelujah, man. Hope most High will see you soon.
Hallelujah.
All right, Nazarite. Introduce yourself, brother. And then we're gonna get into this lesson.
All right, elder brother Qanath, Most High bless, man, you and your family. Israelite community watching here, domestic and abroad. Peace and love, blessings to you in your home. Family rising after this 4-year period, coming back to the knowledge of the Most High. And we all, I believe, are taking this very seriously. Those that are being led by the Spirit of the Most High, a lot of the lies are being exposed. And so by the love of the Most High, we're going over some of the ancient writings and texts, and we're trying to work out the European lies and deceptions and things. And in doing so, we're going to frustrate a lot of people. I've even frustrated myself. I even had to go against my own European Hellenized doctrination and bias, which was hard, of my own cognitive dissonance, and rework some of the stuff that we've been conditioned. And so by the grace of the Most High, I came out of the institution of religion in 2005, And I've been staying on the outside of Institute of Observabilism when the scriptures was telling me that the enemy had came in and taken over through like either Isaiah, Jeremiah was one of my favorite books that told me just to walk with the Most High and trust him and not the ways of the people. But what I'm going to be doing is reading through some of the Gospel of the Nazarenes. I'm going to read through what is called some of the prologue of the historical context. And then I'm also going to bring out some of the what is it called? Let me see here. The explanatory preface, so people can understand. Like people will say, we don't see the word Nazarenes anywhere in the Old Testament. And we'll go into breaking that down according to the content of why you see the word Nazarite, but you don't necessarily see Nazarene. And we're going to get into that there. Some of the teachings of what we call pre-Nicene Council readings and things like that sound different than post-Nicene Council. So those who may not know what that is, Nicene Council was like around the 300s. It was a group of European leaders that came together that decided what they were going to keep as doctrine and what they were going to omit, basically. And so pre-Nicene Council is before the 300s, and we're looking into that content, which is very difficult. But most of the stuff our people have is post-Nicene Council, after the corrections and after the edits and after the adds. So what we're trying to do by the grace of the Most High is jump before that and read some of the content and the material to determine what the real Nazarene SCN teachings were, followings of the Messiah, what's the most approved teaching and worship of the Most High. And in doing so, we're going to aggravate people because most of the things that we have are post-Nicene. So we don't do this to disrespect, to shame. If anything, is the love of the Most High. I want to thank Brother Elder Qanath, Brother Tobiyahu, aka Damon, Brother Essene Nazarite Enoch. But brother Damon is the one who turned me up to this, and I've been on fire by the grace of the Most High the last 2 years, studying a lot of in-depth. He is correct. We don't study history, and history is often told in the terms of whoever wins the wars controls the narrative. So because of that, we need to be very methodical in how we come to our understanding. So peace and blessings, brothers. Love y'all. Let's get it in. Let's go ahead and get into some of the content.
Let's go ahead and get into it. And if possible, when you whatever you read now, can you at times show the audience what the name of the book, maybe the author,
yes, sir.
So they actually see it. You know what I mean? All right.
All
so if possible, when you get a chance, when you speak, if you can show your screen at times, not all the time, but if you can show your screen at times, so we can actually see what you're reading from, that's possible. So go ahead, brothers. Got the floor. Yeah, go ahead, brother. You can share your screen. Go ahead. You brothers got the floor.
All right, let me get it together. And let me know when you got it, Qanath.
Okay, I'm looking for it now. It hasn't popped up yet. Okay, I see it now. About to add it to the screen. Give me a second. Circling. Okay, there. Yep, there it is. It's up there. You see it? You see it?
Yeah, I see that.
Okay.
Well, actually, no. I just see I don't quite see it. I see it offshoot, but I don't.
Yeah, I pressed what he gave me, and I see the backdrop of us.
Right, that's what I see. That's what I'm saying. Our backdrop.
So
yeah, I don't see it. Let me see. Okay. All right, let me go back. I might have typed the wrong one, so let me.
You need some time to get that set up, all right?
Yeah, I'm not. I'm just actually. I think I might have pressed the wrong share screen, so let me make sure. Let me go in and try it again.
Okay.
All right.
Most High bless all my moderators that's listening in. Thank you for tuning in. And everybody that's not a moderator, thank you.
Let
for
me know
listening.
about
I'm adding to the screen now. It should be coming on.
I want to take this time to thank the Most High, you guys, for the opportunity for us to come together like a family, even though we differ on doctrines and teachings, for us to at least come together and share what we know and go home and marinate on it, read and study. We're using social media. We're using whatever platforms we can to get the message out to our people. We're the real house of Israel. It's time for us to wake up. It's time for us to show love back to our people and help build ourselves up again. We can't rely on nobody else. We got to do it ourselves. So we're doing everything that we can, fam. So love y'all, man. I mean that. Love every one of y'all in the audience. Love y'all brothers up here with us, man. It's been a journey. We need to stick together as a people to defeat this enemy that's been against our people. I firmly believe that from my heart, y'all. And that's why we're doing what we're doing. So peace and blessings.
Hallelujah. I'm with you too. I love everybody. Some of y'all I've met in person, some of y'all I haven't, and I love you all. And it's nothing but love. And I appreciate anybody who takes the time to communicate anything. And I think this is what we should be doing. This is how we should be growing, is to come together and break bread and to actually just communicate in peace without any anger or with it. There should be no hostility between us. Because we don't see eye to eye, that shouldn't be a problem. Hallelujah.
All praises. Completely agree.
Okay, the screen is up. The screen is up. We're ready. If you can make it bigger
already.
Yes, sir. Make it bigger.
Good to go.
Okay. All right. Face back on. My face back on.
Yeah, you good?
Yep. I can see your face.
So all right, here we go. So let me try to make it bigger for y'all real fast. I don't know how big it's gonna go. Is that better?
There we go. Yep. Okay. Perfect.
That's better. All righty.
That's a lot better.
So what we have here. All right. So again, too, I just want to say again what those brothers said was correct. I want to give all praise to the Most Heavenly Father, and it is a blessing once again. All right. So into the historical contents of the Essenes. All right. This is from the book of Flavius Josephus, the works of Flavius Josephus, translated by William Winston, A.M. Auburn in Buffalo, John E. Birchley in 1895. Tufts University provided supporting for this. All right. So again, we are coming from the book of Josephus, a historian. He himself was also said to be in Essene himself. This is why he was able to give direct and correct historical context concerning their wars with the Romans, Paul, and everyone. All right. So with that being said, let's go into the history between the three philosophical sects, which are the Pharisees, Sadducees, and the Essenes. And I also will be proving how these are the people who Paul was speaking about in a few of his letters. All right. Here we go. This is the book of Josephus. All right. The War of the Jews. Book 2, chapter 8, section 119. All right. Here we go. It reads, for there are 3 philosophical sects among the Jews. Okay. The followers of the first are the Pharisees, of the second, the Sadducees, and the third sect, which pretends a severer discipline, are called the Essenes. All right. These last are Jews. Can somebody mute their mic, please? All right. These last are Jews by birth and seem to have a greater affection for one another than the other sects have. These Essenes reject pleasures as an evil, but esteem continence and the conquest over passion. Now, what they mean by continence, it means self-restraint, especially with regard to sex. Okay? Hear me out. The Essenes rejected pleasure as an evil, but esteem continence and the conquest over our passions to be virtue. They neglect wedlock. Wedlock is the state of being married. Okay? Hear me out. But choose other person's children while they are pliable. Okay? Which means easily influenced. This is why you see a lot of us brothers accepting people, their children, their fathers, their mothers. Okay? People that are easily influenced and pliable. Doing no different than what these cats do. But we're doing a life living manner. Okay? Don't want your money, nothing like that. Okay? Let's keep going. And fit for learning, and esteem them to be of their kindred, and form them according to their own manners. They do not absolutely deny the fitness of marriage. So don't think we gay or anything like that, okay? Hear me out. And the succession of mankind thereby continued, but they guard against themselves the lascivious behavior of women. And we know the lascivious means of a person, manner, gesture, feeling, or revealing of an over and often offensive sexual desire. And we see what's going on inside of Gomorrah today. Humble yourself, Israel. And the succession of mankind thereby continued, but they guard against the lascivious behavior of women and are persuaded that none of them preserve their fidelity to one man. Fidelity means faithfulness to a person, cause, or belief demonstrated by continuing loyalty and support. All right. Let's carry on to the next one. Let me know if the screen is close up. Here we have it.
That's good.
Section 122. Thank you, Elder. These men are despisers of riches, and so many communities as raises our admiration. Nor is there anyone to be found among them who have more than another. For it is a law amongst them that those who come to them must let what they have be common to the whole order. And so much that among them all there is no appearance of poverty or excess of riches. But everyone's possessions are intermingled with every other's possession. Excuse me. And so there is, that is a word, one patrimony among all the brethren. They think that oil is a defilement. And if any one of them be anointed without his own approbation, meaning approval, all right, or praise, it is wiped off his body. For they think to be sweaty is a good thing, as they do also to be clothed in white garments. Now what you see on the corners of them cats dressed up like Power Rangers. We are to dress like the angels. And if I want y'all to notice something, as I read through this text, these guys are going to hold themselves as if they are an army of angels here on earth. Okay, let's keep going. Also have stewards appointed to take care of their common affairs, who every one of them have no separate business of any, but what is for the uses of them all. Let's go next. Section 124 of the Law of the Jews. And as for their piety towards God, it is very extraordinary, for before sunrise they speak not a word about profane matters. All right. But put up prayers which they have received from their forefathers as if they made a supplication for its rising. After this, every one of them are sent away by their curators. All right. And as a matter of fact, I want to stop right there real fast. Let me go back real quick because I actually skipped the part. I believe I skipped 124. So let me see. Yes, I did. All right. And I'm glad I stopped early. So 124 would have been next after 122. All right. Forgive me. 124. Here it is. They have no city, but many of them dwell in every city. And if any of their sect places, what they have lies upon for them, all right, just as if were their own. And they go in to as they never knew before, as if they had been ever so long acquainted with him. For which reason they carry nothing at all with them when they travel into remote parts, though still they take their weapons with them for fear of thieves. Accordingly, there is in every city where they live one appointed particularly to take care of strangers and to provide garments of the necessaries for them. But the habit and management of their bodies is such as children use. Who are in fear of their masters, nor do they allow of the change of shoes till they be first torn to pieces or worn out by time. Nor do they either buy or sell anything to one another, but every one of them gives what he hath to him that wanted it, and receives from him again in lieu of it what may be convenient for himself. All right, lieu means instead. That's all it means. And although there be no requital made, they are fully allowed to take what they want to whomever they please. All praises. Let's carry on. 128. And as for their piety towards God, it is very extraordinary. For before sunrise they speak not a word about profane matters, but put up certain prayers which they have received from their forefathers, as if they made a supplication for which they have received. Supplication before its rising, regarding the sun. Okay, now this is going to all play out into Second Colossians. Bear with me. Remember that, okay? It says this, if they made a supplication for its rise, all right? Talking about the sun. Remember that. After this, every one of them are sent away by their curators to exercise. Some of those arts wherein they are killed, and with great diligence till the 5th hour. After they assemble themselves together again into one place, and off themselves in white veils, second witness. They then bathe their bodies in cold water. After this purification is over, everyone meet together in an apartment of their own, into which is not permitted to any of any sect to enter. Not a Pharisee, not a Sadducee, not a Herodian, not a Presbyterian, not a Christian, none of that. Only essenes allowed. All right, let's go on. It says, into which is not permitted to any other sect to enter, while they go after a manner into the dining room as into a certain holy, and quietly set themselves down, upon which the baker laid them loaves in order. Okay, loaves in order. These essenes, they all were vegetarians. The cooks also bring a single plate of one sort of food. All right, set it before every one of them. Remember, y'all, 2 Colossians. We're gonna talk about it. The priest says grace before awful for anyone to taste of the food before grace priest when he have dined grace again after me. All right, and when they begin again till evening, they return home to supper after the same manner, and if there be any strangers there, they sit down with them. Nor is there ever any clamor or disturbance, but they give everyone leave to speak in their turn, which silence thus kept in their house appears to foreigners like some tremendous mystery, the cause of which is that perpetual sobriety they exercise, and the same settled measure of meat and drink that allotted them, and that such is abundantly sufficient for them. All right, let's keep going. 134. And truly, as for other things, they do nothing but according to the injunctions of their creators, meaning authoritative warning of orders. Okay, there's an order to this. Okay, curators means a keeper or custodian. All right, mainly a superintendent, overseer, ruler, elder, or presbyter. All right, church or congregation. Example to that would be our presbyter would be James. All right, the Messiah's brother. That would be our curator. Peter and people like that. Clement. Let's keep going. Only these two things are done among them at everyone's own will, which are to assist those that want it. We are here to assist those that want it, okay? And to show mercy, for they are permitted to their own accord to afford succor to such as deserve it. Succor means to give assistance or to aid to, okay? When they stand in need of it, and to bestow food on those that are in distress. They cannot give anything to their kindred without their curators. They dispense their anger after a just and restrain their passion. They are eminent for fidelity and are the ministers of peace. Okay, this is why you hear us speak of thou shalt not kill. Thou shalt not kill man. Thou shalt not kill animal. All right. And again, I want to apologize to everybody for the little outbursts I had towards Judah Mac the other day. All right. Again, my apologies. I was wrong because I went against my own teachings and not keeping a peaceful manner. All right. And this is what we about, peace. Whatsoever they also is also then an oath. But swearing is avoided by them, and they esteem it worse than perjury. For they say that he who cannot be believed without swearing to God is already condemned. They also take great pain in the right of the ancients. This is why, again, Qanath, you see us the Nazarite Acts of the Apostles, Clement, you know what I'm saying, James, you know, these are writings of the ancients, okay? Book of the Edomites, Gospel of the Nazarite, Brother Jeremiah is going to bring out, you know what I'm saying, Josephus, what we're doing now, the historical content that the elder Demine is going to bring out. We study the ancients, okay? And choose out them what is most for the advantage of their soul and body, and inquire after such fruits and medicinal stones and the cure of their distempers. There is nothing but a viral disease, okay, that's mostly found in some dogs and animals like dogs. The practice of the essenes and refusing to swear and esteeming swearing in ordinary occasions, okay? Worse than perjury is delivered here in general words as are the parallel injunctions of our Savior. Matthew 6:34, which plainly states, there do not worry about tomorrow, for tomorrow will worry about itself. Each day has enough trouble of its own. All right. And I believe they gave Matthew 23:16, which also says, woe unto you, blind guides, which say, whatsoever shall swear by the temple, it is nothing, but whosoever shall swear by gold of the temple, he is heir. And of course, like I said, our curator, and which is James 5:12, says what? But above all things, my brethren, swear not, neither by heaven, neither by earth, neither by any neither by any other oath, but let your yea be your yea, and your nay be your nay, lest ye fall into consummation. All right. But all admit of particular exceptions for the solemn causes and on greatness necessaries occasions. Thus these very essenes who here do so zealously avoid swearing, okay, are related in very next section to admit none till they take tremendous oaths to perform their several duties to God and to their neighbor without supposing thereby break this rule, not to swear at all. The case in the same in Christianity as we learn from the apostolical constitution. Apostolical constitutions. Shout outs to brother King Rashad for sending me that book that's on the way. This is what he's speaking about, which although they agree with Christ and St. James for forbidding to swear in general, chapter 5 and 12, chapter 6 and 2, and also 3. Don't have that book right now on hand, but it's on the way. Yet they explained it elsewhere by avoiding to swear falsely and to swear often in vain, chapter 2 and 36. And again, by not swearing at all, but with all adding that it cannot be avoided to swear truly, chapter 7 and 3, which abundantly explain to us the nature of the measures of the general injunctions. Here we go. On to the next. 137. Let me know when it's closed. It should be closed. And this is the part where we start getting to Paul, okay? And this is going, a lot of this is going to fall into what our brothers is going to read after me as I yield the floor, all right? 137, it says, but now if anyone hath a mind to come over to their sect, he is not immediately admitted, okay? Like these camps do out here, okay? We are very strict order. All right. But he has prescribed the same method of living which they use for a year, while he continues excluded, and they give him also a small hatchet, and the fortune girdle, and the white garment. When he have given evidence during the time that he can observe their countenance, he approaches. All right. Once again, they can observe their countenance. What does that mean? Restraint from sexual desires. Okay. So you have to go through a type of time period. All right. To see if you can take going without your so-called sexual desires. Okay. Your lust. He approaches nearer to the way of living and is made a partaker of the waters of purification. Yet he is not even now admitted to live with them. For after this demonstration of his fortitude, his tempter is tried 2 more years. And if he appears to be worthy, they then admit it to their society. And before he is allowed to touch their common food, he is obliged to take tremendous oaths that in the place he will exercise piety towards God. And then, okay, he will exercise piety towards God. Excuse me, where am I? He will exercise piety towards God. Okay, let me start that off. And before he's allowed to touch the common food, he is obliged to take tremendous oaths that in the first place he will exercise piety towards God. And then he will observe justice towards men. And then he will do no harm to anyone, neither on his own accord or by the commands of others. Again, I apologize to my brother Judah Mack one more time, okay? For going against my own teachings, for letting my anger go against, but we are not perfect, all right? And I'm willing to admit that as a man. Obtains the government without God's assistance, okay? And that if he be in authority, he will at no time whatever abuse his authority, nor endeavor to outshine his subjects either in his garments, like they do in these camps, or any other finery, that he will be potentially a lover of truth and propose to himself to reprove those that tell lies. This is why you see us battling people a lot on Facebooks, YouTube, whatever, because what we do is we are here to tell the truth and reprove others that tell lies. That he will keep his hands clear from theft and his soul from unlawful gains, that he will neither conceal anything from those of his own sect. Okay, again, shout outs to brother King Rashad for sending me that book, from not concealing nothing from your own sect. Like he said, we must all teach the same thing and be in agreement with all each other, nor discover any other doctrines to others. Okay, we're not here to discuss anybody. What we're here to give is a history content. Okay. No, not though anyone should compel him so that to do at the hazard of his life. Moreover, he swears to communicate their doctrines to no one any otherwise as he receives himself, that he will abstain from robbery and will equally preserve the books, okay? Preserve the books to the sex and the names of the angels or messengers. Okay, listen, y'all, or the angels or messengers. These are the oaths by which they secured their apostolates to themselves. Okay, listen to this. This is very important. This is where Paul comes into play, and we're going to show this. All right. This mention of the names of angels, so particularly preserved by the essenes, if it means more than those messengers which were employed to bring them the particular books of their sect. Okay, looks like a prelude to that worshiping of angels blamed by Saint Paul as an and unlawful in some such sort of people as these things were. Now, okay, Colossians 2:8. Let's stop right here real fast. All right. Now I'm going to third witness. We're going to give a little bit people a little diagram of what we do in our fasting and prayer. Okay. So when Paul said, so when it talks about that, Paul was talking about us in Colossians 2:8. Remember when we go back to what we said in one of the sections when it talked about how they pray before the risings of the suns. Okay. Now what I want to do is real fast. I want to introduce you guys to something real quick. Let me find it. Let's see. Okay, here we go. Let me know when it's on the screen, Elder Qanath. All right, here we go. So what I want to show you guys is right here. This is our 10 Commandments, okay? This is our 10 Commandments, the essene book of the 10 Commandments, okay, from the book of Moses, all right? And this is from our gospel, the Essenes book, the Essene Gospel of Peace, all right? Well, I'm going to show you guys. This is who Paul was talking about, and I'm going to show you guys the scripture right after that, okay? Bear with me. As it reads, and Mount Sinai was altogether in smoke because the Lord descended upon it in fire, and the smoke ascended as the smoke of a furnace, okay? Let me drag this back on, all right? Of a smoke of a furnace, and the whole mount quaked greatly, and the Lord came down upon the Mount Sinai at the top of the mount, and the Lord called Moses up on the top of the mount, and Moses went up, and the Lord called unto Moses out of the mountain, saying, come unto me, for I will give thee the law for thy people, all right, which shall be a covenant for thy children. This is what's going on now, what you see, Elder Qanath, between the children of Israel and these camps. You have the children of light versus the children of darkness, okay? Listen and pay attention. And Moses went up unto God, and God spake all these words, saying, I am the law, thy God, which have brought thee out from the depths of bondage and darkness. Thou shalt have no other law before me. Thou shalt not make unto thee any image of the law in heaven and above or in the earth below. I am the invisible law, without beginning and without end. Thou shalt not make unto thee the false laws, for I am the law, and the whole law of laws. If thou shalt forsake me, thou shalt be visited by disasters for generation upon generation. If thou keepest my commandments, thou shalt be into the infinite garden where stands the tree of life in the midst of the eternal sea. This is why you hear us speaking about we're going back into the garden, okay? Thou violate the law is thy God, who shall not hold this, okay? Thy mother, that thy days may be long upon the land, and honor thy heavenly Father, that the eternal life be thine in heavens. For the earth and the heavens are God's. For the earth and the heavens are given unto thee by God. Now here it comes. Listen to this. And it says, thou shalt greet the earthly mother on the morning of the Sabbath. Okay, so understand what it says, that thou shalt honor thy thou shalt honor thy mother and father. The doctrine we keep says that thou shalt honor thy mother and thy heavenly Father. Okay, wasn't talking about your carnal mother. All right. Thou shalt greet the earthly mother on the morning of the Sabbath. Okay, saying that you should not honor your mother, but we're giving you an ancient text, okay, from the ancient writings of ancient fathers. Thou shalt greet the angel of the earth of the second morning. What does this sound like, guys? Thou shalt greet the angel of life on the third morning. Thou shalt greet the angel of joy on the fourth morning. Thou shalt greet the angel of the sun on the fifth morning. Thou shalt greet the angel of the water on the sixth morning. Thou shalt greet the angel of the air on the seventh morning. All these angels of the earth greet and consecrate thyself to them, and thou mayest enter the infinite garden where stands the tree of life. Thou shalt worship the heaven on the evening of the Sabbath. Thou shalt commune with the angel of eternal life on the second morning, commune with the angel of work on the third, commune with the angel of peace on the fourth, commune with the angel of power on the fifth, commune with the angel of love on the sixth, and shall commune with the angel of wisdom on the seventh. All these angels of the heavenly Father shall thou commune with, that thy soul may bathe in the fountain of light and enter into the sea of eternity. The 7th day is the Sabbath, thou shalt remember and keep it holy. The Sabbath day is the light of law, thy God, and thou shalt not do any work, but search thy all. In all things thou shalt be given unto thee. Okay, so let's go into who Paul was dissing. What does this sound like? All right. Here we go. Colossians 2. All right. Here it is. Colossians 2 and 18 says, let no man beguile you of your reward and a voluntary humility of the worshiping of angels. Okay. Let me go a little bit. Okay. There it is. Colossians 2 and 18. Let no man beguile you of your reward in the voluntary humility and worshiping of angels, intruding into those things which ye have not seen, vainly puffed up by his fleshly mind. Okay, this is who Paul was speaking about in the second Colossians 2 and 18. Let's carry on. Let's go back to the source. All right, here we go. So we back in. Okay. And it says, as is their prayers towards or the sun for his rising every morning. Okay, there it is again. Second one is what I was talking about. As is the prayer to or towards the sun for this rising every morning, mentioned before section 5. Very like those not much later in 669, and regarding to a kind of worshiping of the month and of the moon, and not celebrating the new moons or the festivals unless the moon appeared. Okay, unless the moon appeared, which these seem to me the earliest mention of any regard to the phases in fixing the Jewish calendar, of which the tumult and later rabbins talk so much upon very ancient. Shalom and all praise word everybody that's watch. I thought I almost erased everything, so let me make sure I'm on point. Bear with me. Okay. It's 24. So let's say the 134. Okay, 137. All right, here we go. Section 137. All right. But now, if anyone had the mind to come over to their sect, I think I read that. Wow. Yes, my bags. So 143. I should be at 143. So 143, section 143. It says, but for those that are caught in any heinous crime, sins, they cast them out of the society, and he who is thus separated from them does often die after a miserable manner, for as he is bound by oath he hath taken, and by the customs he hath been engaged, he is not at liberty to partake of the food that he meets with elsewhere, but is forced to eat grass, and to famish his body with hunger. I listen to this, till he perish, for which reason they receive many of them again, they are at the last gasp, and of compassion to them, as to think of the misery they have endured till they came to the very brink of to be sufficient punishment for their sins they have been guilty of. All right. Section 145, as it reads. But in the judgment, the exercise that are most accurate and just, no intentions by the votes of a court that is fewer than 100, and as to what is once determined by number, it is unalterable. And as to honor to God himself, they no one blaspheme, he is punished. They also think that if to obey their elder in a major part. Accordingly, if 10 of them be sitting together, no one of them, all right, will speak while the other 9 are against it. Okay? Or against it. They also like the spitting, all right, in the midst of them, or in the right side, moreover, any other Jews in the resting from their labors 7th day. This is where Paul comes in. Paul comes in again. Listen to this, okay? For they not only get their food ready the day before, that they may not be obliged to kindle fire on the day, but they will not remove any vessel of its place, nor go to a stool thereon. Nay, on the other day they dig a small pit a foot deep with a paddle, with a kind of hatchet, okay? With a kind of hatchet, given them, with their first minute among them, and cover themselves round with their garment, that they might affront the divine rays of light. They eased themselves into the pit, after which they put the earth that was dug out again. And even this day do only in the more lonely place out for this purpose. And although the easement of the body be natural, yet it is a rule with them to wash themselves after it, as it were a defilement to them. 150. Carry on. Now, after the time of their preparatory trial is over, they are parted into 4 classes. And so 4 are the juniors inferior to the seniors, that the seniors should be touched by the juniors, that they must wash themselves as if they had intermixed themselves with the company of a foreigner. They are long lived also, because their dietary is fruits, herbs, and vegetables, all right? And so much that many of them live above 100 years by means of simplicity of their diet. Nay, as I think, by means of the greater course of life, they observe also, they contemn the miseries of life, and are above pain by the generosity of their kind. And as for death, if it will be their glory, they esteem it better than living always. And indeed, our war with the Romans gave evidence that great souls they had entered to their trials. Now, before I carry on, let's go back real fast to what it said, okay? It says what? They are long living is also much hundreds by means of simplicity of their diet. Okay, so I want to go right back real fast to 2 Colossians, because it talked about also how you must be in restraints to everything, from the food lust to your sexual desires. Okay, these people took you away from all that. So once they took you all that, they will see what type of person you was if you could handle it. Okay, and if you can handle these things, you will be admitted into their sex. Okay, and we know that the main rulers right now is eating flesh, okay, and they know that they love sexual desires. Okay? So when you came into sex, their sex, they took those things away from you, okay, and to see if you can withhold to be inside their teaching sex, or to even keep their books. So let's go real fast. 2 Colossians, and I'm almost done with this, man. This is a blessing again. Second, I said 2 Colossians, but Colossians. Right. Now watch this. When you look at Colossians chapter 2 and 16, watch what it says. Let no man therefore judge you in meat, or in drink. Notice how the Essenes, the Nazarites, okay, they abstain from what? Flesh. And they abstain from, okay? And we just talked about the holy days up in the section, okay, where it says in respect of any holy day, or of the new moon, or of the Sabbath of the days. Okay, so when we go back, so what we talked about in the section beforehand is how they only kept the new moon festivals only when the moon appeared. Okay, so when you came inside their sex, okay, so whatever belief you have. So for instance, you know, if the camp keeps a new moon tomorrow and the moon is not there, or whatever day they keep it, okay. Of the essenes, the Nazarenes, okay, they will come to you like, check this out. We don't do it like that, all right? We only do it when the moon appears, okay? So Paul, like, don't let these cats judge you in respect of these new moons or these Sabbaths, okay? And these same cats don't believe in their hair, okay? That's why he said, I forgot what verse that was. That's why he said, doesn't nature teach you that you shouldn't have long hair? He was talking about the Essenes, the Nazarites, okay? And here we have in Colossians 2 and 16 where it talks about them, don't let no man judge you in meat or drink. Then, as you can see in Colossians 18, he said to also let no man beguile you in the worshiping of angels. You can see a lot of his letters were talking about sins in the Nazarites, okay? Upholding to Acts chapter 15 also, when James himself wrote a letter to Paul, let him know that he should abstain from everything strangled and blood.
Just for a second.
Right.
Just for a second. You're kind of breaking up. I think maybe you kind of loud on the mic or something. I'm not sure. I hear
stand back some.
Yeah, because I think sometimes you talk loud. I think it's skipping or whatever. But let's keep going.
Okay, let's keep going. All right. So let me say that. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Elder?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear. I think you're kind of yelling on the mic. That's what making it sound like that.
Yeah, that's what it is. Let me bag up some. All right. So again, like I say, so once again, Colossians 2 and 16, they'll talk about the Essenes as far as when he says, let nobody judge you in meat. Okay, we know that they don't eat flesh. All right, they don't drink wine. Okay, and as you can see again, like we said in the latter section before, keep as far as the new moons and the Sabbaths, they don't do it unless the moon appears. So as you can see, this is who Paul was speaking about. There's a war going on between this New Testament that we see and what we read. We wasn't prescribed to like that. Okay, we was just giving Paul and didn't notice that there was a war between the Nazarites, the Essenes, Acts 26:9-11, and the Romans and Paul. And like I say, this is what the brothers are going to go to after I'm done speaking. This is the introductory to everything that's coming out abroad. Okay, so bear with me. All right, so I'll be second Colossians. All right. So what I want to do is real fast, Qanath. All right. I don't want to mix up, so I'm going to delete some headers real fast, so I can. There we go. All right, let's keep going. Now it says, "Attend the miseries of life and are above pain, by the generosity of their mind." And that's
too close.
All right, let me get back. And that's for death.
Right.
It will be for their glory. They are living always, okay? And indeed, with the war with Romans, they gave abundance with great souls, okay? They had in their tribes. Now I want to show you guys something real fast, okay? Now understand that Christ had Yahawashi, some called Christ, all right? Well, Ha Mashayach, you want to call him. He had three brothers, all right? Three brothers, three of the apostles, okay, were his brothers. Jude, James, and I believe, okay? So I'm show you real fast in Matthew chapter 13 and 55, right? Matthew 13 and 55. It says, "It's not this the carpenter's son." Okay? I don't know what that is. "It's not this the carpenter's son," talking about Joseph. "It's not his mother called Mary, and his brother James, and Joses, and Simon, and Judas." Okay? James was the bishop of Jerusalem. Simon was his other younger brother, and Jude was his other younger brother. Okay, and in the text it would say James the son of Alphaeus. Alphaeus is Joseph. Okay, and then there was another James, the sons of Zebedee, who had a brother named John. Okay, now I'm going to show you exactly the second witness concerning the wars they had between the Romans and Paul and everyone else that was involved in this. Okay, but first we know that James was also James. Let's see. We believe that James was murdered by Paul. We're going to show this in the Nazarene Acts of the Apostles, okay? All right. So let me show y'all this real fast. You can second witness this with Acts chapter 26, verse 9-11. It says this is book 1, okay? And I believe this is it says chapter LXX, all right? And I believe that's what's that chapter 50 out, whatever that is. So I'm not too big on my Roman noodles.
It's if it's LXX is chapter 70, Aki. I believe it's chapter 7, book 1, chapter 70.
70, King.
70, thank you. All right, thank you, Aki. Book 1, chapter 70. Tumult raised by Saul. This is the Nazarene Acts of the Apostles, okay? It's the Acts of the Apostles. The only difference is with the New Testament, they just don't put the Nazarene in it, okay? Should have been Nazarene in front of us. There was war going on between the Nazarenes and between the Nazarene apostles and Paul in Rome, okay? Here we are, chapter 70, book 1. "And when matters were at that point that they should come and be immersed, some of our enemies entered into the help, okay, with a few men," all right? All praises. "Began to cry out and to say, 'What mean you, O men of Israel? Why are you so easily hurried on? Why are you led headlong by miserable men who are deceived by Simon a magician?' While he was thus speaking and adding more to the same effect, and while Yaakov the Maccabean, okay, that's James, all right? James the bishop, all right, understand, all praise, was refuted him. He began to excite the people to raise a tumult." He began to excite to raise a tumult. This is talking about Paul, so that the people might not be able to hear what was said. Therefore, he began to drive all into confusion with shouting, and to undo what had been arranged with her, and at the same time to reproach the Kohanim and to engage them with reveling and abuse, and like madmen to excite everyone to murder, saying, What do you? Why do you hesitate, O sluggish and inert? Why do we not lay hands upon them?" This is Paul, "and pull all these fellows to pieces." When he had said this, the first, seizing a strong brand from the altar, set the example of smiting. Then others also, seeing him carried away with like readiness. Then ensued a tumult on the other side of the beating and the beating. Much blood was shed. Here it is. There in the midst of which enemy attacked Yaakov, talking about Saul. Paul is the one that attacked James. We believe Paul is also the one who killed James and threw him headlong from the top of the steps, supposing him to be dead, and cared not to inflict further. Okay, let's go to a second witness real fast. Let's go to a second witness. All right, here we go. And this is Simeon, okay? This is Simeon. This is Messiah's brother. It says this is the and I believe this is chapter 6 of the of Flavius Josephus, book 4, okay? Book 4. We're going to read. Yeah, book 4. Yep. Thank you, Elder. Here it is. How the zealots, okay, so understand when Paul said that they are very zealous of the law, he was talking about the Essenes, okay? It says how the zealots, when they were free from the Idumeans, slew a great many more of the citizens. How the Vesperians dissolute Romans when they were very earnest to march against the Jews from proceeding in the war at that time, okay? The Idumeans complied with these persuasions, and in the first place, they set those that were in the prisons at liberty, being about 2,000 of the populace, who thereupon fled away immediately to Simon. Okay, Simon is what I was just speaking about, I believe, in Matthew chapter it was Matthew 13 and 55 through 57. Christ's brother, whom they called Niger. One whom we shall speak of presently. After which these Idumeans retired from Jerusalem and went home. Part of theirs was a great surprise to both parties. For the people, not knowing of the repentance, pulled up their courage for a while, as ease of so many of their enemies, while the zealous grew more insolent, not as deserted by their confederates, but as freed from such men as might hinder their designs, and put some stop to their wickedness. Accordingly, they made no longer any delay, nor took any deliberation in their enormous practices. Okay, but made use of the shortest methods for all their executions, and what they had once resolved upon, they put in practice sooner than anyone could imagine. But their thirst was chiefly after the blood of the valiant man and men of good families. Okay, the one sort of which they destroyed out of envy, the other out of fear, for they thought their whole security lay in leaving no potent man alive. On which account they slew Gorion, a person eminent in dignity, and on account of his family also. He was also for a democracy and as great boldness and freedom of spirit as were any of the Jews whoever. The principal thing that ruined them, added to the other advantages, was free speaking. Nor did Niger of Perea, okay, this is Simon, all right, Yahawashi's brother, escape their hands. Okay, so this goes back into the section how we talk about the Essenes, okay, esteemed it better death than living, because they guarded and protected the law with all of their hearts, okay, and they were at war with Paul, the Romans, the Idumeans, whatever you want to call them, okay. So again, as you can see, they played James. Paul was at war with James. You know what I'm saying? Simon Niger, which is Christ's brother, was at war with the Idumeans. We know that John was slayed. John the Baptist was slayed by Herod, and Zacharias, his father, was also slayed by him too. We know this, okay. Let's keep going. All right, and it says he had been a man of great valor in the war with the Romans, as you can see. All right, but was now drawn through the middle of the city as he went. He frequently cried out and showed his wounds. And when he was drawn out of the gates in despair of his preservation, he besought them to grant him a burial. But as they had threatened him, beforehand not to grant him any spot of the earth grave, which he chiefly desired of them, so did they slay him. All right, there it is. They slayed the Messiah's brother also, thou permitting him to be buried. Now, when they were slaying him, he made this imprecation upon them, that they might undergo both famine and pestilence in this war, and besides all that, they might come to the mutual slaughter of one another. All which imprecations God confirmed against the impious man, and was come mostly unjustly unto them. All right, then it says, when not long afterwards, they tasted of their own madness and the mutual seditions one against another. Okay, so when this Niger was killed, their fears of being overturned were diminished. And indeed, there was no part of the people, but they found out some princes destroyed them. Okay, let's carry on. I'm almost done. I won't read all of it, but I'm just pretty much showing y'all how everything ties in, how we need, when we read the New Testament, we need to realize that there are wars going on against the zealots, the Essenes, the Nazarites, whatever you want to call them. They're at war with Paul, the Romans, the Idumeans, the herodians, okay? There is a war going on between the children of light and the children of darkness. Okay, so I pretty much feel like y'all got the idea on that. All right, so let's go back to it. All right, so let me write that, and I'll be almost done. Here we are. It says, no one's. It says, yet could they not be made to be to do either of them, nor once to flatter their tormentors or to shed a tear, but they smiled in their very pains and laughed those to scorn who inflicted the torments upon them, and resigned upon their souls with great felicity and expecting to receive them again. All praises. Okay, so these cats, man, they was going. When you look at the I believe the definition of a Nazir, okay, they're a guardian, protectors of the law. Okay, this man had no problem wanting to die. They didn't care about leaving this world behind in his possessions. Okay, they knew that there was a better place. Okay, they knew about the mentions and everything that the doctor that Yahawashi spoke of in the so-called renewed covenant of the renewed testament. Okay, these men had no problem with that. They knew what it was. They knew what they were protecting, and they knew what type of danger they were in, and they esteemed it living better than to live. Okay, but they knew they was going to live on anyway. Here we are, 154, and we almost done. For their doctrine is this, that bodies are corruptible. All right, let me blow it up. And I thank y'all for being patient, okay? Because again, we are welcoming our brother Damon, one of the elders and our teachers. And we want to set the stage right for this. All right, let's keep going. For their doctrine is this, that the bodies are corruptible, all right, and that the matter that they are made of is not permanent, but that the souls are immortal and continue forever, and that they come out of the most subtle air and are united to their bodies as to prisons, into which they are drawn by a certain natural enticement, but that when set free from the bonds of the flesh, they then, as released from a long bondage and mount upward, and this is like the opinions of the Greeks, that good souls have their habitations beyond the ocean, and that neither oppressed with the storms or a rain or so. So I don't want anybody getting that twisted that we study Greek mythology. It's saying that it is like, okay, or with intense heat, but that this place is such as is refreshed by the gentle breathing of a west wind that is perpetually blowing from the ocean, while they allot to bad souls a dark and tempestuous den, okay, full of never-ceasing punishment. And the Greeks seem to me to have followed the same notion when they allot the islands of the blessed to their brave men, whom they call heroes and demigods, and the souls of the wicked, all right, the region of the ungodly in Hades, where their fables relate their certain persons such as Cepheus and Tatus and Ixion, Titius, are punished, which is built on the first supposition that souls are immortal, okay, and thence are those exhortations, okay, to the virtue and dehortations from wickedness collected, thereby good men are battered, and the conduct of their life by the hope they have a reward after their death, and whereby the vehement inclinations of bad men to vice are restrained by the fear and expectations therein, that although they should die concealed in this life, they should suffer immortal punishment after their death. These are the divine doctrines of the essenes about the soul, which lay on unavailable bait, for such have once had a taste of their philosophy. Okay, now I want to show y'all something real fast. Notice how it says the taste of their philosophy. This is who Paul was talking about in Colossians, all right, 2. Watch this. Here it is in Colossians 2 and 8. Beware lest any man spoil you through philosophy and vain deceit, after the traditions of men, and after the rudiments of the world, and not after Christ. This who Paul was speaking about in Colossians 2 and 8, who Paul was speaking about in Colossians 2 and 16, who Paul was speaking about in Colossians 2 and 18, regarding judging someone over meats, drink, and holy days, philosophies, and so forth, like we've been showing and teaching. All right, so understand, guys, when you see a lot of these letters, it's like, for instance, in 1 Corinthians 8, when he's talking about that these men don't know what they're talking about, and regarding eating strangles food, he's talking about James and the Essenes. Okay, this is history. The Bible is history, like our elder Damon said, and brother Jeremiah. We don't need to just only look at it for scripture. We need to recognize the history, because the history also awakens the soul to see what lies are being told. Shalom, all praises. Now let's go back. All right, Jewish, okay, or as Essenes, and indeed Christian doctrine goes both good and bad in Hades. See the Eros and homily of for receiver concerning Hades at the end of the volume. Okay, got 2 more to go, and I will be yielding the floor to my elder Damon. Thank you, brothers, for being patient with me. Okay, this is section 159. There is also those among them who undertake to foretell things to come by reading the holy books and using several sorts of purification, and being perpetually conversant in the discourses of the prophets, and it is but seldom that they miss in the predictions. Dean Alger records us up 3 examples of gift of prophecies and several of these essenes out of Josephus himself. Excuse me. And the history of the wars. Okay, chapter 3, section 5. Judas foretold the death of Antiochus at Stator Tower. All right, chapter 7, section 3. Simon foretold that Archelaus should reign but 9 or 10 years, and Antiquities, chapter 10, section 4 and 5. Mahunanan foretold that Herod should be king and should reign tyrannically, and that for more than 20 or even 30 years, all which came to pass accordingly. Okay, so these are the prophecies. Okay, here we go. Last one. And it says, section 162. But then as the 2 other orders, okay, here we are talking about the Pharisees and the Sadducees. But then as the 2 other orders, as first mentioned, the Pharisees, all right, are those who are esteemed most skillful in the exact explication of their laws, okay? It goes back to Matthew chapter 22 and 29. When Yahawashi told the Sadducees that they did not know the law. These people knew the law that was written in the book. He was trying to let them know that the laws that they were keeping were the contradiction of the original law and the original covenant given in Genesis 1 and 29, Genesis 6, 19 and 22, and the same laws that was given to Moses. Okay, that covenant too. All right, let's carry on. And it says to introduce the first sect. I'm going to read that again. But then as to the other orders, as the first mentioned, the Pharisees are those who are esteemed most skillful in the exact explication of their laws, and to introduce the first sect. These ascribe all to fate or providence and to God, and yet allow that allowed to act is right, or the contrary is principally in the power of men. Although fate does cooperate in every action, they say that all souls are incorruptible, but the souls of good men only are removed into their bodies, but the souls of the bad men are subjected to eternal punishment. Here we are. That was the Pharisees. Now the teachings of the Sadducees, but the Sadducees are those that compose the second order and take away faith entirely and suppose that God is not concerned in our doing or not doing what is evil. And they say that to act what is good or what is evil is at his own choice, and that the one or the other belongs to everyone, that they may act as they please. They also take away the beliefs of the immortal duration of the soul and the punishment and rewards in Hades. Moreover, the Pharisees are friendly to one another and are for the exercise of concord and regard for the public. But the behavior of the Sadducees to one another is in some degree wild, and the conversation with those that are of their own party is a barbarous, as if they were strangers to them. And this is what I had to say concerning the philosophical sects amongst the Jews. All right. Shalom, all praises. I thank everybody for being patient with me. This was the introduction and opening statement to what our brother and elder is going to bring out. Thank you. And I yield the floor to my elder and my brother of light, essene Nazarite Yahawashi. Thank you.
All praises.
Shalom, Mark. Shalom.
Man, there's a lot of information you was laying down, man. I don't know if they was ready for it, man.
Hallelujah.
Thank you.
Man, you was laying it down. All praises.
Thank you. I thank y'all brothers.
So, right.
I'm gonna leave. Hold on, give me a second. Just in case you want to go back to that screen. Take your page. Remove your screen, brother. Oh, I can take it off altogether.
Sir. Okay. I took it off.
Okay, there we go. Let me
Hallelujah.
All right.
And I want to give I need everybody to thank Brother Elder Qanath, everybody to follow my brother Elder Demine, follow my brother my brother essene Nazarite, essene Nazarite, Elder Demine, everybody to also follow Honor and Humility. Shout out to Brother Malachi and Brother Nehemiah. They doing wonderful work over there. Those also it is also a Nazarene, essene YouTube site. So you can get them from also to Honor and Humility, Malachi Maccabee. Again, I want to thank y'all, man. All praises, man.
Hey, appreciate all that. That was like I said, that was some introduction right there. That was beautiful. There were a lot of things that Ak brought forth out there, and I'm gonna go into my history spill here. As I said, I'll do the history thing. I just wanted to add layers onto what this Ak has already done. He probably fell short of time, or felt like he was falling short of time, so he didn't quite give a few other resources here. So one, let's just first and foremost, like I said, I'm Toby Yah. History is what I do. I believe that if you're going to try to figure out what you need to be following, what you need to be doing, you need to put everything in historical context, because without historical context, everything is subjective, right? All you got is a bunch of pretext. You don't know what you're doing. You just have belief, right? And without belief in truth and actuality, it's just blind faith. And we're never meant to have blind faith. That's not what the Father always proves all things to us. That he never asks anybody just to follow him blindly. Every time you read the text, it's always, am I not the one who delivered you out of the hand of Misraim or ancient Egypt? Am I not the one who did this for you? Am I not the one who did that for you? It's not him checking off his accomplishments. It's him showing that I have already done this. So believe because you know it is true in actuality. So I'm going to go to the scriptures. Some people use the KJV. It don't really matter what you use. This will all say the same, really. And we're going to go to Acts 13:1. And I'm just going to put a few layers onto what my Ak already did here so that people can understand more of what he's saying. And an assembly was at Antioch. There were certain prophets and teachers, both Barnabas, Shimon or Simon, who was called Niger. This is Niger of Pereira, who he was just talking about, the Messiah's younger brother, Jacob or James's younger brother as well, and Lucius of Cyrene, and Manaheim, who had been brought up with Herod, the district ruler, and Paul. So keep in mind, the text is clearly telling you that Herod, the district ruler, was brought up with a guy called Manaheim, who is actual Idumean or Edomite, and Paul. Paul actually grew up with Herod Agrippa I. A lot of people don't know that, and he was like they think he was born in Jerusalem or Jerusalem. That is more of the narrative of the New Testament. We're going to go back to Josephus to touch on another point that he showed. So when he was talking about the zealots, Josephus tried out all of the sects of the Pharisees and the Sadducees and the Essenes. He tried them all out. He wound up settling on the Pharisees. He was a Pharisee at the time of his death, right? So when Josephus wrote wars, he wrote wars in the 90s. Or he wrote wars, I'm sorry, in the 50s. And then later he wrote Antiquities in the 90s. So one he wrote when he was like 70 years old, and the other one he wrote when he was like, in his 30s, right? So the one week that he was reading from Wars, that was actually his earlier work. That's when he's writing that text, he's not really anti-Rome, but he's pro-establishment. By establishment, I mean the Pharisees and the Sadducees. This is who he's for. That's his thing. And one reason why a lot of people ask me, why do you accept Josephus as a valid source? I'm going to get to that. I'm going to show you why I accept Josephus as a valid source, and I'm going to prove it. But one of the main reasons I do is because Josephus is very honest to a fault. Josephus was a traitor to his people who was not fully Yasharal anyway. He was only partially on his mother's side, which we'll prove in a minute as well as I get to the end of my study. But what he was trying to show when he wrote Wars was that he blamed everything on the Zealots. And the Zealots he saw as two distinct ethnic groups or two distinct cultural groups. One were the Zealot Idumeans, whom he called the Sicarii. These were your robbers and your thieves and your murderers. And the other zealots he called the liars and the magicians. These were your Nazarenes or your Essenes, because they were always doing miracles and everything. He thought that they always tricked the people with their fantastical, gifts or whatever. But he did see Jacob Siddiq or James the Just as a righteous man. And when you go to, let me get this up for you, brother asked me to put it up. So when you get to the writings of Josephus, when you go to Antiquities, that is his later work. And when he wrote the later work, he was older then. He was well into his 70s at that point. And this was like in the 90s or so CE. So this is after the temple was destroyed and Rome was taken over, all this stuff. And he was a lot more liberal with his words at this point. It's almost as if he didn't even care anymore. Because Antiquities is where he dropped a lot of jewels. He dropped a lot of dimes on who was doing what and what was what. And whereas Wars, he most, like I said, it was more about a blame game. Now, there's all historical truth in there. It's just the perspective from Wars was one of establishment, and the perspective of Antiquities was one of I'm not with these cats. All right. So when we go to Antiquities, we go to book 20, chapter 9. It's literally titled Concerning Albinus, under whose procuratorship Jacob or James was slain, and also what edifices or walls were built by Agrippa. They're talking about Agrippa 1 here.
Is it possible you could share this? Or
I don't have it on the screen. I got the actual hard copy here.
All right,
I can share it for you. I can share it for you, Elder. I can share it for you, Elder. Hold on, give me a second.
I appreciate that.
Let me get that.
No problem.
That's why so give it to me again. It's Antiquities.
Antiquities, book 20, chapter 9. And we're going to start off with, book 20, chapter 9. We're going to start off with line 199. No problem. And while he set that up, I'll just give you a little background here. So what you had, and like I said, will prove is that there was a sacerdotal family, and this was basically this Herodian family who were the priests or the high priest who were the ruling class in Jerusalem, which we call Jerusalem. And these cats, they're the ones who were the main opposition of the Messiah. Like my Ak just read, there were 3 philosophical sects there, right? One was the Pharisees, the other was the Sadducees, and the third were the Essenes. The Essenes, like he said, were Yehudi by birth. This means that the other 2 sects were converts. Where were they converts from? They were converts from the Idumeans. And we'll show you how all this happened, how the Idumeans became the high priest of the region. So chapter 9, book 20, chapter 9, and we're going on line 199. But this younger
a little bit bigger than the brother can go ahead and read. No
problem.
Get the screen. You say people follow along.
Yeah, we're gonna start at line 199. Right? Yeah, chapter 9, line 199. It's in section 1, but it's line 199.
Are you good? Let me. Does it start off saying AD 61 and now Caesar?
Yeah, and now Caesar. Absolutely, yes.
All right, go ahead, Elder.
So okay, in line 199. This is, if you could zoom in on that, if you could zoom on line 199, it says, but this younger Ananias.
Line 199?
Yeah. It should be numbered in there, 199. It have like the little lines in it so you can see the actual part that it came in.
It don't. It just got verses. It just got verses 1 through it got 26.
It's in verse 1. It's in verse 1. Okay, so it's like maybe the 5th sentence in. But I'll just read and yeah.
And what,
this younger Ananias.
Okay, go ahead.
But this younger Ananias. No. It starts off with but this younger Ananias. That's what it starts off. It's not far from the beginning. Yeah. Okay. You see the little blue numbers that they have there?
Yeah.
Look at the little blue numbers that they got there. Look for 199.
Okay. It stops right there, like it doesn't give the 1. Yeah, it don't give the 199. It just gives you it doesn't do what
my apologies. Yeah, my apologies, everyone. I was just trying to layer on to what he was already doing. This is a little bit
just go ahead and start from the top. Just start from the top.
Okay.
We can just
All right, no problem. And now Caesar, hearing the death of Festus, sent Albinus to Yehuda. This is Roman Judea as a procurator. But the king deprived Yusuf of the high priesthood and bestowed the succession that dignity upon the son of Ananias, who was also called Ananias. Now, to pause right here, this Ananias, the son of Ananias, the first Ananias was actually the high priest that was the Herodian high priest who was involved in the death of Yochanan and Yahusha. Him and Caiaphas, they were the ones who were involved in killing the Messiah and the Messiah's cousin, Yochanan and Mercer, or John the Baptist. Now, he lost his job or whatever because of all the sectarian violence that kicked up from that. And so he was replaced again. But what he kept doing was he kept putting his sons in office. And so it got down to like one of his younger sons, who was also named after him, called Ananias. He killed the Messiah's younger brother through his agent called Paul of Tarsus, or Saulus, or Saul. And we're going to show you how Josephus explains this. So now the report goes that this elder Ananias proved the most fortunate man, for he had 5 sons who had all performed the office of a high priest to Elohim, and he himself had enjoyed that dignity a long time formerly, which had never happened to any other of our high priests. That's because he wasn't legitimately a high priest. But this younger Ananias, who, as we have told you already, took the high priesthood, was a bold man in his temper and very insolent. He was also of the sect of the Sadducees, just like Caiaphas and Ananias was as well, who were very rigid judging offenders, above all the rest of the Yehudi, as we have already observed. When therefore Ananias was of this disposition, he thought he had now a proper opportunity to exercise his authority, because Festus was now dead, and Albinus was but upon the road. So Festus was gone, and the next Roman ruler was coming in, the procurator. So Festus is dead. They probably killed him. I mean, we don't really know, but they probably killed him. And this next Albinus was coming in. So while Albinus was coming in, he assembled the Sanhedrin of judges, who brought before the brother of Yahusha, who was called Messiah, whose name was Jacob or James, and some others, or some of his companions. And when he had formed an accusation against them as breakers of the law, he delivered them to be stoned. This is what the stoning of Stephen was about in the book of Acts. Stephen is literally Greek for crown. Crown is what is basically means leader. This was the killing of Jacob Sadiq, which he read in the tumult started by Paul. So now we're going to go down to part starting at verse 3 here, please.
It says, but now Sakari.
Yeah, but now the Sakari, right? So what he was reading before was, this is just a recount of what had happened before. So the Sakari, which was, like I said, they were all zealots. The Sakari was one half of it, and the Idumean half of it, and the other half of it were the Essenes or Nazarenes. They were Yashar. Now, the Sakari were Idumeans or Edomites, as it was told in wars. The beef was that the Sakari and the rest of the Edomites, they did not have freedom from taxes. The Herodians had freedom from taxes, and all this jumped off over taxes. So let's continue here. But now the Sakari went into the city by night just before the festival, which was now at hand, and took the scribe belonging to the governor of the temple, whose name was Eleazar, the son of Ananias, the high priest, and bound him and carried him away with them. After which they sent to Ananias and said they would send the scribe to him if he would persuade Albinus to release 10 of those prisoners which he had caught of their party. So Ananias was plainly forced to persuade Albinus and gain his request to him. This was the beginning of greater calamities, for the robbers perpetually contrived to catch some of Ananias' servers. Again, he's identifying them as robbers and kidnappers, the Sakari. And when they had taken them alive, they would not let them go till they thereby recovered some of their own Sakari, as they were again become no small number, and they grew bold and with great affliction to the whole country. So we keep going here. About this time, that Agrippa built Caesarea at Philippi, larger than it was before, and in honor of Nero, named it Nerotis. And when he had built the theater at Bertus, had vast expanses, and he bestowed upon them shows to be exhibited every year, and spent therein many 10,000 drachmae. This is their form of currency. He also gave the people a largesse of corn, and distributed oil among them, and adorned the entire city with statues of his own donation, with the original images made by ancient hands. Nay, he almost transferred all that was most ornamental in his own kingdom thither. So he took everything that was from where he was from and brought it to Jerusalem, the city, which caused a huge problem, obviously, because there was no respecting of statues or you know, those type of things, no images. This made him more than ordinarily hated by his subjects, because he took those things away that belonged to them to adorn a foreign city, talking about Jerusalem or Jerusalem. And now Yahusha, the son of Gamaliel, this was a high priest that was with the Ananias. This is not our Yahusha. This was a common name, Yeshua, Yahusha, became the son of Damnaeus in the high priesthood, which the king had taken from the other, on which account a sedition arose between the high priest with regard to one another. for they got their bodies the boldest sort of people, and frequently came from reproaches to throwing stones at each other. But Ananias was too hard for the rest by his riches, which enabled him to gain those that were most ready to receive. Costobarus and also Saulus. This Saulus, this is Saul, this is Paul, did themselves to get together a multitude of wicked wretches, and this became they were of the royal family, and so obtained favor among them because of their kindred to Agrippa. So I'll just stop that right there. Like I said, I just wanted to give a little bit of background to what the Ma'ak had already done, so people could see that this is what was happening. Saul or Paul was actually working for Rome. He was a friend of Agrippa I, and Agrippa I is one of his best friends called Silas, which is why he was with Silas when he told the Roman centurion, "Am I not a Roman citizen?" And like I said, we'll get into all that, how he got his citizenship and all that. But the most important thing I want people to remember here is that we serve the Most High. That's what we're supposed to do. Not any book written by man. I mean, not the book of Josephus, not any other document that any of us are bringing out here. I'm not saying there's any perfect document that exists in antiquity at all. Everything has been corrupted through time and through the hands of man. Now, while it's true that our books will often reflect the will of the Father, and we should be striving to be obedient by his standards, not our own, they're also going to have some errors, and we got to be able to accept that. And we need to use reason over our emotions when trying to reach this obedient mark. Now, if you just think about this logically, what Christians believe today is not what they believed 100 years ago, especially not 2,000 years ago when all this stuff was going down. In the same way, we who consider ourselves, the children of Yashar or Israel, the awakened descendants of the people in the Bible, we don't believe what our ancestors did 2,000 years ago. Now, I know a lot of us like to think we do, and we're following the ancient past, but this is just not the truth in actuality, as Ak has already just showed you. The Messiah and his followers preached a message of mercy and purity, both physically and spiritually. His camp was called the Nazarenes or Essenes, and later became known as the Ebionites. They taught things that were in direct conflict, which was written of in the Torah. That's right, this is what's written in your Bible. Things like not taking oaths, which he just covered, not getting divorced for any reason other than fornication, and cleansing yourself in living waters for the remission of sins instead of sacrifice were all innovations or new practices that were not actually new, but were actually old in the proper path that the Messiah tried to set his people on. So when my Enoch was sitting there reading all this stuff, these are all the practices that the Messiah came to bring back. He tried to bring the truth back so everybody could see the proper path. Now, I know you have in your Torah, you're supposed to sacrifice for the remission of sins, that you can give a bill of divorce to any woman if you find some uncleanness in her, and you can make oaths, anytime as long as you make it to the Father. But when you read your New Testament, it clearly says that, they're not with that, because Yahusha, or the Messiah, Mashiach, was an Essene or an Ebionite, Nazarene. And when he tells you, I have not come to destroy the law or the prophets, and then right after that, he tells you those things right there, I know you've seen this, but this is written. And so what he's basically telling you, or what the text is telling you, I should say, is that what they had before or what you're reading is not true. This is the truth, is what they're trying to get to. So all of this put him at odds with most of the community, right? It's just a fact. And some people didn't accept, what he was saying. And at this time, a lot of us accept the Torah as the perfect word of the Father, which this group did not accept that. In order to try and follow what is true, we have to first find out what is true in actuality and not our truth based on our own perceptions. I think the easiest way to accomplish that goal is to find out what is historically true. History is the key to understanding. We got to base our truth on what we believe, what is actually historically true, instead of basing our truth on what we believe. So I know I just ruffled some feathers right there, and everybody's like, nah, the Bible is the perfect word or whatnot. Well, let's get into it. The fact that the Bible is not a perfect work and is not the direct word of the Father, kept true and perfect throughout the ages, it is a book written by man. And this is recorded in the Bible, right? So people they have errors. Man are capable of error. They're not perfect. The book itself tells us it was corrupted even before the first temple was destroyed. So let's go to, I don't have a screen share to this, but anybody reading along, let's go to Yirmiyahu or Jeremiah 8:8.
Let me get you the.
No worries, no worries.
All right.
Sorry, I'm on my phone here. I don't have my I got my laptop open. I'm not on this on my laptop, so I'm using my phone to do the show here.
You all good. You know, like I said, I got your back. So whatever you need, we're gonna get it on the screen, and then we're gonna make sure we can share it and you can read it. So let me get you Jeremiah 8:8 real fast, bro.
Yeah. Jeremiah 8:8.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right. All right. I don't know why I had this put up already.
It's all good, no worries.
Sorry about that. Yeah. Damn thing is freezing. Well, let me take this one time. Jeremiah 8. There we go. Here we go. I rebuke it.
All right. It's all good. Okay.
There it is. It's pulling up now.
All right. So I'm gonna go ahead and start reading as it's pulling up. All right.
Okay, go ahead.
Now, this reads, "How do you say we are wise, and the Torah or the law of Yahweh is with us? But behold, the false pen of the scribes has worked falsely." Right? That's right there, no matter what version you're reading. This prophet is relayed to us that even in his time, in the late 5th century BCE, there were errors and even outright falsehood in the text available to them. So what will make us believe that we have the unfiltered perfect word over 2,500 years later? That's what I'm talking about, reasons over passion. That's not reasonable. And now, if we just stop and think about what was he even talking about in his time that were outright lies and errors. I'm going to give an example of this in the situation of the quail. Most of us know about the situation of the quail, but most of us don't understand the truth behind it. Most of us, including myself, thought that the quail incident was a single incident, which it definitely was. But the problem is that is not how it's depicted in the Bible. When you go to, let's go to Samuel or Exodus 16. We'll go to verses 1 through 4. Exodus 16. Yeah, Exodus 16, 1 through 4.
Yes, sir.
So as he's pulling this up, let me just explain what I'm saying here. When you ask anybody about the quail incident or the lessening of the flesh or whatever, everybody was like, "Oh yeah, I know about that," or whatever. What you don't understand is that the Bible depicts this as two separate events. It absolutely does. Now we'll get to the heart of this and see what I'm talking about. And the reason why you think it was a single event, because it was a single event, is how it was written. So Exodus 16 verse 1. The whole Yisraeli or Israelite community set out from Elim and came to the desert of Sin, which is between Elim and Sinai, on the 15th day of the 2nd month after they had come out of Mizraim. In the desert, the whole community grumbled against Musa and Aharon. The Yisraeli said to them, "If only we had died by Yahweh's hand in Mizraim. There we sat around pots of meat and ate all the food we wanted. But you have brought us out into this desert to starve the entire assembly to death." Then Yahweh said to Musa, "I will rain down bread from the heaven for you. The people are to go out each day and gather enough for that day. In this way, I will test them and see whether they will follow my instructions." So we're going to go to verses 11 to 13 as well. Now, historically, I want people to understand this. We got to put in historical context. This is the 2nd month of the 1st year that Yisrael, or the ancient Israelites, set out from Qanath, or ancient Egypt, whatever you want to call it, after the Exodus event. Yah gave them all bread or manna from the heavens so they would not starve to death. So the text goes on to state that he gave them quail as well in verses 11 through 13. Verse 11 reads, "Then Yahweh said to Musa, I have heard the grumbling of the Yisraeli. Tell them at twilight you will eat meat, and in the morning you will be filled with bread. Then you will know that I am Yahuwah your Elohim. That evening, quail came and covered the camp, and in the morning there was a layer of dew around the camp. That was the manna that fell. So do me a favor, go bring out Numbers 10. Go bring out Numbers 10. We're gonna start at verse 11. So what I want people to realize here or pay attention to is the text is absolutely clear. In the second month of the first year after the Exodus, Yah gave the people manna from heaven in the morning, as well as meat in the form of quail in the evenings. But let's check this out. Let's look at the same event recorded in the book of Numbers. Now we're going to go to Numbers 10, 11 to 13, so that we have historical context first. So verse 11 reads, on the 20th day of the second month of the second year, the cloud lifted from above the tabernacle of the covenant law. Then the Yasharali, or the Israelites, set out from the desert of Sinai and traveled from place to place until the cloud came to rest in the desert of Paran. They set out this first time at Yahuwah's command through Moshe. So again, historical context. Now go over and bring up Numbers chapter 11 for me, please. We're going to start at verse 4. So historical context. This is the first time they left Sinai according to the text. And this was the second month of the second year after the Exodus from Misraim or Egypt. The text is crystal clear. Now when we go to chapter 11, we see this second quail incident, which is actually just the only quail incident. Verse 4 reads, the rabble with them, meaning the rabble that was with Yasharal, these are the mixed multitude, so these are your Kemetic people who came out with them, began to crave other food. And again, the Yasharali, or the Israelites, started wailing and said, if only we had meat to eat. We remember the fish we ate in Misraim, or Egypt, at no cost. Also the cucumbers, melons, leeks, onions, and garlic. But now we have lost our appetite. We never see anything but this manna. Now, this should be a red flag if you're actually paying attention. How are they craving meat in the second month of the second year after the Exodus when we just read that they were given meat in the second month of the first year after the Exodus? Now, if some people think this could possibly be a separate quail incident, which I tried to think the same way when I was first getting into this, but you got to remember, why did they only remember the fish from their captivity? Why didn't they complain about only ever seeing manna? So how could it be a second incident if they only remembered the fish? Why did they say, oh, I remember that quail that the Father was raining down on me? And why they say, only thing I'm ever seeing in this manna if he had been raining quail down the whole time? It's impossible. They would just ask for more quail from the Father, or he would just continue to give them the quail. Even Moshe confirms this by his response to this grumbling from his people over the flesh in verse 13. So we go to verse 13, it reads, where can I get meat for all these people? They keep wailing to me. Give us meat to eat. So again, why didn't Moshe just ask the Father to give them some more of that quail you gave him? Why is he asking where would meat come from if he had already witnessed the Father giving him meat a year ago? Because it didn't happen. This is because the narrative in Exodus was false. This is what Jeremiah was warning about. This is what he was talking about. They only ever had manna that first year. That is what the Most High gave them for food when they were complaining for food after a month after the Exodus event. There was no second quail incident, just the one. And what did Yah do to them over this quail? We see the answers in verse 18 to 20. So let's go into verse 18. All right. The Most High tells them, tell the people to consecrate yourselves in preparation for tomorrow, when you will eat meat. Yahuwah heard you when you wailed. If only we had meat to eat, we were better off in Misraim. Now Yahuwah will give you meat and you will eat it. You will eat it for not just for 1 day or 2 days or 5 days or 20 days, but for a whole month, until it comes out of your nostrils and you loathe it, because you have rejected Yahuwah who is among you, and have wailed before him, saying, why do we ever leave Misraim or Egypt? The Most High was furious with the people, and most of us think that this is just because they were complaining about going back to the place where he just freed them from. Now that's absolutely true. But it was also because of their lust of flesh, and they were punished for this lust of flesh, which all of us remember from the motionless. Like, you know, they all got sick and a lot of them died. Now, I get that this may seem like a reach, but that is only until you continue to apply textual criticism to the text. So, do me a favor, go to Jeremiah chapter 7. We're going to start at verse 21 and go to verses 24. So Jeremiah, he reinforces, Jeremiah 7, 21 to verses 24 is what we're going to read. And Jeremiah reinforces this theme of errors or lies of the scribes when he talks about sacrifices. Verse 21 reads, I'll wait till he gets it up so people can read along with us here. No problem, Mark. I appreciate you.
Okay. I appreciate you, Elder, man. Thank you.
All right. Verse 21 reads, thus says Yahweh of Saba, or Yahweh of hosts, the Elohim of Yasharal, put your burnt offerings to your sacrifices and eat flesh. Now it sounds like he's telling you to eat flesh and, you know, make your offerings, right? When we go to verse 22, he says, because I spoke not to your fathers, nor commanded them in the day that I brought them out of the land of Misraim or Egypt concerning burnt offerings or sacrifices. But this thing I commanded them, saying, obey my voice, and I will be your Elohim, and you shall be my people, and you walk in all the ways that I have commanded you, that it may be well unto you. But they hearken not, nor incline their ear, but walk in the counsels and in the imaginations of their evil heart, and went backwards and not forwards. Now, you can clearly see that he's telling you, I never commanded you to make sacrifices. All I asked you to do was obey my voice and walk in the things that I have commanded you. What were the things he commanded you? The things that the brothers already put forth, Bereshit or Genesis 1:29. Those are the basic commands he gave. The 10 commands, all that. That's what he gave. That's what I asked you to do. I ain't tell you to do all this. This is your own imaginations of your wicked heart. This is your own wickedness, our own wickedness, myself included. We all went backward and we didn't go forward. Now, when we do a real textual criticism here, verse 21 should actually read, put away your burnt offerings, which actually fits the context of that passage. So when we look up that word in Hebrew that they used there, we can see the truth. The word used that they used for put there was shafah. It's Strong's H5595. Shafah is a primitive root properly to scrape, literally to shave, but usually figuratively together, i.e. accumulate, increase, away, to scatter, to remove, or ruin. So the context of that passage, it was meant to say, put away your sacrifices and burnt offerings and eating flesh, because Yah never spoke to his people about that when he brought them out of captivity. This means that these verses are calling the book of sacrifices or Leviticus lies. This is in the Old Testament. It's right there. So this is not even like you got to go to books that you might not agree with or you've never seen before. It's in your own 66 canon. Because those took place after the Exodus, and they're stated that the Most High not only commanded sacrifices, but that he loves them. Now, with context, this should be more clear as to what we're trying to say here. So when our people argue that the Bible is the ultimate authority, and even that the KJV version of the Bible is the perfect translation of the text, we are doing this based on our passions and not on our logic and reason. The Bible is not our mighty one. Yahweh is, and we should be seeking him and his ways based on truth. If we really desire truth, we have to understand what is true historically, like I said, and do so using 2 or 3 witnesses, of course. If we all are truly seeking the kingdom, we need to understand the message and mission of the Messiah. In my opinion, to start any relevant study about the Messiah or what went down in the 1st century CE, we have to have an examination of the Maccabean period found in the book of Maccabees 1 through 4, so we can put everything in historical context, which will change a lot of things, trust me. So most of our people remember the parts of the book, like of the Maccabees, talking about the likenesses of the heathens being depicted in the book, as well as that pig being slaughtered on the altar and all that stuff. And not saying that we don't pay attention. I'm just saying that those are things that jump out to us, right? And the dedication of the altar was led to, Hanukkah or whatnot. What we don't realize, or we don't understand, that the reason that Palestine became nothing more than a constant war zone from the time of the Greeks until after Yasharal or ancient Israel was all but totally exiled, in the 2nd century CE by the Roman Emperor Hadrian, following numerous revolts. So when you read in the New Testament, and it's like a Disneyland, and Yahushua's going around feeding fish, and he's healing people, and and it seems like whatever. This was a war zone. In that war, the Herodians were on one side, right, which included the Pharisees and Sadducees, and the Romans were on the side were basically the overseers of the Herodians. On the other side, you had the Essenes or Nazarenes, and you had the other zealots, which are called the Sicarii. These are the other Herodians who were living in that region who were against the Roman rule, mostly because, like I said, because of taxes. So what's most important, and I'm trying to get people to understand here, the book we call the Bible is a text that has been handed down to us by our enemies. This doesn't mean that all the books are invalid, just that you have to use logic and reason when studying anything and not rely on blind faith. Like I said, the Father never dealt with us with blind faith. He always proved himself to us, right? And so anybody who's Torah only, I'm not talking bad about you at all. I have nothing against you. We all come into our own understanding. That's fine. But one of the main complaints somebody makes who is Torah only is that, well, that's a Greek book, right? This is a Greek text. You're reading a Greek fable text, right? And it's like, that's why I can't accept it, because there's no original Hebrew version of that text. Everything is Greek. Any Hebrew versions of it, they come after the Greek version of the text. Well, the same thing is true for the Old Testament. That's just the truth. The Septuagint is the oldest version of the Old Testament. That's just the fact. The Masoretic text that everybody is reading is only from 1,000 years ago. It was the Leningrad Codex completed around 1009 CE. So that's the 11th century. So this book that you're reading was made by the Masorites, and it was given to you by people who were not your people. Your people were kicked out of their region about 700 years prior to that. But like I said, by Emperor Hadrian. So this group decided what they were going to use for a canon and put that out. And that's what you hold as your Bible. The Leningrad Codex, like I said, is 1009 CE, right? Now you got other things that will support what you see in the Old Testament, the Bible, obviously the Dead Sea Scrolls, which is like 80,000 fragments that date from like 250 BCE to like 68 CE. And before that, most people, they did not understand, or they didn't see what you see in the Bible as absolute fact. The world began to believe that the whole Bible was a Greek fairy tale, the whole thing. And until they found the Dead Sea Scrolls, which basically agree with what you saw in the Septuagint, that proved that there was actually a Hebrew people there speaking Hebrew who actually kept this writing as their literature. So much of what I'm trying to discuss here is going to upset people, like I said. And then you may even feel like your faith is under assault. However, to that, I would just say we need to use this reason over passions or emotions. Now, let's start in 4 Maccabees. Can you pull up 4 Maccabees for me? I'm going to read verse 1 through 3 here.
All right, let's get it.
So I can get you. No problem. So I want to get people, hallelujah. I want people to get in the mind state of what I'm talking about here, because I keep saying that phrase, reasons over passions. And I want people to understand what I mean here. So 4 Maccabees 1 through 3, it reads, the subject that I'm about to discuss is most philosophical. That is, whether devout reason is sovereign over the emotions. So it is right for me to advise you to pay earnest attention to philosophy, for the subject is essential to everyone who is seeking knowledge. And in addition, it includes the praise of the highest virtue. I mean, of course, rational judgment. If then it is evident that reason rules over the emotions that hinder self-control, namely gluttony and lust. Now, like I said, this feeds into what Ak was just going over in his study, his section of the study. The Essenes were trying to teach people. This is a sentiment that went on with this group, this ethnic group, Yashar'al, for centuries. And the Essenes were trying to teach people you have to control your gluttony, your lust for what you eat, right? And you got to control your physical lust of your carnal lust, your lust for flesh, right? So physical flesh, and in terms of sexual nature, and physical flesh when it comes to consuming food. So I want people to understand who hold up the KJV as I'm not saying the Septuagint is like the perfect book either. Like I said, there's no document perfect, not Josephus, not any text I'm bringing out today, nothing. All of them have their flaws. We have to use reason over passion to discern what is true. But what I am saying is, if you're going to read something from the Old Testament, the Septuagint is actually a far more accurate version of the text than the Masoretic, simply because it's older than it and it's come from an original source which predates the Masoretic. And there's some obvious literary issues and outright omissions of other verses in the Masoretic text. So there are plenty of examples of this. So I want to go to 1 Samuel 16. We're going 17 to 19. I'm going to give just some brief examples. I'm not trying to tear the Bible down. I'm just trying to show that this is not the unfiltered, perfect word of the Father. This is a book, and it has errors because it was written by men, and men make mistakes.
Hold on, it's loading fast. I got it up.
No worries, no worries at all.
You say 1 Samuel 16, right?
1 Samuel 16, verses 17 to 19. We're going to read here.
There it is. It's up, Elder.
Appreciate you. Verse 17 reads, and Saul, this is King Saul, said to his servants, provide me now a man that can play well and bring him to me. Then answered one of the servants and said, behold, I have seen a son of Yishai, the Bethlehemite, that is cunning in playing, and a mighty valiant man, and a man of war, and prudent in matters, and a comely person, and Yahuwah is with him. Therefore Saul sent messengers to Yishai and said, send me Dawood, your son, which is with the sheep. So now let's go to 1 Samuel 17, verses 55 to 58 here. This is the very next chapter. This is the next chapter after Dawood kills the giant.
It's up, Elder.
Hallelujah. It reads, verse 55, and when Saul saw Dawood go forth and kill the Philistine, he said to Abner, the captain of the host or the army, Abner, whose son is this youth? And Abner said, as your being lives, O king, I cannot tell. And the king said, inquire you whose son this stripling is. And as Dawood returned from the slaughter of the Philistine, Abner took him and brought him before Saul with the head of the Philistine in his hand. And Saul said to him, whose son are you, you young man? And Dawood said, I am the son of your servant Yishai, the Bethlehemite. So we see that Shaul or Saul had just had Dawood selected to play the harp for him as he was dealing with his demonic issues. And he was introduced as the son of Yishai. He knew exactly who he was in chapter 16. When we get to chapter 17, he don't know him no more. He killed the giant, he's holding the head, he comes right up to him and is like, who is this kid? I don't know this guy. Now, when we go to the older Septuagint, chapter 16 or chapter 17 actually ends in verse 54. So the issues don't even exist there, which is why I'm saying the Septuagint is a superior version of the text. Another example, let's go to Exodus 12, verse 40.
It's up, Elder.
All right, hallelujah. Verse 40 reads, now the sojourning of the children of Yasharal who dwelt in Mizraim or Egypt was 430 years. Now, this is why a lot of people actually believe that the 400-year captivity that was prophesied to Abraham, well, that was fulfilled in Mizraim or Egypt, because the book says so right there, right? When we go to the Septuagint version of the text, it reads a little different. And it says, and the sojourning of the children of Yasharal, while they sojourn in the land of Mizraim and in the land of Canaan or Canaan, was 430 years. So this was not talking about that 400-year captivity. This was just a 400-year period of time that the children of Yasharal dwelt in the land of Canaan or Canaan all the way up to the end of the time they came out of Mizraim. That was it. So the 400 years had nothing to do with that. This was purposely done by the Nazarites, who wanted to show that that prophecy was fulfilled because they knew it didn't apply to them. They knew, like, they were Jewish people. They was like this. They knew it didn't apply to them. So when they made the text, they did that purposely to hold out that piece of information. So it would lead most people to think that. And when you watch a lot of movies like, you know, the Exodus and all that, you know, for 400 years, they were serving 400 years, whatever. All people talk about is 400 years. Yasha, all of Israel were only in Mizraim for like 215 years. And only 100 of that was actually bad, to be honest with you, because it didn't get bad until after, you know, Yusuf died. Joseph after he died. And then all the other brothers, they died. And so that's when it got like bad. So it was about maybe 100 years of struggle there. So that 400-year captivity wasn't fulfilled there. I'll just leave that at that. So let's go to 2 Samuel 24:1, because I want to show that the Masoretic also plainly states that Yah tempts no man. Yet it even claims that Yah tempted King Dawood in one verse, but also states that it was Shaitan or Satan in another. So 2 Samuel 24:1 reads, and the anger of Yahweh was kindled against Yashraal, and he incited Dawood against him, saying, go number Yashraal and Yahudah. This numbering was for a census, you know, so you make taxes. And the Torah says you're not supposed to tax your people, right? So this was obviously not legit. That's not good. The same event is recorded in Chronicles. So go to 1 Chronicles 21:1 for me, So in Chronicles, what you'll see is Chronicles is actually Second Temple literature, and it actually is a little more accurate historically. We'll see this when we talk about Uzziah, the leper king, in right quick after this right here. So 1 Chronicles 21:1, it reads that exact same thing. Then Shaitan stood against Yashraal and incited Dawood to number Yashraal. The translation of the Septuagint does not have those issues, because that tells you the same verse from 2 Samuel 24:1 reads, and Yahweh caused his anger to burn forth again in Yashraal, and Satan stirred up David against him, saying, go number Yashraal and Yehudah. So we see there that the Septuagint, like I said, is a superior translation or version of the text. Not to say there's some perfect work, because it got its issues too, and both of them have common problems and straight up contradictions as well. Because in both texts, do me a favor, I'll go to 2 Kings 15:1-2 for me. 2 Kings 15. We're going to read verses 1-2 here. All right. This reads, in the 27th year of Jeroboam, the king of Yashraal, began Azariah, son of Amaziah, king of Yehudah, to reign. 16 years old was he when he began to reign, and he reigned 52 years in Jerusalem. And his mother name was Yekuliah of Jerusalem. So let's go to 2 Chronicles 26:1, and then we're going to read verse 17 after that. But first, let's go to 2 Chronicles 26:1. Again, this is the exact same event. You're just getting a retelling of this in a historical document that we call Chronicles. And that reads, verse 1 reads, then all the people of Yahudah took Uzziah, who was 16 years old, and made him king in the room of his father Amaziah. And Azariah the priest went in after him. That's verse 17. Go down to verse 17 for me right quick. I want them to see who Azariah really was here. Azariah was not the son of Amaziah. Verse 17 reads, and Azariah the priest went in after him, and with him 80 priests of Yahweh that were valiant men. So Azariah was the high priest in the narrative of Uzziah, the son of Amaziah, not the 16-year-old king who died a leper. You can see that in Josephus. You can find out in any other historical documents. Uzziah was the leper king. That's how he's referred to. He took over when he was 16, and he wouldn't take down the high places. This is just simply an error. It's in the Septuagint and it's in the Masoretic text. Both are wrong. Now, what does that mean? It just means that the book is wrong. It doesn't mean that your faith is of no value. It doesn't mean that you got to, like, people. I've heard people say, "Oh, if it's not perfect, I got to throw the whole book away." Why is that? If you get a box of crackers and one of them ain't good, or a bag of chips and one of them ain't good, do you throw the whole bag of chips away because one ain't good? To me, that's not logical. That's not reasonable. Now, as I said, we shouldn't be making the book our mighty one in the first place. So this shouldn't be a problem. We should be following the Most High. And these are just a few examples so we can understand that we have to be diligent in our studies. And we have to use this reason and logic to determine what is true by the standard given to us of 2 and 3 witnesses. When we use history, the best source available to us today that details the events of the Maccabean period up to the 1st century CE is Josephus. In history, you will find that when any historian records something that they are not the primary source for, they will typically cite at least 2 other historians to validate their own account of history, right? So a primary source is somebody who experienced an event and is an eye-hand witness for it. He's seen it first account. He's seen it firsthand, right? If my tree falls down in my yard, I see it and I write about it, I'm a primary source for that. If I tell my neighbor about it next week and that person writes about it, he is a secondary source for that, right? So Josephus was a primary source for the 1st century CE because he was alive during the 1st century CE, right? And he's a secondary source for all the other stuff in the Maccabees because he's recording. He's a scholar or historian who's using the book of Maccabees and the literature he has available to him to give his account of what happened during that time. So the point I'm trying to get to here is that the Idumean Herodians were converted to be Yehudi, and that's how they got into the priesthood. This is what caused the big conflict here that we see. This is why you see people say Paul was an Edomite, and it's like, how could Paul be an Edomite or whatever? I'm finna show you how he could be an Edomite. He absolutely was. And I'm going to show you how. So these Idumeans were converted by Yochanan Hyrcanus or John Hyrcanus I. He lived from 164 BCE to 104 BCE, and he was of the Maccabean or Hasmoneans. Hyrcanus I was made Kuhan Hagadol, or the high priest, following his uncle Jonathan being made Kuhan Hagadol by Alexander, the son of Antiochus Epiphanes, or Antiochus the Mad. You know, the dude who put the swine on the altar and all that. That's him right there. Before we get ahead of ourselves, we got to first establish that the Hasmoneans or the Maccabees were actually of the priesthood from some primary source witnesses here, right? So what we're going to do is let's go to Maccabees or 1 Maccabees 2:1. Bring that up for me, please. We're going to establish them that the Hasmoneans or the Maccabees were actually the children of Aharon or Aaron, and they were rightful priests. So people can understand exactly what I'm getting at here. Cool. So 1 Maccabees 2:1. In those days, Mattatyahu or Matthias, son of Yochanan, son of Shemaun, a Kuhan of the family of Yorah, moved from Yerushalayim and settled in Modin. So historically, Mattatyahu ha-Kuhan ben Yochanan, or Matthias the priest, son of John, died in 165 BCE, and he is a progenitor to the Maccabees. They trace their lineage back to someone called Yoreb, which is the first course of the Kohanim or priests from the first temple priests in scripture. So let's go to 1 Chronicles 24, verse 6 and verse 7, please, Ak.
Yes, sir.
We're going to prove that their lineage with primary sources here, because the Maccabees, that is a secondary source stating that they're actually, legitimate priests. And Josephus would be a secondary source talking about this, but 1 Chronicles would be a primary source. So 1 Chronicles 24, verse 6 reads, the scribe Shemaiah, son of Nathaniel, a Lewi or Levite, recorded their names in the presence of the king and of the officials. Saduk ha-Kuhan, or Zadok the priest, Ahimelech, son of Abithar, and the heads of family of the Kohanim, or the priests, and of the Lewi. One of the family taken from Eliezer, and then one from Ithamar. Verse 7. The first lot fell to Yorah, the second to Yehada. So as I said, the Maccabees were legitimate priests from the course of Yorah. That was their rightful spot. They were doing what they were supposed to do. So let's go to our secondary source of Josephus here. We're just trying to lay everything out here so we can try to calibrate this stuff, so you can see how legitimate this text is using as a historical document. You shouldn't be using Josephus as your scriptures, but you should use it as a historical document. That's it. So Antiquities 12, 6, 1 to 65.
Would you say
Antiquities is Antiquities, book 12, verse 6. Go down to verse 6 for me. Yeah, book 12. Now scroll down to verse 6 for me.
What chapter is
Chapter 6.
Chapter 6.
Chapter 6. Yes, sir.
There it is. It should
All right,
say,
hallelujah.
it should say now at this time, right?
Yeah. Now this time there was one whose name was Mattatyahu, who dwelt at Modin. This is the same information we just got, right? The son of Yachanan, the son of Shamaun, the son of Asmoneus, a priest of the order of Yorib, and a citizen of Jerusalem. Again, that's just to calibrate all this stuff. So we see the information. I'm gonna use one more example just to drive it home. I know this is probably overkill, but I'm gonna use one more example just to drive it home that Josephus is just reading the texts that are available to him. Let's go to 1 Maccabees 10:1, please. We're just going to show that what he's giving is no different than what you can read for yourself. All right. So 1 Maccabees 10:1 reads, in the 160th year of Alexander Epiphanes, the son of Antiochus, surnamed Epiphanes, landed at Ptolemais and captured it. The people welcomed him as their king. Now let's compare this with what Josephus records. Let's go to Antiquities 13:2-1. So book 13, chapter 2, section 1, please, of Josephus. Now, in the 160th year, I'm sorry.
What was that? You say book 13?
Book 13, chapter 2.
Okay.
Section 1 out here. It reads, now in the 160th year, it fell out that Alexander, son of Antiochus Epiphanes, came up into Syria and took Ptolemais, the soldier within having betrayed it to him, for they were at enmity with Demetrius on account of his insolence and difficulty of access. So what I'm trying to get to here is that in the 160th year of the reign of the Greeks, Alexander took Ptolemais and was made ruler there. This Alexander is known historically as Antiochus V, called Eupator, the son of Antiochus the Mad, and he lived from 172 to 161 BCE. After his father's defeat, Antiochus V had a brief friendship with the Hasmoneans. So let's go to 1 Maccabees 10:18-21, please, I'm going to prove this friendship that Antiochus or Alexander had with the Maccabees. And this is going to, and I'm doing this for a point, because this is going to show how these Herodians actually slipped into the priesthood. That's where we're going with this, because I know a lot of people don't believe that the Herodians were the priests. It doesn't make sense. It does if you use historical context. So 1 Maccabees 10:18-21, verse 18 reads, King Alexander to his friend Jonathan, greetings. I have heard that you are a brave man who has earned the right to be a friend of the king. I have this day appointed you as Kohen HaGadol, or high priest of your nation, and conferred upon you the title of friend of the king. You are to be our ally and give us your support. He also sent him a royal robe and a gold crown. Jonathan put on the robes of Kohen HaGadol, or the high priest, in the 7th month of the 160th year, at the festival of shelters, or booths. He raised an army and stored up a large supply of weapons. So let's cross-reference that again with Josephus. Let's go to Antiquities, book 13, chapter 4, section 2. Antiquities, book 13, chapter 4, we start in section 2. When the wedding was over, Alexander wrote to Jonathan, again, same information that we just read, to the high priest, and desired him to come to Ptolemais. So when he came to these kings and made them a magnificent present, he was honored by them both. Alexander compelled him also to put off his own garment and take a purple garment exact same information, and made him sit with him in his throne, and commanded his captains that they should go with him into the middle of the city and proclaim that it was not permitted to anyone to speak against him or to give him any disturbance. So again, Alexander, son of Antiochus the Mad, he made Yehonathan Kohan HaGadol, or the high priest, as well as the king of Yashraal. Now, most of us studying, we should already understand that the priest, or the Levites, they were the priests. The kings were actually the tribe of Yehuda or Judah. So this right here is totally out of order. This is a Hellenization of what we were supposed to be doing. And this actually led to a civil war that began within the Maccabees. And we won't cover the civil war in this study, but suffice to say that one side sided with the Greeks and later with Rome, and another side decided they were going to be nationalistic. So the last source we're going to use from the Maccabees is the last one we have to us about all this stuff, about Hyrcanus. Let's go to 1 Maccabees 16, 23 to 24 here. One Maccabees 16, 23 to 24.
Okay.
No problem, Mark.
Man, you're doing a great
Boom.
job. Awesome. All praises, man. All praise you.
Appreciate you, Mark.
Thank you, Elder.
Appreciate you.
Elder.
All right, so we read 23. Now the rest of what Yachanan, this is John who we're talking about, John Hyrcanus, 1, did from the time he succeeded his father, meaning Shamaun, his wars, his deeds of courage, his rebuilding of walls, and his other accomplishments are all written in the chronicles of his reign as Kohan Gadol, or high priest. So the book of Maccabees don't go no further about Hyrcanus 1. And whatever this chronicles of the reigns of his leadership or whatever is lost to us. We don't have it anymore. However, our secondary source, Josephus, he still got it. Whatever documents he was reading or he was using from the 1st century, he still had them. And he used them to finish telling out the story. So what people have to understand is the Maccabees were ultimately forced out of power by the Herodians, who were, as I said, Idumea or Edomites. Most of us do know that the Edomites are a nation that descended from the scriptural patriarch Esau. Most of us understand that. He's a twin brother of Yaakov. A lot of us get that. What we don't understand is that the Idumea or Edomites are actually Hebrews too. They all from the stock of Abraham. Abraham was a Hebrew. They were Hebrews. Everybody that went back to Abri or Eber was actually a Hebrew. So they were Hebrews. One lineage was the Abrit or Hebrews of Yashraal or Israel. The other were the Abrit of Idumea or the Hebrews of Edomites or Idumea. When you read the account in the New Testament and it speaks of the Messiah's own people turning on him and rejecting him, like I said before, this ain't accurate. And like I was showing you, and when he did his study, a lot of stuff you're seeing going on there, those are the writings of the people who won the war. I got a spoiler alert for you. Yashraal did not win the war with Rome. They lost. And when they lost, the winner always gives the details of a story. Just like Brother Yermiah just talked about. He will give you the what happened in the account. It is his story. It's not true history, right? So you have to take that into account when you're reading anything. So the people who are around Yahusha, the actual ethnic group called Yashraal, they loved him. And they were waiting for him because they were waiting on deliverance from this Roman oppressor. He was rejected by the Edomites. And they managed to slip into the nation due to the action of the guy we just read about, Yachanan Hyrcanus or John Hyrcanus 1, with the help of Rome. So let's go to Josephus Antiquities 13, book 13, chapter 9, verse 1, please. Like I said, Rome put him in power, or put the Edomites in power. But the only reason why the Edomites were able to be there in the first place was because of John Hyrcanus and his conquest. So line 257 reads, Hyrcanus, meaning Hyrcanus 1, took also Dora and Marissa, cities of Idumea. Idumea is just Greek for Edom.
Hold on,
and subdued.
Elder.
Yeah.
Where you say you was at?
I'm starting at Hyrcanus. Hyrcanus took also Dora and Marissa.
Okay, what section was that?
It's going to be in section 1. It's going to be line 257, but I don't think your jump off. I don't think that actually gives the actual verse numbers. So do you see a part where it talks about Idumea or Hyrcanus? It starts a sentence starting off with Hyrcanus. Well, do me a favor. Just go up on your right side of your thing and click find and page at the top of your thing. Click on that little 3-dot thing. Go and find and page, and then look for Idumea. It'll take you right to it.
You said a 3-dot thing?
Yeah, up in the top right hand corner of your web page, it's going to be three little dots. Click on it and scroll down to something that says find and page.
Yeah,
it should be there anyway.
No,
don't have. Oh, you don't got nothing that says find and page on your thing on the top right hand corner. Okay.
You know, you want to just go and kill it from the top, Elder?
Okay, yeah. I got. Let me get mine open right quick. No problem.
Or we can start somewhere like in the middle where it says, but where you see where it says, but Hyrcanus, the high priest, was a desirous to renew, or.
Yeah, hold on. Stay right there because it's in section. It's going to be in that first block that says 1 right there. So it's going to be right there. But I want people to be able to read this because this is very important.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Okay, 13:9:1. Okay, it's actually starting right at the very end of it. If you go at the very end of it, right before you get to section 2, the end of that paragraph, when it says there was nothing more to do, yeah, just go a few sentences above that, maybe like 4 or 5 sentences above that, and you'll see Hyrcanus took also Dora and Marissa. Look for Dora and Marissa.
There it is. I'm there.
There you go.
All right.
All right. No problem, Mark. No problem. That's why we here. So, everybody should read this. Hyrcanus took also Dora and Marissa, cities of Idumea, which I said is just Greek for Edom. It's Hellenized version of Edom, and subdued all the Idumeans, and permitted them to stay in that country if they would circumcise their genitals and make use of the laws of the Yehudi. And they were so desirous of living in the country of their forefathers, they were determined to stay where their people came from, that they submitted to the use of circumcision and of the rest of the Yehudi ways of living. At which time, therefore, this befell them, that they were hereafter no other than Yehudi. This is very important. Historically, at this point, when John Hyrcanus or Hyrcanus I subdued them, these people were looked at by the entire world as just being Yehudi. That's it. So no one called them Idumeans or whatever. They were just called Yehudi. They were lumped in the same group as the actual ethnic group who were actually Yisrael Israelites. Yehudi became synonymous with people who lived in Roman Judea. It didn't mean an ethnic group at that point. It just meant people who lived in that region. Now, John Hyrcanus I, he lived from 164 BCE to 104 BCE, and he converted the Idumea or the Edomites, right? So what this means is, historically, before the 1st century BCE, the Edomites were only known as Yehudi, just like the Israelites. So let's go to Antiquities 14:1-3, please. Book 14, chapter 1, and we're starting at section 3. I want people to understand that Antipater, who was the father of Herod I, he even tried to claim that the Idumeans, the Edomites, were actually Yisrael. But Josephus kills his noise with his historical account. So you see the line that says, but they were a certain friend of Hyrcanus. Hold on, let me see if I can find that joint for you. 14. Yeah, the very first sentence. There we go. But there was a certain friend of Hyrcanus. This is talking about Hyrcanus II now. This is not Hyrcanus I. This is his grandson, Hyrcanus II. An Idumea or Edomite called Antipater, who was very rich and in his nature an active and a seditious man, who was at enmity with Aristobulus. This is Aristobulus II. This is when the civil war I was talking about happened, and had differences with him on account of his goodwill to Hyrcanus. So Aristobulus was beefing with Antipater because of Hyrcanus, Hyrcanus was actually capping for Rome. He was capping for Rome. Aristobulus, he was like, no, we need to keep our thing just us. And he didn't like the Idumeans. He didn't think they should have even been in there. He didn't think his grandfather made the right choice. Now, you can read that narrative in Josephus for yourself, but let's continue on. 9 reads, it is true that Nicolatus of Damascus says that Antipater was of the stock of the principal Yehudi who came out of Babylon into Yehuda. Peep that. He tried to claim that these were the people who came out of Babylon and went into Yehuda. He said, oh, we was with them and whatnot. No, Josephus says, but that assertion of his was to gratify Herod, who was his son, and who, by certain revolutions of fortune, came afterward to be king of the Yehudi, whose history we shall give you in its proper place hereafter. So what you had was Antipater was trying to claim Yasha'al or ethnic Yehudi heritage. He wanted that because the people wouldn't accept him. And like I said, this caused a huge rift and beef with the people. But it wasn't true. So Antipater the Idumean was born about 114 BCE and died 43 BC. He was born about 10 years after Hyrcanus I died and had already made the Idumean or Edomites one with Yasha'al. So this was long after that. The grandson of Hyrcanus I, who we just talked about, who is known as Hyrcanus II, he took kindly to Antipater because in truth, Antipater just propped this guy up as ruler because he needed power. Antipater actually wanted control over Yehuda or Roman Judea, so he put the weaker Hyrcanus II back on the throne instead of his more nationalistic brother Aristobulus II after the Maccabean Civil War. Caesar, meaning Julius Caesar, loved Antipater and even made the Herodians Roman citizens. Now this is where we start getting, go to Antiquities 14, book 14, chapter 8. We're going to the last sections here, the last sentences of section 2, going into section 3 here. Yeah, we're going to the last very sections of it. When it starts off, so Mithridates sent an account of his battle to Caesar. Just find that part.
What does it say again?
So go look for Mithridates, send an account of this battle to Caesar.
It's at the bottom?
Yeah, it's at the bottom. It's like the last sentence of that section before it goes on to 3. The last bottom of section 2 before it switches over to section 3. So we're reading like the last sentence of that section and the first sentence of section 3.
Okay.
Yeah, look at the end of 2, and then we're going into 3 here. So on my arc here, so Mithridates, yeah.
There it is.
There we go. So when my arc was talking about, and what I read about Saulus, or who was the relative of Agrippa I, he was relative of the royal family, and how he grew up with Herod, which is written in the New Testament. This is how this whole thing kicked off. When most people hear the phrase that, well, Paul was a citizen of Rome, right? They'll say, oh, he's a citizen of Rome like you're a citizen of America. You know what I'm saying? And that don't mean that's who his nationality is or whatnot. What people don't understand is historically in the first century, that's not how things worked. To be a citizen of Rome meant you was free from taxes. Okay? That's what it meant. Roman citizens did not pay taxes. All right? So I'm going to read. So Mithridates sent an account of this battle he's talking about with the Parthians to Caesar, talking about Julius, and openly declared that Antipater was the author of this victory and of his own preservation. Peep that. Antipater, the father of Herod I, the forefather of the Edomites, or the Herodians, he actually saved the life of Julius Caesar, insomuch that Caesar commended Antipater then and made use of him in all the rest of that war in the most hazardous undertakings. He happened also to be wounded in one of those engagements. Talking about Antipater, got hurt for Caesar. However, when Caesar, after some time, had finished that war and was sailed away for Syria, he honored Antipater greatly and confirmed Hyrcanus in the high priesthood and bestowed on Antipater the privilege of a citizen of Rome and freedom from taxes everywhere. So that's how you became a Roman citizen, and you got to be freedom from tax everywhere. Roman citizens, you could either be a proper citizen of Rome, which meant that you was born into it and you didn't pay no taxes. That is how it was. You couldn't be publicly flogged. You couldn't be beaten. You couldn't be assaulted. In fact, the only way they could kill you, to execute you, was to behead you, or just a straight up execution like that. You had to die by the sword. You couldn't be tortured or anything like that. So when you read about how Paul was beaten and he says, "Oh, you put your hands on me and I'm a Roman citizen," and Centurion was like, "Whoa, calm down. What you talking about? You're a Roman citizen." That's why he got scared, because he knew he broke Roman law. And then the Roman Centurion was like, "Yo, how are you a Roman citizen?" He was like, "I have been a Roman citizen from birth." And the Centurion was like, "Yo, I had to pay a great deal to become a Roman citizen, because if you were a citizen of Rome that was not born a Roman citizen, you got absorbed." This was a state citizen, right? These were people who became a citizen through war effort. You had to join the military and serve as centurion and pay a part of your salary to be as a tax to Rome. And then you eventually bought your Roman citizenship. This is why the Roman citizen in there was saying, "I paid a great deal for this." And Paul said, "I had this freedom from birth." Didn't nobody else around there, not Yahusha, not his brothers, nobody else walking around there was walking around claiming Roman citizenship. And since they impaled and executed and tortured Yahusha and everybody else, it's obvious that they wasn't Roman citizens, right? Cool. So let's go to Wars, book 1, chapter 14, section 4, please.
All right,
Bring it
so
up for me, please.
I think what I had did was I had actually deleted the war. So I'm glad we got this. So let's go back to wars. So we can go back to my Google real fast and pull that up.
No worries, Art.
All right.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So when Caesar made his play for rule on Rome, he set up Antipater to rule over the Roman province of Judea, and the Herodians was supposed to live there, functioning as tax farmers. That's all it was there for, to sit up there and collect taxes for the state of Rome. Antipater's son Herod I later became king of Yehuda, or the Roman province of Judea, by the will of Julius Caesar, Mark Antony, through the Roman Senate. That's how deep this went.
What book and chapter was that?
This is Wars. This is book 1, chapter 14, section 4. I'll get to it myself here. Wars, book 1, I'm sorry, chapter 14.
All right, so boy, you say chapter what?
Chapter 14.
I'm sorry, what? Hold on, book 4.
Section is that's gonna be 4.
Okay, section 4.
Yeah.
And what then it says chapter.
We're going down almost to the end of it.
Okay.
Yeah, go almost to the end of it.
So do it say that these calamities of the Jews?
Section, it says, hereupon Mark Antony. That's where we're starting at.
All right, so let's start off. So we got section 4. And what chapter is it again? What chapter?
It's chapter 14. It's book 1, chapter 14. Yeah.
Okay.
It's going to be in a little section 4. Yeah. The section starts as hereupon Mark Antony was removed to compassionate the change of Herod affairs. It's at the very beginning. We're starting right at the very beginning of it.
All right. Let's see if I got it. Now, what does it say again?
Hereupon Antony.
Yeah, we there. Let's get it.
All right, cool.
Can you make it a little bit bigger so people can?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I got you.
Yeah, bigging that up for him, please. Appreciate you, Art.
Appreciate you, man. We're gonna get it together, man. Humbleness is the key.
All right. Cool. Hereupon Antony, let's talk about Mark Antony. Everybody knows the story of Julius Caesar, Mark Antony, or at least they've heard of it, was moved to compassion at the change that had been made in Herod's affairs. Herod was going through rough times after the whole thing, the Civil War. He wasn't going so well. And this both upon his calling to mind how hospitably he had been treated by Antipater. So again, Mark Antony is reflecting how well Antipater, Herod's father, had treated him. but more especially on account of Herod's own virtue. He means capitulation to Rome, helping him in his war. So then he resolved to get him made king of the Yehudi, whom he had himself formerly made tetrarch. He was just the governor of the Roman Judea, but now they wanted to make him king. Now we're going to go down to section 4, where 284, right here in the same part, it says, Mark Antony told them that it was for their advantage in the Parthian war that Herod should be king. So they all gave their votes for it. And when the Senate was separated, Antony and Caesar went out, Herod between them, while the consul and the rest of the magistrates went before them in order to offer sacrifices to their Roman deities and to lay the decree in the Capitol. Antony also made a feast for Herod on the first day of his reign. So like I was explaining, Herod was made king of Yehudi. He was made king over Yasharal. You wasn't supposed to have no foreigner as king over you, but this was a foreigner. This was an Idumean who was made king over him, and was done so by Roman Senate. Herod lived from 73 BCE to 4 BCE. He was put in rule by the Romans in 40 CE. He was an Idumea, as was his family and countrymen. His mother was a Nabatean or an Arab, whom they made alliances with. The Herodians were placed in control of Palestine by Rome in the 1st century BCE, and they polluted the priesthood. The priesthood became an aristocracy with the high priest ruling over the nation of Yasharal, and were simply known as the Sadducees, Pharisees, and Herodians. All right, so I'm coming to like my last bit of information here, and I'm gonna give it up to my arc here. I want to go over to, let's go to Antiquities 20, 10, and 5, please. Antiquities, book 20, chapter 10, section 5.
You said Antiquities, book 10?
Book 20.
Book 20.
It should be XX, yeah. Double X. The last one, the last book.
Chapter 10?
Chapter 10, section 5. So I want people to understand that the kingdom of Yehuda or Judea was ruled by the Herodian dynasty from the middle of the 1st century BCE to the end of the 1st century CE, or from about 40 BCE with the first Herod to the last king in about 92 CE with Herod Agrippa II. So it's to start off reading, Herod was then made king by the Romans. You got that? Here, I'll find it.
Okay, I'm in chapter 10. Is it in the beginning, the middle, or the end?
It's hold on, I'm gonna find it right now, Ak. Let's see. Okay. I gotta get to chapter 10 myself. 9, 10. Okay, it's go to section 5. Go to the one with section 5. Go down to section 5. It should be separated, yeah, into little sections. That right there should be section 1. It should be a little 5 at the beginning of it where it starts at. Go to section 5.
Okay.
It's the very first sentence.
I see what you're saying. Let me look for it. Yeah, they show is they real small.
Yeah, if you could blow that up for people, because I know I can't even see that joint. My goodness.
Yeah.
All right, that's why it's big. I guess you can make it. Look for 5.
Okay.
And it'll start right there.
Okay. Do you see where it says high priest during the war by the seditions?
No. Damn. Let me see. I can't even see that joint.
We are in chapter 10, the enumeration of
yeah, chapter 10. Right? Yeah, the enumeration of high priest. That's exactly where we are. Enumeration of high priest. I need you to scroll down till you see a 5.
Okay.
Keep scrolling down. I'm looking at things. Keep scrolling down for me.
Okay.
I don't know why they even numbered this one like this. This is so ridiculous. Yeah, this one ain't even really numbered.
It's not. I see where it says 11. But
yeah, it's about halfway through. It's almost at the end of the chapter.
Oh, it's almost at the end of the chapter.
Yeah, it's almost at it's the last section before the end of the chapter, before chapter 11 starts. So it should be down a little bit.
Yeah, it's gonna say Herod was then made king by the Romans.
Right, that's what it's gonna start with.
No longer appoint high priest out of the family of Hasmoneus.
Okay.
It's right before chapter 11.
Okay, you see Aristobulus? Right there. Succession, who was called Aristobulus.
Oh yeah, yes sir.
Okay, right. You should be able to scroll up from that.
Scroll up from that.
Yeah.
All right. And then what should it say?
It should start off with Herod was then made king by the Romans. That's what you should see.
Yeah, I don't see how you might probably just
Cleopatra, his wife.
want to just start it from the beginning. Without the
Oh,
beginning.
it's a long one.
It's too long. Yeah, I was gonna say that.
It's too long. Yeah.
Here,
Yeah,
if you want me to read it, I'll read it for you.
I can read it. I wanted him to have the words up.
Okay, have the screen. Okay.
Yeah, I want him to have the screen up so other people could read it. I got it.
Check, watch this. Let's do this, Elder. Do you see where it says now when Jachemus had retained the high priest 3 years he died? It's right above where you had me at Aristobulus. All right, so right where it says who was called Aristobulus, let's go above. It says this Hyrcanus enjoyed the dignity 30 years. All right, you see that? Hyrcanus.
Hyrcanus, succeeded him, held the high priesthood a year longer.
You gotta go down. Go down more.
You gotta go down more. Go down more.
Yeah,
you gotta go down more.
Yeah. Okay, let's go down. All right, so I'm down.
Keep going down.
Keep going down. I said, I'm at where it says, for after the death of the brother of Aristobulus fought against him and beat him.
Keep going down. Keep going down.
Now I'm at Pompey, came upon him, only it took the city of Jerusalem by force. You see that?
Keep going down. Yeah, keep going down.
Yeah, you're almost
there.
All right, then it says, Hyrcanus ruled besides first 9
Keep going, almost there. Keep going down, almost there.
It says king by Romans, but did no longer appoint high priest out of the family of Esseronius.
There you go. Stop right there. Herod was then made king by Romans. Yeah. Herod was then made king by Romans. All praise right there. All right, so highlight that section and let's start reading from right there.
Okay. Gotcha. Let's do it.
All right. So this is where I want people to understand that the priesthood was no longer Yashar. The only priests who were high priests at the time, or who were high priests at the time functioning, were actually the Hasmonean and the Maccabees. If you read the narrative of the Maccabees, the other guys got pushed out. They got killed. And the Maccabees took over. They became the de facto high priest of that time period. So this reads, Herod, meaning Herod I, was then made king by the Romans, but did no longer appoint high priest out of the family of the Hasmoneans. This means you had no more Levitical priest at all of high priesthood. The lower priests, they were still allowed to function. These are people who were cleaning the temple and performing duties like Yachanan and Mercer's father. They let them stay in there and they married into them. But the high priest, the people who were in charge, no more could they be Louis, but made certain men to be so that were of no eminent families, but barely of those who were even priests. So even the lower priests, they were just exchanging people that they wanted on that throne, accepting that he gave that dignity to Aristobulus or Aristobulus III. For when he had made this Aristobulus, the grandson of that Hyrcanus, this is talking about Hyrcanus II. So the grandson of Hyrcanus I was Hyrcanus II, and his grandson was this guy Aristobulus. This boy was like 16 years old, and he became the high priest by Herod, who was taken by the Parthians. Hyrcanus II was kidnapped by the Parthians, and had taken his sister Miriam to wife. So Herod I took Miriam, or Miriam I, to wife. She was a Hasmonean princess, the last Hasmonean princess, honestly. He thereby aimed to win the goodwill of the people who had a kind remembrance of Hyrcanus, his grandfather. Yet did he afterward, out of his fear that they should all bend their inclinations to Aristobulus, he was afraid that everybody was going to start following him. Herod had him put to death, and that by contriving how to have him suffocated as he was swimming at Jericho. And as we've already related the matter. Basically, he had this 15-year-old boy drowned in a pool because he put the crown on this boy, and everybody started crying like, we got our priesthood back. We finally got our priesthood back. So Herod got jealous and had the boy killed. But after this man, he never entrusted the priesthood to the posterity of the sons of the Maccabees or the Hasmoneans. Archelaus also, Herod's son, did like his father in the appointment of the high priest, meaning the Herodian establishment, as did the Romans also, who took the government over the Yehudi into their hands afterwards. Accordingly, the number of the high priests from the days of Herod until the days when Titus took the temple in the city and burnt them were in all 28. The time also that belonged to them was 107 years. Some of these were political governors of the people under the reign of Herod, under the reign of Archelaus, his son, although after their death, the government became an aristocracy, and the high priests were entrusted with the dominion over the nation, and thus much may suffice to be said concerning the high priest. So, like I told you at the beginning of all this, the Herodians got into the high priesthood. They took this. They took it over and they ruled it. If you were a Pharisee, it's great. If you were a Pharisee, Sadducee, or Essene, the only people who were actually Yasha'al or Yehudi by birth, as recorded, were the Essenes. The other ones were Herodians and Greeks and Arabs. Those are your three philosophical sects. The Essenes is a Greek version of the Dead Sea Scroll term doers of the Torah. This is the Greek phrase Osei HaTorah. It means doer of the Torah and is a key term all over the Dead Sea Scrolls exegesis of the Habakkuk Pesher chapter 2. It's all over that text. If you got time, look it up. You'll see it there. This is also a key element of the letter of Yaakov or James, the epistle of James, in chapter 1, verses 22 to 25 in the NT, where he insists that you have to be doers of the Torah. Doers, like I said, is Osei HaTorah. These Osei became Oseans and eventually became the Essenes. Later, they just simply became known as the Nazarene and finally the Ebionites. The Herodian Pharisees and Sadducees were the main opponents for Yahushua Ha Mashayach and his sect or camp of Nazarenes. This opposition was led by Caiaphas and Qanath, or who we call Ananias, who was the father, I told you, of the sacerdotal family, who were the Sadducees and upper or high priests. These individuals were the one primarily responsible for Ha Mashayach and his cousin. The Roman and the Nazarites purposely had the narrative in the New Testament make no real distinction between the children of Yasha'al or Israel and the Edomite converts. The text has it seem if they were all one people and make the claim that the Messiah's own people rejected him, when in truth, like I said, it was the Herodians who rejected him. Now, you can see this that because these Herodians, they always married into who was most powerful. They, in the earlier sections of the Torah, they married into the Canaanites, right? Then later they married into the Greeks. They married into the Persians. Then they eventually married into the Romans. So do me a favor and bring up Acts 24:24. And we ready to about close this out. Now, I appreciate you guys being patient with me here. Sorry I took so long.
Nah, Elder, man, this is by the grace of the Most High, man, and Heavenly Spirit, man. This is how it goes. So we want to most definitely thank Elder Qanath for even giving us his time and energy and allowing us.
Yeah, I appreciate you. Absolutely, Qanath. Appreciate you.
Man,
so Safar Ma'asim, or the book of Acts 24:24. And it reads, and after certain days, when Felix came with his wife Drusilla, which was a Yehudi or a female Yehudi, he sent for Paul and hearing him concerning the faith in Mashiach. So we see there that this female called Drusilla is identified as a female Yehudi woman in the text. But historically, we all know that's not truth in actuality. In truth, Drusilla was an Idumean that lived from 38 CE, and she died at the destruction of Mount Vesuvius, the eruption, with Pliny the Elder on the 25th of August in 79 CE. So when they destroyed, some people might not know this, I'll give you a little history real quick. When they destroyed the temple in 70 CE, within a decade, all the chief people, the top dogs of Rome, they died in a volcano eruption in 79 CE. Now, I'm not going to claim vengeance from Yah or anything like that. I'm just saying it just went down like that. That's what happened. And this Drusilla was one of the people, just like Pliny the Elder. They were both Jews, or what you would call Idumeans, Edomites, converts, Idumean converts, and they both died then. She was the daughter of Herod Agrippa I and sister to Bernice, that same Bernice that's in your book of Acts, and Miriam 3, and Herod Agrippa 2. Josephus, who was himself a Pharisee, was not a Yehudi. Remember, he told you that the only Yehudi by birth were the Essenes. Josephus wasn't an Essene. He tells you he was a Pharisee. This means he wasn't a Yehudi. He identified his Yehudi heritage from his mama. So when you go to the beginning of his book, Life of Flavius Josephus, he writes in his own words, "By my mother, I am of the royal blood, for the children of Asmoneus," he means the Maccabees, "from whom that family, the Maccabees, was derived, had both the office of the high priesthood and the dignity of a king. For a long time together, I will accordingly set down my progenitors in order." So again, this is what you see. His father was actually a Herodian, just like all the rest of the Pharisees and the Sadducees mostly were. And his mama was actually Yashraal. She was actually a Maccabee. It is typical in Jewish custom that if your mother is Jewish, you can claim Jewish heritage. This is just how it is. Paul's companion, that was also the one that he called like a son named Timothy, which was in his letter to Timothy, was also a Yehudi on his mama's side too. So this is my last verse right here. I'll go to Book of Acts 16, 1 and 2, please. Cool. It reads, "Then he came to Derbe and Lystra, and behold, a certain Talmud or taught one was there named Timotheus, the son of a certain woman, which was a Yehudi, and believed, but his father was a Greek." So you see right there. So what we see here is Paul's closest ally in this whole situation was not really really a Yehudi. He was really a Greek. That his mother was Yehudi. He was half Yehudi, whatever. So the point I'm making is that Paul of Tarsus was either under that same type of situation, or was even just a full-blooded Herodian. And I know people, will say, he says in the text that, he was from the tribe of Benjamin. But I mean, what if he lied? What if the book of Acts, the authors, when they put it together, what if that was a lie? And it may seem sacrilege, but let's not forget, in our study we went over, there were many errors and falsehoods that I just proved in there. So it's not all true. Now, please don't get mad at me personally. I just ask that we use our reason, our logic over passion and seek this. This is not something that I personally accepted the first time I heard it, not the fifth time I heard it. I had to diligently search and dig and dig and dig until it finally all clicked. So yes, go ahead, Doc.
Can I ask? So, with this real fast, with this fall in line, well, we already heard. So, would this actually fall in line with this here when it says in verse 11? Sorry for speaking out of turn.
No, you're good, Doc.
Yeah, it says.
I'm done.
I believe. Oh, I'm sorry. It's in Romans. So let me show it in Romans real fast.
Yeah, please do.
Yeah.
Why he gives Romans?
I want to suggest 16:11.
Yeah, Romans 16:11. Romans.
I want to suggest everybody pick up a copy of this book. It's called The Dead Sea Scrolls, a new translation. The Dead Sea Scrolls. Please pick up the copy of this book. As the acts of the righteous teacher, which was Jacob Siddiq, versus the wicked priest, which was the Ananias, son of Ananias I was talking about, and the liar, which is Paul of Tarsus. It's all in there, all laid out for you, how it's all there. This is that group. Yeah, that's it right there. Yeah, so please bring that out right there. That's a great verse. That's beautiful.
All right, so Paul is saying, I'm gonna start from. I'll give to us. I'll start at 8, 16, and 8, but the main key part will be 11. So it says
11. Yeah.
It says, "Greet Amplias, my beloved in the Lord." Verse 9, "Salute Urbane, our helper in Christ. Eustachius, my beloved." Verse 10, "Salute Apollos, approved in Christ. Salute them which are Aristobulus' household." And then here's Paul. "Salute Herodian, my kinsman." So is he a Benjamite, or is he a Herodian, an Idumean? "Greet them that be the household of Narcissus, which are in the Lord." All right. So
right.
There it is.
I will answer. I will answer that. He's a Herodian. He absolutely is. And the reason why we know he's not a Benjamite is because when you look in the Dead Sea Scroll literature, Benjamite is a term that people use for foreign or overseas Yehudi. It wasn't somebody who was ethnically Yehudi. The reason being is when you actually study the history of the Benjamites, they were destroyed. That's why they became a part of the southern kingdom. Was made up of 3 tribes, right? Is Yehuda or Judah, Louis or Levi, and Benjamin or Benjamin. The reason why Benjamin was there is because they got all but destroyed. They got killed down to like 100 men. That's all that was left, and they had to repopulate they were kidnapping girls to repopulate the tribe. That you're no longer the actual tribe of Benjamin anymore. That's done. I'm sorry, that's over with. So anybody claiming that heritage is somebody who's trying to claim a heritage that cannot be proven. And this is also why he had the verse talking about don't worry about endless genealogies or whatnot, because he had no genealogy he could trace back. Right. And this is not throwing a slide on anybody. I get people might like Paul, but as you read, he killed the lower priests. He starved them out. He killed Yaakov Sadiq or James the Just. So you got to ask yourself, are you going to be on the side of Pauline Christianity and his Roman Herodian masters, or are you going to be on the side of Yaakov Sadiq, James the Just, Shamun Niger, and Yahusha, their brother? And Yama, can you do me a favor? When you go over your thing, I want you to because it was one more I wanted to bring out, or actually you can just read it for me.
We got like a little over an hour. Just a little over an hour left.
Yeah, no, this is all his time right here. I want him to do me a favor and go to Yehuda or Jude, the book of Jude, and I want you to read. I want you to start reading from. It's only one chapter, but I want you to start reading from chapter 3 and verse 3 and read verse 4, please. Just read 3 and 4 for me, please. And like I said, I relinquish my time. That's to you, Ak. It's all you out there.
Hey, brother. Hey, you on fire, man. I love it, man. There's a lot of cognitive dissonance for a lot of people out there. But Jude, it says 3, it says, Beloved, when I gave all diligence to write unto you of the common salvation, it was needful for me to write unto you and exhort to you that you should earnestly contend for the belief which was once delivered unto the Kodeshim. For there are certain men crept in unawares, who were before of old ordained to this condemnation. Wicked men, turning the grace of our Yah into lasciviousness and denying the only Adonai Yah and our only Adonai Yahushua Ha Mashayach. I will therefore put you in remembrance, though you once knew this, that how Yah, having saved the people out of the land of Mitzrayim, afterward destroyed them that believe not. All praises. You want me to stop there? You want me to keep going, Ak?
Yeah, no, that's good, Ak. I just want people to contemplate on who were these men that Yehuda, this is Yahusha's other brother. He's got 3 brothers who got letters here. Yaakov, right? And he's got Yehuda. Well, Simon didn't get a letter, but those 2 did. And who is this man that Yehuda or Jude? Who are these men who unawareingly crept in? He's talking about the Herodians who took the priesthood. They took their faith and turned it to wickedness. And so that's it. All praise. I appreciate all y'all for your time.
Hey,
forgive me, anybody, if I offended or whatever. I apologize. I was just trying to bring information out. And again, don't take my word for it. Please just do your own research.
All praises, all praises. Yeah. Brother Toby, brother, thank you for that, man. He's on fire. He put out a lot of information, man. And Brother Enoch for putting up on the screen. Do me a favor, Brother Enoch. Go to 1 Timothy 13 right fast. Let's piggyback on something that Paul was already indirectly acknowledging. He was a brute and an injurer of the apostles. Just for a second, brother.
Just for a second.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Just for a second. Over here, we don't say piggyback. We say lammy back. It's a little joke.
I hear that. I hear that.
All right.
All praises, Aki. Let's get it. All right, so let's lammy back on what my brother was saying. Let's go to 1 Timothy. I think it's like 1:13. Let's get that lammy back, man. All right, so when you go to 1 Timothy, I think it's 1:13. Just let me know when you get there, Aki.
All right, I got you.
All right.
You say 1 Timothy?
Chapter 1, verses 13. And it reads, who was before a blasphemer and a persecutor and injurious, but I obtained mercy because I did it ignorantly and in unbelief. So Paul is indirectly acknowledging that he was a blasphemer, a persecutor, and injurious to who? Apostles. He murdered Yaakov Sadiq. He was a brute, and he was getting ready to finish his campaign. Chapter 1, verses 13 of 1 Timothy, who was before a blasphemer and a persecutor and injurious, but I obtained mercy because I did it ignorantly and in unbelief. So my question I would ask people is, which one of the 12 Sholiachs had this type of history, this type of belligerent, stubborn, aggressive, hostile? Now, one would use the grace theory. Well, he was ignorant and on. But you guys see what it was actually 10 Acts 21. Paul had to keep getting brought up to the Jerusalem council to be reformed for his erroneous teachings. And he was laying that down too. He had to keep going up to Yaakov Sadiq, and Yaakov Sadiq kept on reforming Paul about his erroneous understanding as far as circumcision, as far as the law, as far as eating meat. When you go to Acts the 15th chapter, let's go to Acts the 15th chapter. I know I'm going out of turn a little bit, but I'm gonna get on the Gospel of Nazareth in a minute. I just want to piggyback on this. That when people want to talk about we're wrong about the so-called doctrine of not eating meat, Yaakov Sadiq gave Paul two different edicts on what we call so-called flesh eating. Paul's was in Romans 14 when he was it Timothy? Some about there's going to be a doctrine of devils about not eating meat, right? But when you go to Acts, the 15th chapter, let's go to verse like 21. And let's narrow this down. Let's see, was Yaakov Sadiq, also known as James, the brother Yahusha, understanding on there's a man out here preaching against the law, against circumcision, and let's see what he did. Let's go to Acts 15. I'll start off in verse 13. Let me know when you get there. My bad. I'll start in verse 13. Because remember, they were having a disagreement about circumcision or something like that, right? And so they were going to go up and talk to the elders and the brothers in Jerusalem about this question about should we be circumcising the Goyim. I'm going to jump to 13, but you guys can reference this and read it yourself. It says in verse 13, after they had held their peace, Yaakov answered, saying, men and brethren, hearken unto me. In case they don't know, James is really Yaakov. Verse 14, Simon has declared how the Most High at first did visit the other nations to take out of them a people for his name. And to this agree the words of the prophets as it is written. After this, I will return and build again the tabernacle of David, which is fallen down, and I will build again the ruins thereof, and I will set it up that the remnant of men might seek after the Most High, and all the other nations upon whom my name is called, says Yah, who does all these things. Known unto Yah are all his works from the beginning of the world. Now, verse 19 shows his authoritative edict over Paul, and even especially over all of his Pauline letters, as it reads, wherefore my sentence is that we trouble not them which are from among the other nations, or the Goyim, who are turned into the Most High, but that we write unto them that they abstain from the pollutions of idols, and from fornication, and from things strangled, and from blood. And things strangled is an indirect reference to the killing of animals for food. Okay? And it says in verse 21, for Moses of old time has in every city them that preach him, being read in the synagogues and every Sabbath. So if Yaakov Sadiq, I'm trying to reiterate, if Yaakov Sadiq is the elder and bishop, and he's checking Paul on his erroneous letters, of which many camps, churches of today believe are authoritative. James came down with the ultimate edict. Go look at verse 22 of Acts 15. Then pleaseth the apostles, or the Sholiachs, and the elders, and the whole called out assembly, to send chosen men of their own company to Antioch with Paul and Barnabas, namely Yehuda, surnamed Barsabba, and Silas, chief men among the brethren. And they wrote books or letters by them after this manner. The apostles and the elders and brothers send greeting unto the brethren, which are the other nations, Antioch and Aram and Cilicia. Do we or do we not remember the Nazarite Acts of the Apostles? We were given specific instructions not to take any teacher unless he had been given an express written consent by Yaakov Sadiq. Is that or is that not correct? So this is another reiteration of that. I don't have the Nazarite Acts of the Apostles on me. Hold on. I'll get it right now.
Yeah, that's 100%.
Is that still to this day? Sorry for that, fam. Still to this day.
Hey, brother, you hear me out. What I'm gonna do is give me the book, and give me the chapter so we can follow you.
All praises. And so we're showing here in Acts 15, in verse, what is it? In verse 23, that they were given letters to send Paul with them to show that he's authenticated. And the only thing he was allowed to say was what he just told him in verse 20. Pollution of idols, from fornication, from things strangled, and from blood. That's all Paul was supposed to say. And a lot of people may not understand that that was the authoritative edict he just gave them. And so many people are going to have a hard time now when they start to go back over these letters and they realize, wait a minute, Paul was not authorized to write and say all of those letters. So this is going to create what we call cognitive dissonance. No disrespect to anybody's personal belief. This is to really right the wrongs of what we call Hellenization, where Paul's being infused with his Greco-Roman stadium style ideals, and we have to really work this out. But the book that I'm in, to show a reference, Nazarite, can you pull up Nazarite the Apostles, Aki?
Yes, sir, bro. You know I got you. I think we already.
All right, I know I'm going out of order. I know, but the spirit is leading me a little bit, and I'm gonna get back.
You good? You was
Go
not
with it.
going out of
Good.
order.
No,
all right,
good.
let's go to Nazarite the Apostles. Let's go to book 4.
Book 4.
Chapter 35.
Let me see what I can do.
All right.
Hold on, let me see something. Mike.
Yeah, take your time. No worries. We're gonna get this in.
Yeah, we want to see.
We got about an hour left. We're gonna get it in. We're gonna get this in by the grace of the Most High.
Hallelujah.
So what we're starting to understand is, you guys, while he's getting that together, is Paul did not have authority like he thought. He had the hardest time coming under the authority and the eldership of the apostles, those that actually walk with the Messiah. And so he's claiming another gospel. He said something in Galatians like, if a man claim another gospel, let him be accursed. I'm an apostle not by men, made by men. But if you look in Acts 9, Acts 22, and Acts 26, they're claiming to be men with him. But in Galatians, the first chapter, he's basically saying that nobody was there. I'm an apostle made by, by the Most High only. So where's his testimony of witnesses? In Acts chapter 1, verses 21 through 26, there was like over 100 witnesses that were there, plus all the apostles that authenticated Matthias to be the Sholiach in the place of Judas Iscariot, where we're his. That's what I'm saying. There's a lot to this. But in the Nazarene Acts of the Apostles, it's in book 4, chapter 35. I want to get this home.
I'm almost there.
Because what we're going after is what writing and teaching was considered authoritative. And if it's not authoritative, we have to accept the cognitive dissonance of it and push it out and go back to what was authentically accepted by the Most High in the early 1st century, those who walk with Mashiach. You see what I'm saying? And so we're gonna get there, and then I'm gonna get into the gospel of the Nazarenes.
Hallelujah.
All right. Let me know when you get to chapter 35.
All right, so I'm on book 4, and you say chapter 35, right, Aki?
Yes, sir. And go ahead and read that for me.
You want me to read it
for you? Please, sir.
Right.
Thank you, sir.
Gotcha. So that's 22. That's 34. I'm sorry. I'm almost there.
It's all good.
You say 35, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. It's called false shalikum. How do you pronounce it?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Right. This is book 4, Nazarene Acts of the Apostles. Right. Chapter 35, false shalikum. It says, as it reads, so observe. Let me put it in the screen up closer. All right, all praises, man. Ooh. There it is. It says, so observe the greatest caution that you believe no teacher, unless he bring from Yasharallah the testimony of Yaakov, Yeshua's brother, who is James, the Maccabean, all right, of whosoever may come after him. For no one, unless he has gone up thither, and there has been approved as a fit and faithful teacher for preaching the word of the Mashiach, unless I say he brings a testimonial thence, is by any means to be received. But let neither Nevi nor Shaliach be looked for by you at this time besides us. For there is one navy eminent, whose words we 12 Shalichim preach. For he is the accepted year of Yahweh. All right. Like Brother Malachi would say, Peter had to check in to James. All right. So everybody check in. You hear me?
Come on.
Shout outs to honor and humility. Having a Shalichim as his 12 months. But for what reason the world itself was made, or what diversities have occurred in it, and why our master, coming for its restoration, has chosen and sent us 12 Shalichim, all right, will be explained more at length at another time. Meantime, he has commanded us to go forth to preach and to invite you to the supper of the heavenly King, which the Father has prepared for the marriage of his Son, and that we should give you wedding garments, that is the favor of mikvah, which whoever obtains as a spotless robe, with which he is to enter to the supper of the King, ought to be aware that it be not in any part of it stained with sin, and so he be rejected as unworthy and a reprobate. All praises.
All praises. Now let's go back to Acts 15. I want to answer brother in there. The brother's making a comment. I want to answer him, and I appreciate him for making his statement. What he said was, a brother said was, you guys like, he said something to the effect of, you guys like going into Acts and talking against Paul, but then you're going to the Nazarene Acts of the Apostles. I'm trying to show proof of the authentication of the book of Acts, the 15th chapter, verse 23, where it says, and they wrote letters by them after this manner, that they were authenticating that Paul was to be allowed only based on the precedent that was given in Acts 15, verse 20. But now we go down to Acts 15, verse 21, Acts 15, verse 29. Let's go to Acts 15, verse 29. All right. This is another allusion to what we call vegetarianism.
Do me a favor, brother. Do me a favor. The comment board, remember I said earlier in the comment board, let's just deal with that after we get the questions and stuff afterwards, because I don't want you to lose, you know what I mean?
Okay, I appreciate that. Thanks, Ak. Okay, let's go to Acts 15, 29. All right. We're showing that the authority that came from James superseded all those letters of Paul. That includes Romans 14, where he's talking about meat is, herbs is weak, and there's going to be a doctrine of devils. Let's see what he says in Acts 15, verse 29. This is the brother of the Messiah, that ye abstain from meats offered to idols, and from blood, and from things strangled, and from fornication, from which if you keep yourselves, ye shall do well, fare ye well. I'm trying to land me back, as my brother was saying, to show proof that Nazarenes considered meats offered to idols as if any animal that was slain for personal consumption, because they knew, according to the Navi and according to what they called the Torah, the Most High did not accept the offering of animals throughout the prophets. And he's going to chide with a bunch of people, but we'll get there eventually. So we're showing proof that Paul was being checked on a couple of occasions as far as his erroneous doctrines and teachings regarding the Torah. And therefore, this completely, what I call, repudiates all of his letters. And therefore, that's why I tell people, churches, camps, y'all, we gotta rework Paul. We gotta let him go, and then we gotta go back to the Messiah, James, Simon's, Simon his brother, and all the Sholiacs, as far as our doctrine, teaching, and ordination, and unfortunately, wipe out the Western and Hellenized view of Paul, and his misunderstanding of the Torah. I would accept one with Hebrews, but that's another topic. But in the book of Acts, one more. Acts 21, then I'm going to get to the gospel of the Nazarenes. Acts 21, verse 17, show proof that Paul was not authoritative like we would think when he's talking about, if any man preach another gospel, let him be accursed. Well, James is checking him again about his erroneous doctrine and teachings, of the letters of which camps, churches, and our people read today as authoritative. No disrespect to anybody's personal belief. We're just showing correction of what we call authoritative as far as Nazarenes, Nazarites, and Essenes. In Acts, the 21st chapter, in verse 17, Paul says in Galatians something to the effect of, oh, I went up by revelation. But you see in earlier chapters of Acts, Barnabas brings him up to the Kahal because he's having these visions and things. And so Paul's not being 100% honest, that he's being brought under the authority of Nazarenes, of which he didn't care for. And he says it all throughout some of the slights he made in his letters. But in Acts 21, verse 17, it reads, and when we will come to Jerusalem, Jerusalem, the brethren received us gladly. And the day following, Paul went in with us unto Yaakov, who we call James, and the elders were present. And when he had saluted them, so salute is showing proof that Paul is giving respect to his elders. He declared particularly what things the Most High had wrought among the other nations by his ministry. And when they heard it, they glorified Yah and said unto him, you see, brother, how many thousands of Yehudim there are which believe, and they are zealous of the Torah. So remember when Paul would say, not by the works of the law in Galatians and Romans and things like that? James is telling them, not only do we believe, we are zealous of the Torah, which is also an indirect narrative to what we call essenes, Sakari, like my brother was talking about in some of the chapters of Josephus and through the wars and things like that, right? So there were what we call zealots there, essenes there. zealots of the Torah, and they are informed of you that you teach all the Yehudim which are among the other nations. So people will try to say, oh, he's just talking to Israelites that are living like Gentiles. Look at the narrative, the Yehudim, which are among the other nations. James knows the separation between the Yehudi that are living among the other nations and the Goyim. Then he says, to forsake Moshe, saying that they ought not to circumcise their children, neither to walk after their custom. Verse 22. What is it therefore? The multitudes must needs come together, for they will hear that you are come. Do therefore this that we say to you. So this is what we call an ultimatum, an edict by his elders. Talking about from Yaakov, Sadiq, and the elders to Paul. We have 4 men which have a vow on them, which is talking about the Nazarite vow in number 6, to go do what we call a bloodless offering. Them take and purify yourself with them, and be at charges with them, that they may shave their heads, and all may know those things whereof they are informed concerning you are nothing. Now, this is where people would say, obviously you're wrong, Yahoo. This is nothing but a rumor. Let's keep going. But that you also walk orderly and what? Keep the Torah. So now you see he's being brought back under the law again in front of his elders. Verse 25. As touching the other nations which believe, we have written and concluded that they observe no such thing. Once again, we're talking about circumcision, save only they guard themselves from things offered to idols, and from blood, and from strangle, which is another indirect allusion to not eating any animals that have been killed for personal consumption. And then he says, and from fornication. Then Paul took them in the next day, purifying himself, showing what? That he was obeying his authority. With them entering into the temple to signify the accomplishment of the days of purification, until that an offering should be offered for every one of them. So James just basically made Paul a hypocrite in front of everybody's face about all those letters about the Torah. But if you look in verse 27, here's some key language. And when the 7 days were almost ended, that is a very key statement. That means Paul did not finish his vow. And then they were saying, well, if it's not true, go ahead and finish this, Paul. So let's put that together. If he didn't finish it, in reference to all the things that he was speaking against the law and against circumcision, can we come to that conclusion? So that's, I just want to show that there as far as authoritative. When brothers ask me, so we should be wiping out Paul for our camps? I say, yeah, we should go back to our authority. As he said in the Gospels, you 12 are going to be sitting on 12 thrones, judging the houses of Israel. And that's what we are attempting to do.
Oh, yeah.
That's what we're attempting to do, is get the authority back and take it out of the hands of Paul. But go ahead, you guys.
Please, no. I want you to keep going. I know you're about to go to the Nazarenes. I want you to go to Acts 23 and 34 and 35.
Let's go to Acts 23.
34 and 35.
And 35.
This is historically, this is after all this stuff has come to a head. He's in trouble, and now he has to be kept safe from the attacks that are coming on him. That's within the city.
We call that protective custody, but
protective custody.
Exactly.
Yeah, okay. And let's keep in mind, if Yaakov Sadiq or James the Just is the Mabakar or the bishop of Jerusalem, means he's in charge. So if he's afraid of the people that's there, who is he afraid of? Mm-hmm. So please, go ahead and read 34 and 35.
I appreciate the bill. All praises. It says, Acts chapter 23, verses 34, and it reads, and when the governor had read the Sefer, or the book or the letter, he asked of what province he was. And when he understood that he was of Cilicia, I will hear you, said he, when your accusers are also come. And he commanded him to be kept in Herod's judgment hall. Now, you and I know, Aki, that's like a big joke because he was raised with him. So, so
he grew up with him and he went home.
Basically. And then at a certain point, we don't even know if he's in handcuffs anymore after a couple of years. So that's why it's a joke. If you guys want to go look at it, read it yourself. Paul would rather be judged by the Romans than his own Yehudi for the stuff that he was doing. He would rather be judged by the Romans. Don't believe me, just read it yourself. It's really, really kind of hilarious when you kind of look at it now historically, and you're like, wow, this guy's off the hook. And he forces the crowd to sit there and listen to him. The Romans stopped the crowd to listen to him speak in the Hebrew tongue, you guys. You guys got to understand what's happening here historically. But anyways, let's move on.
He goes on house arrest. Think about it. Let's just think about this, people. If we was all somewhere and we were all out living and we were fighting against an oppressive regime, and one of our people who we thought wasn't doing well, or somebody got into an argument, and then he went and got protected by 400 cops, and they took him to the White House to put him in protective custody, what would you think of that? That's all I'm asking. What would you think of that? You would automatically think, oh, he's not with us. Obviously, he's not with us. And look who came and visited him. Bernice came and visited him. Who is Bernice? As I showed you, that's Drusilla's sister. Who else came and visited him? Agrippa came and visited him. The Herodians came and visited him the entire time he was on house arrest. He's in Herod's palace on house arrest. And we honestly want to say this man wasn't a Herodian? He says, Herodian, my kinsman?
You never can escape Rome, man. I looked at every movie in the world, and you can never escape Rome. So Paul escaping Rome is a big major fact.
Man,
once you get enslaved by Rome, they take you stuck there. So, hey, and if you look throughout all the scripture, man, he just like you say, he's an agent. He gets let loose, and he does what he wants. You feel me?
What we call Paul is a collaborator. He's highly compromised.
We got 45 minutes, brother. Before
all praises. Okay, so let's go to the Gospel of the Nazarenes. Let's get it in. And thank for the bill, brother Qanath, elder brother. Appreciate it. Keeping it moving right along. So we're doing it. We're supporting it with second and third witnesses. Okay. Let's go to the Gospel of the Nazarenes explanatory preface.
Now, Qanath, we don't have. Sorry about this, scene Nazarite. I just want to let Qanath know before you go ahead and start. There is no PDF on our Gospel of the Nazarenes right now. The closest thing we got on the that we have to the Gospel of the Nazarenes is the Gospel of the Holy 12 on PDF. But what he's bringing out is the prologue and the interludes, everything that's written in our book concerning the Council of Nicaea and the authentic writings that were before the Council of Nicaea, before we came to 325 CE, of our early church fathers, anti-Nicaea post fathers, such as Jerome, Irenaeus, things like Jerome, Irenaeus,
Epiphanius, heresy hunter,
heresy hunter, these things like that. And so, like I said, he's just going to bring out the information, some things that's going to stick to everything that we just brought up and forth. But there is no PDF on this file, so if everybody can give their ears and listen, circumcise the foreskins of your hearts, and everything will make sense. So, all praises to the Most High.
All praises to the Most High. Thank you for that, my brother. Nazarite Enoch.
Okay,
man.
Can you remove that? Can you remove that? Can you take down that screen?
Yes, I'm going to do that right now.
All right, so what we're getting into right now, fam, is the Gospel of the Nazarenes right here. This is like a first century writing that many don't know of. Once again, we're talking about pre-Nicaea councils compared to post-Nicaea councils. We're going to go into an explanatory preface, and it reads: various terms, phrases, and concepts used in this text may differ from tradition in their spelling or definition. The most important term, Nazarene, talking about N-A-Z-I. If you guys could write this out in the comment section, N-I-Z-I-R-E-N-E, will be explained. Because like I said, people will ask why we don't see Nazarene in the Old Testament, but we see Nazarite. We're trying to attempt to explain. According to the explanatory preface, it reads, will be explained here in an attempt to familiarize the reader with the only group which clearly defines that party or mystical sect that the Messiah, his brother James, and their cousin Yehukanan the Baptist belong to. Nazarene. So I'm going to write it out. N-A-Z-I-R-E-N-S. I'm going to try to show it to you if you guys can see. I know it might be small, but it says Nazarenes. N-I-Z-I-R-E-N-S. And there's a reason why specifically we have to make the declaration of N-I-Z-I-R. I'm gonna write it out. Okay. There's a reason why it's quoted like Nazarenes. Okay. There's a reason why that they're doing it like this, contrary to what people may understand, why it's N-A-Z-I-R-E-N-S. And it reads, this particular spelling, which distinguishes these Nazarenes from the rest, is a blending of the two words of Nazarite with essene. Okay. And it says, or Hebrew, Nazar Yasayin. Okay. Can you guys hear me?
You got a solo screen too, so yes, we can hear you.
Okay,
I can hear you loud and clear. Absolutely, I hear you loud and clear.
Now it says Nazir Yasayin, N-A-Z-I-R hyphen Y-E-S-S-E-Y-E-N, or Nazirian Nazarene. After Pompey's invasion in 63 BC, the Jerusalem community, as often happens during occupation, began to splinter. Some groups split up into subgroups, and others joined with others of like mind for strength in numbers, and others either went completely underground or disappeared altogether. Nazarites, like the Essenes, existed in about 4 basic groups or grades. In the simplest terms: neophyte, devotee. The first level, initiates, adepts, and high priests. The Nazarite adepts and high priests differed from the Essenes in only varying degrees, aside from the fact that they did not live in all male celibate communities like Qumran. Once again, we're talking about the Dead Sea Scrolls. Instead, they lived in small family villages. The Nazarenes, as compared to their Essene mentors, would be called householder devotees, as opposed to in-temple initiates or adepts. Okay, peace and blessings. All right, moving on, because I got to move. Okay, so it says right here, the Essene Nazarite order was under the authority of David, the crown prince, as it was of a lower status than the celibate order. While the word lower may or may not apply here, she nevertheless goes on to say, whose members spent most of their time in the monastery only for short periods of time. So this is in reference to Isaiah 11. Isaiah 11 verses like 1, where it talks about there's going to be a branch. And remember, the word branch in Hebrew means Nazir. Okay? We're talking about an offshoot or a descendant when we're talking about the essene, okay, and the Nazarene, okay? And it says, a paragraph later further states, between villages, Nazarenes and high monastic Essenes stood in the Therapeutae of Egypt and other diaspora Essenes. They were called the Joseph's tribes of Ephraim and Manasseh. In many ways, they were like the monastics, having similar views on purity. They were not enclosed, however, but very much involved in the world and its politics. As early as 1956, in one of the first great texts about the Dead Sea Scrolls, A. Powell Davies, The Meaning of the Dead Sea Scrolls, writes this concerning the Nazarite-Nazarene connection, and it reads, connected at some time with the Nazarites, a sect of an ancient origin. It will be remembered that James the Just, once again, Jacob Sadiq, talking about the brother of the Messiah, followed Nazaritic practices, whose emphasis was the Mashiach of Dawid, Jesse's son, in Isaiah 11:1. If so, what we have is just another Essenic sect, and one that existed before the time of Yahushua. So let's write out Isaiah. If you guys don't believe me, go look up the term branch. It talks about one's going to come from the stem of Jesse, and you wonder where the term Nazir comes from and things like that. Okay, moving on.
Brother
Now it says, yes, sir.
Are you going to read some scriptures out of there?
Yes, I am.
All right, so this, guess what? I don't mean to stop you, but I got some good news. After you done with that, brother, shout out to Essene, Qanath, he sent me the PDF for the Gospel of Nazarene, so I'm gonna load it up while you're doing that.
Thank you, my brother. I appreciate that. Tell that brother I said thank you for that, man. Good stuff. Good work, man. Good work, man. We getting it in, fam. All right, so I'm still in the Gospel of the Nazarenes, the explanatory preface. I'm jumping over to page 23, and it reads, because we got to move, and then I'm going to make some proofs later. It says the oldest root, of the Messianic movement of Galilee is to be sought in a group of dedicated Nazarite sectarians who continued in the ancient Israelite institution of the lifelong Nazarite. So we're lambing back on brother Tobiah, aka Damon, when he said the only real natives there were Essenes. They were not called Christians. And remember, Essenes is also Nazarenes and Ebionites, okay? When we talk about the understanding of what we call an ancient Israelite institution of the lifelong Nazarite. He goes on to say, we have every reason to hold that the family to which the Messiah belonged to was nurtured in this tradition, and much of his teaching confirms this. Again, we see the spelling of Nazarite from the Hebrew word Nazir. Moving on. Okay, I got to jump. So moving on. I'm going to go to the prologue of the historical text so you guys can understand what it is and why it's historical, okay? And it reads, among the most basic information that any student of historical and archaeological New Testament research will become aware of the fact that the writings found in the books of what we know as the authorized New Testament were not fashioned by the apostles themselves. Beginning in 320, I'm going to read that again in case you guys didn't get that, okay? Among the most basic information that any student of historical and archaeological New Testament research will become aware of is the fact that the writings found in the books, of which are known as the so-called authorized New Testament or renewed covenant, were not fashioned by the apostles themselves. Beginning in 325 AD, at the behest of Constantine the Great, a Roman council of bishops gathered at what we call the Council of Nicaea. We had said that when we started, to fashion such a standardized work from the writings available at the time. According to historians, many local gospels were in existence, all springing from the same oral tradition and basic principles by the time the council was gathered to correct and homogenize them for the primarily Greco-Roman audience of the time. Therefore, their efforts were successful in producing a somewhat cohesive, though doctrinally inaccurate work. Many debates have arisen concerning the variations found in the four so-called authorized gospels, okay? It is no wonder that theologians have been unable to satisfactorily explain the source of such variations using the only authorized information, talking about they were inaccurate, okay? So I'm not going to go too much into it there, you guys, but we're finding out that the word Nazarene is a conjunction between Nazarite and Essene. Begin talking about subgroups. And now we're going to get into some of the writings of the Gospel of Nazarenes. Let me know when you get your PDF. We're going to go to chapter 6. Let me know when you're there.
I'm already here. I just need him to share the screen.
All praises. Because we got to move. And then I want to prove something about the Passover too. Because I don't want to spend too much time on these texts, but I want to prove so-called canonized texts as well. Because this is going to upset people, but let's really work through this. Let's go to chapter 6.
Okay, we there.
The Gospel of the Nazarenes. It says, childhood and youth of the Messiah, the Nazarene.
Is the screen shared?
Right, it should be page. I don't know if he's sharing it. Elder Brother Qanath, you there? If we could get this screen share going, that would be great.
Elder Brother Qanath.
Okay, there it is. I'm putting it up now.
Okay, thank you.
Appreciate it.
Make sure
Thank you.
Appreciate
yes, sir. All right.
Let me say something real quick, please. This time out. I see people question. This is an open platform, right? This is what we've been trying to do for years, and we're growing more into that. So we have an open platform so we can respectfully agree to disagree and maybe come to some solution and find out what's really going on and not be proud. So this is an open platform. Do I agree with everything these brothers say? No. Do I agree with some stuff they say? Yes. I will say this. It's a heck of a presentation. Okay. So if somebody can debunk it, respectfully question answers, and it's up to them because it's their show if they want to answer the questions. But they here.
Totally down for that.
Done, we have a question answered, and they will be allowed to answer the question when they're finished and answer how they want. But it's open for anybody to come on the platform and have an open conversation respectfully. That's it. That's it. I hear you, Mahal. I'll stop. Whatever, bro. But you can come on and ask the questions, and let's go keep it respectful for all sides. Sorry about that. Go ahead.
Okay. All right. Let's go to chapter 6 and 1 with the screen share, please. With Brother Enoch. Brother Enoch, it's going to be on Brother Enoch's screen.
Okay, up now. Give me a second.
All right, chapter 6, verse 1. I'm only going to just read excerpts because I got to move. We see it right there. It looks like it's on the screen. We see it.
Is it up? I don't see it.
Yes, sir, it is. It says, child in the youth of the Messiah, the Nazarene, verse 1. Now Joseph and Mary, his parents, went up to Jerusalem every year at the feast of Passover. And they observed the feast after the manner of their brethren, who abstained from bloodshed and the eating of flesh and from strong drink. Now I'm telling people that is what I call a Nazarite teaching. All right, we're gonna jump. Let's go to chapter 7 and 2. Chapter 7 and 2. I'm jumping through you guys because we're time restrained. Because I want to get back to Yahoo 21. I want to break this down for a minute. Let's go to chapter 7. The Messiah returns. Preaching of John the Baptist. Chapter let me see, where are we? Chapter 7. I'm gonna go verses 2, okay, through like 4. And he talking about John the Baptist, okay, came into all the country about Jordan, preaching the baptism of repentance for the remission of sins, as it is written in the prophets. Behold, I send my messenger before thy face, who shall prepare thy way before thee. The voice of one crying in the wilderness, prepare the way of Yah and make the paths for the anointed. Now, do you guys see how that sounds different? Verse 3. Every valley shall be filled, and every mountain and hill shall be brought low, and the crooked shall be made straight, and the rough way shall be made smooth, and all flesh shall see the redemption of the Most High. And it came to pass that as John was baptized in air, and went out to him Pharisees and others from Jerusalem, and all Judea and all the region around about Jordan, and the same Yehuchanan had a raiment of camel's hair, and a girdle of the same about his loins. Now watch this, what it says is meat. His meat was the fruit of a locust tree, wild honey and honey-soaked carob cakes dipped with oil, the taste of which was of manna. So people will like to say he was eating insects. And then when you rework the actual wording, they were basically saying he was eating a tree, what's called the honey locust. How it sounds different when you read it from a more direct narrative. Let's go to chapter 17, because like I said, I'm moving through. Chapter 17. All right, it's chapter 17, verses 6 through 9. All right, we're in the Gospel of the Nazarenes. All right, let me know when you're there, Aki. Thank you, sir. Okay, chapter 17, verses 6. These fourfold 12, the Messiah sent forth and charged them, saying, I will that you, my apostles, with your companions for a testimony unto Israel, go into the cities of Israel and to the lost sheep of Israel. And as you go, preach, saying, the kingdom is at hand. As I baptize you in water, so baptize them who believe. Anoint and heal the sick, cleanse the lepers, cast out the demons. Freely you have received, freely give, providing the gold nor silver, nor brass in your purse, nor scrip for your journey, neither two coats, neither shoes, nor yet staves, for the workman is worthy of his food, and eat that which is set before you. But that of which is gotten by the taking of life, touch not, for it is not lawful unto you. All praises. So I'm trying to show proof of what we call a Nazarene edict. Let's go to chapter 33. Like I said, I'm moving and grooving because I know we don't got a lot of time. Chapter 33. It's called chapter 33. It's going to be called the shedding of blood is no remission of sins. All right, chapter 33, verse 1.
Also, so people see the words.
And it reads, the Messiah was teaching his disciples in the outer court of the temple. And one of them said unto him, Messiah, it is said by the priest that without the shedding of blood, there is no remission. Can then the blood offerings of the law take away sin? And the Messiah answered, no blood offering of beast or bird or man can take away sin. This is Lammy backing on what we were talking about with Acts 15, 20, 21, 29, Acts 15, 29, Acts 21, where James was giving them the edict about nothing strangled, no meat offered to idols, right? This is what he says in verse 2, and the Gospel of Nazareth, chapter 33. The Messiah answered, no blood offering of beast or bird or man, that's a key marker that's going to upset people, can take away sin. For how can the conscience be purged from sin? By the shedding of innocent blood. No, it will increase the condemnation. The priests indeed receive such offerings as a reconciliation of the worshippers for the trespasses against that which they believe to be the law of Moshe. But for the sins against the Torah, which is since the days of Enoch and Noah, there can be no remission save by repentance and amendment. That's even also cross-chronicled in the prophets and even some of the Psalms of David. Verse 4. Is it not written in the prophets, put away your blood sacrifices and your offerings and cease from eating of flesh? Now, I want to let me back on this one. Look how it sounds different. Pre-Nicene Council, as we talked about in the introduction of the historical context. Look how it sounds. And cease from the eating of flesh compared to the Hellenized post-Nicene councils that says eat flesh. We see how of a difference it sounds now when we talk about editorial Jeremiah 8:8 line pen of the scribes. He says, for I spoke not to your fathers, nor commanded them when I brought them out of Egypt concerning these things, but this thing I commanded, saying, obey my voice and walk in the way which I have commanded you, and you shall be my people, and it shall be well with you. But they hearken not, nor incline their ear. Okay, so let's go to chapter 38. Moving on down the road. Chapter 38. And thank you for the screen share. All right. Chapter 38. This is what we're giving you guys is a Nazarite, Nazarene, Essene, Ebionite teaching of what we consider to be the most authentic, acceptable walk in the self-adjuring of the Most High. That's why I believe they kept it from us. All right, moving on. Chapter 38, it reads, the Messiah condemns the ill treatment of animals. Verse 1. And some of the disciples came and told him, and a certain Egyptian, a son of Belial, who taught that it was lawful to torment animals if their sufferings brought any profit to men. And the Messiah said to them, they who partake of the benefits which are gotten by wronging one of the Creator's creatures cannot be righteous, nor can they touch, nor teach holy things, or speak the mysteries of the kingdom, whose hands are stained with blood, or whose mouths are defiled with flesh. The Most High gives the grains and the fruits of the earth. There's an delusion of Genesis 1:29 through 31. For food and for righteous men, truly there is no other lawful substance for the body. The robber who breaks into the house made by man is guilty, but they who break into the house made by our Creator, even the least of these are greater sinners. Wherefore I say to all who desire to be disciples, keep your hands from bloodshed, and let no flesh meat enter into your mouths. For the Most High is just and bountiful, who ordains that man shall live by the fruits and the seeds of the earth alone. Moving on, we're going to go to order of the kingdom. And then I want to jump into Jeremiah 7:21. I want to make some proofs right fast. Let's go to order of the kingdom 91. Okay. Let me know when we get there. Order of the Kingdom 91. And many people are not going to be ready for this, but let's pray and ask the Most High, is this what it is? Search it, seek it ourselves, and make peace with it when it comes at the end of the day. And it reads, in the time after the Messiah had risen, he tarried 90 days instructing and answering questions concerning the kingdom. When it was evening, Mary Magdalene asked him, saying, Messiah, we now declare to us the order of the kingdom. And the Messiah answered and said, verily I say unto you, Mary, the kingdom is within you, but the time approaches when that which is within shall be made manifest in the without. Remember, that sounds like James, right? You know, the one, is it the Gnostic gospel, whatever it is? But the time approaches when that which is within shall be made manifest without for the sake of the world. Order indeed is good and needful, but before all things is love. Love one another and all creatures of the earth. And by this shall all men know that you are the disciples of the way. And one asked him, saying, Messiah, shall infants be received into the congregation like men as Moshe commanded by circumcision? This is going to upset people too. And the Messiah answered, for those who are in the law, there is no cutting of flesh nor shedding of blood. Let the infant of 8 days be presented to the Most High with prayer and thanksgiving, and let a name be given to his parents, and let the priest sprinkle pure water upon it, according to that which is written upon the prophets, and let its parents see to it that it is brought up by the Nazarite tradition in the way of the law, neither eating flesh, nor drinking of strong drink, nor touching things impure, nor hurting creatures given by the Creator into the hands of man to protect. Again, one said to him, Messiah, how will it be when they grow up? And the Messiah said, after 7 years, or when they begin to know the evil from the good and to learn to choose good, let them come in spirit and receive the blessing at the hands of the priest of the angel of the congregation with prayer and thanksgiving. And let them be admonished to keep from the flesh eating and strong drink, and from hunting the innocent creatures of the earth, or they shall be lower than the horse or the sheep, to whom these things are against nature. Verse 8, this is where we're getting to the kicker. And again, he was asked, if there come to us any that eat flesh and drink strong drink, shall we receive them? And the Messiah said, let such abide in the outer court till they cleanse themselves from the outer grosser evil. For till they perceive, and repent of those or these, they are not fit to receive the higher mysteries. As we were talking about before, flesh versus spirit. So, all right, all praises for that. So I want to go into this. I want to go breaking this down for a minute. Let's go to Jeremiah chapter 7. When we just read where it said, I did not command your fathers in the day that I brought them out of the land of Mitzrayim. Because like I said, I know we're moving. Let's go to Yirmiyahu chapter 7. The whole chapter is basically talking about sacrifices, but I want to key mark on a couple of things, and we have to be very methodical when we get to it. Let's go to verse 22. There was a very questionable quote or phrase, for I spoke not unto your fathers, nor command them in the day that I brought them out of the land of Mitzrayim, concerning burnt offerings or sacrifices. So the question I would ask people is, what day did the Most High bring the children of Israel out of the land of Egypt? Like I said, it's going to upset some people, because what do we do with this discord in the scriptures where we're talking about the lion pen of the scribes, right? Listen to what he says. Concerning burnt offerings or sacrifice, but this thing I commanded them, saying, obey my voice, and I will be your Elohim, and shall be my people, and walk in the ways that I have commanded you, that it may be well with you. So let's hold there. So he just said, I didn't command you guys this, right? But we see in Exodus 12 something different. So let's go to Exodus chapter 12. Exodus chapter 12, verse 27. Some things are not lining up with what we call so-called canonized text. We have to be very methodical. And why did Yirmiyahu say the Most High never commanded us as far as burnt offerings and sacrifices? So my question is this: is the Passover a burnt offering? Is it a sacrifice? Let's ask that. Is the Passover lamb a sacrifice? Let's go to Exodus chapter 12. I'm going to upset people here, but it's not my intention. I apologize if I do. It's not my intent. Let's go to Exodus chapter 12, verse 27. Thank you for the screen share, Ak.
Oh, you're welcome,
Right, so what does it say in Exodus chapter 12, verse 27? Is the Passover a sacrifice? That ye shall say, it is the sacrifice of the Most High's Passover, who passed over the house of the children of Israel in the Mitzrayim, when he smote the Mitzrayim and delivered our house, and the people bowed their head and worshiped. So we have to make this fit. He's saying, I never commanded you as far as burnt offerings and sacrifices. Exodus 12, 27, the Passover is a sacrifice. Let's go to Exodus 34, 24. Let's go to Exodus 34, 24. And this is not to upset nobody. This is to make sure we're getting this right by the grace of the Most High. Okay, let's go to Exodus 34. Okay, verse 27. Let me see. Exodus, where am I? Exodus 34, 24. Pardon me. All right. Let me see. Is Exodus 34:24? Did I write that right? Let me see. Is it Deuteronomy? Let me see. Exodus 34:24. That's not it. That's not it. Hold on. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Excuse me. Exodus 34:25. Okay. It says, "You shall not offer the blood of my sacrifice with leaven, neither shall the," what does that say? "The sacrifice of the feast of the Passover be left until the morning." So I'm giving you two witnesses that the Passover is a sacrifice. But when Yirmiyahu 7 verses 22, he said, "I never commanded you as far as a burnt offering." So someone will say, Yirmiyahu, that's not a burnt offering. Some will say, okay, maybe it was a sacrifice, but it wasn't a burnt offering. Let's go to Deuteronomy 16. Let's use what we call so-called canonized text. You know what I mean? Canonized text, right? Let's go to Deuteronomy 16 verses 5 through 6. Okay. Deuteronomy 16:6. I'm giving second and third witnesses, and it reads, okay? All right. "But at the place which the Most High shall choose to place his name, there you shall sacrifice the Passover at evening, from the going down of the sun at the season that you came forth out of Mitzrayim." So we have to make it fit according to Yirmiyahu 7 verses 22. Yirmiyahu is saying, according to the Most High, "I never commanded you guys this." As far as burnt offerings, we'll find out there's a sacrifice. So the question I ask people is, what do we do with this? So let's go there. Okay. There. Okay. And then it says, let's 16:2 through 6. Okay, let's go to Exodus chapter 12, verse 10. Like I said, people are not going to like this, but this is not to disrespect anyone's personal beliefs. This is to really methodically go over this. Is the Passover lamb a burnt offering? Okay, let's go to Exodus chapter 12. Let's go to verse 10. All right.
Hey, Aki, can you do me a favor? Can you do me a favor? Can you reread that for me? Because I just.
It's all good, Aki. It's all good. Exodus chapter 12. Exodus chapter 12.
I'm talking about Deuteronomy 16:6. I had just shared the screen.
Okay. Deuteronomy 16:6. Yeah. And now we're gonna go to Exodus chapter 12, verse 10.
No, I'm saying read Deuteronomy 16:6 again. I just shared the screen when you had.
Okay. Let's go to Deuteronomy 16:6. "But at the place which the Most High shall choose to place his name, there you shall sacrifice the Passover at evening," proving that the Passover is also a sacrifice.
Okay.
Now, when we go to Exodus chapter 12, verse 10, I ask people, is the Passover lamb a burnt offering? Let's go to Exodus chapter 12, verse 10. Actually, let's start off in verse 9. "Eat not of it raw." Exodus chapter 12, verse 9, and it reads, "Eat not of it raw, nor sodden it all with water, but roast with fire." With this, now some will say, that just says roast. Okay. "With his legs and with the purtenance thereof, and let nothing of it remain until the morning. That which remains of it until the morning." What does that say at the end of that, Aki? Show you what?
It says let it remain until the. It says let it remain until the morning. Where we at? Oh yeah, it says the water roasted with fire, his head with his legs and with the purchase thereof. Ye shall let nothing remain until the morning. That which remaineth of it until the morning, ye shall burn with fire.
So we're finding out it's a sacrifice. We're finding out it's a burnt offering. Correct. You see what I'm saying? We're talking about the Passover. So now let's go to what day did it? Because someone will say, they didn't come out of Egypt on the day of Passover. I get what people are doing when they do this, because we're not willing to let it go yet. Let's go to Exodus chapter 12, verse 41. Okay. We're talking about the Passover. Okay. Exodus 12, 41. And it reads, "And it came to pass at the end of the 430 years after the selfsame day, it came to pass that all the hosts of the Most High went out from the land of Mitzrayim." We're talking about Passover. All right. That's there. Do you see what I'm saying? Let's go to let me see. Yeah, that's there. And so, folks, what do we do with this when we find out the day they left was Passover? It was a burnt offering, and it was also a sacrifice. We go to Yirmiyahu 7, verses 22. He's saying, "I never commanded you this." And so we have what we call discord among the scriptures. The prophet is saying this, some aspect of the Torah is saying that. And so what do we do with that when we're talking about Jeremiah? Let's go back to Jeremiah chapter 7. So who wrote that then in the book of Exodus? When we're talking about Yirmiyahu 8:8. When we go to Jeremiah chapter 7, I want to start off in verse 1. All right, to lay this home on what we consider to be an ancient Israelite, Essene, Nazarite teaching as they understood what they considered Torah. They considered Torah, how sins are remitted is by amendment, how you change your ways, what you do with your life. Atonement and prayer had nothing to do with the blood offering of an animal. And we're going to prove this in chapter 7. in verse 1, and it reads, the word of the Most High came to Yirmiyahu from the Most High, saying, stand in the gate of the Most High's house and proclaim there this word and say, hear the word of Yah, all ye of Judah that enter in at these gates to worship the Most High. So what gate are we talking about? Are we talking about the gates of the temple? Let's find out. Verse 3. Thus says the Most High, Sevaot, the Elohai of Israel. Here's the key word, amend your ways and your doings, and I will cause you to dwell in this place. We're talking about the temple. Verse 4. Trust ye not in lying words, saying the temple of Yah, the temple of Yah, the temple of Yah are these. For if you thoroughly amend your ways, your doings, if you thoroughly execute judgment between a man and his neighbor, if you oppress not the stranger, the father, and the widow, and shed not innocent blood in this place. What innocent blood are we talking about according to verse 4? The temple of Yah, the temple of Yah, the temple of Yah. Okay, let's go back to verse 6. Neither walk after other gods to your hurt. So why is he referring to offering up the blood as to other gods? If we remember reading Leviticus 17, where he said, if you don't offer it up a certain manner, you're offering it up to the devil. That's another topic. Moving on. But listen to what he says in verse 7. Then will I cause you to dwell in this place, in the land that I gave to your fathers forever and ever. He's talking about amending your ways, your doings, executing judgment between a man and his neighbor, oppressing out the stranger, the fatherless, and the widow. Okay, let's go to verse 8. Behold, you trust in lying words that cannot profit. Will you steal? Stealing is what? Breaking against the 10 commandments, right? That's the covenant, right? Kill is what? Breaking the 10 commandments and going against the covenant. Talking about these animals. Breaking wedlock or committing adultery, swearing falsely, and burning incense to other Elohim, okay? Or burning incense to God, other gods. And walk after other gods whom you know not. And come and stand before me in this house which is called by my name, and say, we are delivered to do all these abominations. Is this house which is called by my name become a den of robbers in your eyes? Behold, even I have seen it, says Yah. Okay, so I'm gonna just hold there. And it appears to me, I want to set this precedent. Okay, let's go to Jeremiah chapter 1, verse 10. I want to show people Yirmiyahu was not small when he's doing what he's doing, and he's being told to go speak to the kings and to the people and the priests. Okay, let's go to Jeremiah chapter 1, verse 10. Let me know when you get there, all right? And thank you for the screen share.
Man, thank you, Aki, man. That's what we do. I told you this how we had it planned, Aki.
All praises. All praises. Thank you for that. So in Jeremiah chapter 1, verse 10, Jeremiah is being put up as a what? Let's read it. See, I have this day set you over the nations and over the kingdoms to root out, to pull down and destroy, and to throw down, to build and to plant. So Yirmiyahu saying what he's saying is not small to the house of Israel during this time. And his words are still ringing true to this day. You guys see what I'm saying? Now, when we go to let's go to verse 18, because I gotta move. So I can't give you all of them. I'm doing what I can. Jeremiah chapter 1, verse 18. Let's pay attention to this. Okay. I'll start in verse 17. We'll start verse 17. Jeremiah 1:17. Therefore, gird up your loins and arise and speak unto them all that I command you. Be not dismayed at their faces, lest I confound you before them. For behold, I have made you this day a defense city and an iron pillar and brazen walls against the whole land and against the kings of Judah and the princes thereof and the priests. So who is he beefing against? All of these groups, right? And against the people of the land. And they shall what? Fight against you, but they shall not prevail against you. For I am with you, says the Most High, to deliver you. So when he's getting on them about all these things, this is thus saith the Most High. As we just read, he's been set over to do what? To root out, to pull down, to destroy, to throw down, to build, and to plant. So when we go back to Yirmiyahu chapter 7, all right, I want to set this home, and then I'll toss it back. And thank you guys for giving me your ear. Let's go to Yirmiyahu, okay? Chapter 7, verse 24, okay? It reads, Jeremiah chapter 7, verse 24. Now, remember what he said in the earlier verse where he said, I never commanded you guys on the day you came out as far as burnt offerings and sacrifices, but obey my voice. What does it say in verse 24? But they hearken not, nor incline their ear, but walked in the counsels and in the imaginations of their evil heart, and went backward and not forward, since the day. And we found out what day was that. That was Passover. That your fathers came forth out of land of Mitzrayim unto this day. I have even sent unto you, what does I say? All my servants, the prophets. So what we're not getting is that the prophets are also beefing against the priests, the kings, and the people to get them to reform, to come back to the original Torah, right? Now watch this. In verse 26, yet they hearken not unto me, nor incline their ear, but harden their neck. They did worse than their fathers. Therefore, you shall speak all these words unto them, but they will not hearken unto you. I'm going to hold right there. We're still not listening, is the point. That's why these words are still reigning true, fam. Moving on. It says, you shall also cut unto them, but they will not answer you. But you shall say unto them, this is a nation that obeys not the voice of the Most High, nor receives correction. Truth is perished and cut off from their mouth. And so when people will say, what was the voice of the Most High? The only time the Most High spoke to all the congregation of Israel was on Mount Sinai, declaring the 10 Commandments, either Deuteronomy chapter 5, verse 1 through 22, Exodus chapter 20, and many of the accounts as well. That was the only time the whole congregation heard his voice. Let's go to Exodus chapter 20. When we talk about when he said, obey my voice, let's go to Exodus chapter 20. Verse 22, we're talking about the 10 Commandments. So they couldn't even blame a mishap on Moses. In Exodus chapter 20, verse 22, what does that say? And the Most High said unto Moshe, thus shall you say to the children of Israel, ye have seen that I have talked with you from heaven. The 10 Commandments says what? Keep him first. Okay. All right. I'm going to read it and I'm going to give it back. Exodus chapter 20. And the Most High spoke all these words, saying, I am the Most High, which brought you out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage. You shall have no other gods before me. You shall not make unto you any graven image or any likeness of anything that's in heavens above and that's earth beneath the earth or that's in the water under the earth. You should not bow down yourself to them nor serve them. For I, the Most High, am a jealous El, visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the children to the third and fourth generation of them that hate me, and show mercy on 1,000 of them that love me and guard my commandments. So love and mercy is also part of the 10 Commandments, keynoted in verse 6. Okay. Verse 7, you shall not take the name of the Most High in vain, for the Most High will not hold him guiltless that takes his name in vain. Remember the day of the holy Sabbath. 6 days you shall labor and do all your work, but the 7th day of the Sabbath of the Most High, in it you shall not do any work, nor your son, nor your daughter, nor your manservant, nor your maidservant, nor your cattle, nor your stranger that is within your gates. For in 6 days the Most High made the heavens and the earth, the sea, and all that in them is, and rested the 7th day. Wherefore the Most High blessed the day of the Sabbath and hallowed it. Okay, honor your mother and your father, that your days may be long upon the land which the Most High gives you. Verse 13, you shall not kill. You shall not break wedlock. You shall not steal. You shall not bear false witness against your neighbor. You shall not covet your neighbor's house. You shall not covet your neighbor's woman, nor his maidservant, nor his maidservant, nor his ox, nor his ass, nor anything that is your neighbor's. And all the people, this is a key marker, and all the people saw the thunderings and the lightnings and the noise of the shofar on the mountain smoking. When the people saw it, they removed the shofar off, and they said unto Moses, you speak with us, and we will hear, but let not the Most High speak with us, lest we die. So that means they were hearing his voice, right? Verse 20. And Moses said unto the people, fear not, for the Most High has come to prove you, and that his fear may be before your faces, that you sin not. And the people stood afar off, and Moses drew near unto the thick darkness where the Most High was. And this is the key marker, and I'm going to toss it back, and thank y'all for the share. And the Most High said unto Moses, thus shall you say to the children of Israel, ye have seen that I have talked with you from heaven. So when we talk about Yahuwah 7, where he said, obey my voice, we got to understand the one thing he spoke to all the congregation was the 10 Commandments. When he said, this thing I command, all praises. So thank y'all for that. Thank you, brother, elder brother Qanath, F.O.P.E family, Israelites, brothers, sisters, Christians. Even if you like Paul, it's not against you as individuals. This is to show what we consider Nazarite, essene, Nazarene teachings, fam, that we consider to be the most ancient, authentic, and authorized walk and adjuring and worship of the Most High that does not require the blood of any animal, any human, or any mistreatment of any animal, showing love of the Most High towards all creatures, especially the children of Yahuwah, the children of Israel, you name it. So it's not to go after Pauline Christians. We're just yanking the authority from Paul and we're giving it back to those whom it was meant to be. Brother Essene Nazarite Enoch, brother Damon, Tobiyahu, other brother Qanath, thank you for your time. I hope and pray that this has been edifying. To all who disagree, it's all good. You don't have to agree. We're just laying it out there. So thanks for the share. Thanks for the build, fam.
And no, thank you, brother. You a
Oh
blessing.
yeah, appreciate you. Yeah, that was good. I appreciate you.
Thanks for the edification. Like I said again, this platform is open. Lima Star, you can put the link in the room. So if anybody with want to be nice and come on, ask some sincere questions, or if anybody actually want to challenge, let your balls hang and go on in here and get some of this work. Okay, so
I'm totally open for
it. We're about edifying, right? We're about edifying the people. I do have two
Oh,
questions. I'm
excuse
trying
me.
to wait till other people.
Please, Elder. I asked you a question. I just wanted to. I was looking at the thing, and I wanted to address one thing that someone asked or made a statement about in
Go
the
ahead.
comment section. So when he stated that the Romans, made the Council of Nicaea, someone said that wasn't the Romans or whatever, and I assume that you mean it was the Flavians. So it wasn't the Romans; it was Constantine and all of them. The Flavians are the Romans. It was made by Vespasian, who was a Roman, and his son Titus and Domitian. They were Romans who burned down the temple. They made the Flavian dynasty after they merged with the Idumeans or the Edomites. Josephus is literally called Flavius Josephus. He became a Flavian as well. So technically, specifically speaking, the Romans were the Council of Nicaea, absolutely. And the Church of Rome was responsible for the letters and everything we're talking about after about 300 CE. And as my elder just said, please feel free. If y'all want to, I got no problem. Even if y'all upset, I'm not mad. Just please feel free. Ask any questions. I'll answer anything I can. And what I don't know, I'll tell you I don't know.
Put your questions in the comment board or come on in the room. I hear people talking. I'm not taking either side. First of all, everybody know I believe in Christ. Yeshua. Point blank period. That's what I believe in. I'm not going to bend or fold. But I'm still listen to my brother. You never know, man. Knowledge will increase on certain things. I tell you, we brought out something that a lot of people was like, "What the hell?" We were saying that Paul has Edomite ancestry, lineage, right? And we were saying on the mother side. So that's something we didn't do it all the way, but we brought it out like a month and a half ago.
Oh yeah.
But
and I want y'all to know I'm Messianic.
I'm not saying
I believe in the Messiah.
I'm not saying that.
I'm a Messianic. I believe in the Messiah. 100%. That is the way. That may have been some confusion there. People think that we're non-Messianic or we're Torah only or whatever. That wasn't the message of this teaching. When he was reading from the Essene Gospel of the Essene version of the Gospels, that is the Essene version of the New Testament. We ascribe to the truths that are New Testament. When we're talking about Yaakov, Siddiq, or James the Just, that is the brother of the Messiah. We believe in the Messiah. He had a family that was there. He died. He resurrected. He was the beacon. That's not the message that we were trying to get off. And if I didn't explain myself clearly, forgive me.
I think you explained yourself well.
Somebody got a question in the comment board. Somebody has a question in the comment board. Oh, before you answer that question, I have one or two myself, but I already talked to some of y'all who I would like the brothers to come on at least once a week if they can, and
sure,
at least 2 hours. You know what I mean?
Sure. Hey, Doc, I'm totally here for that. There's so much information. The stuff that we brought out here, like as Jeremiah, he does this all the time. I watch this stuff all the time, and I've been trying to keep up with Arki Enoch as well. But the information that we brought out is the tip of the iceberg. We literally just touched on like a lot of surface things to really get you in here. There's so much more information. There's so many more proofs. There's so much more data that we could sit up there. We could go through that. It's like little drops of water. You know what I'm saying? It's like, and it may feel like little teeny raindrops. Oh, that's all right, whatever. If you go through all of it, you will be drenched in this, and you just can't escape it. You'll drown in the truth of it. And as I said, this is not something that I took easily. I didn't accept this at first. I know for a fact Jeremiah didn't accept this easy at first. This ain't something that you just take and be like, oh yeah, I'm dumping Paul. Forget that. No, that's not what happens. You take the information, and if you're serious about knowing what's true and what's accurate in actuality, you'll begin to read and research and study. And once you go down that rabbit hole, bruh, you just can't come up out of it. And then you'll see the things that we're talking about, and you'll see things a lot differently. There's questions that you cannot answer. Like, for example, when we say you need 2 or 3 witnesses, right, to verify all things, give me 2 or 3 witnesses to Paul's vision. Give me 2 or 3. Because Paul gives 3 accounts in the book of Acts. All 3 are different. All 3 are different. Which is true, which is false. As Jeremiah just stated about when he just eloquently. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, please ask them if they.
I just want to know if y'all saw the question first. I mean, you.
Oh, now it's the third head of Messiah, the teacher of righteousness. Oh, now you talking about, now there were a couple of Onanias. You talking about Onanias the circle drawer, only the circle drawer, or you talking about Onanias with his children who got killed, or Onanias who went into Heliopolis? There were a few Onanias. Like, which one are you specifically speaking about? And so please let me know which one you're actually referring to. But the one who made the weather change when he drew circles on the ground, I mean, which one are we talking about here? But as I was saying, when you really look into this and you start questioning all this stuff and you start looking into who's who, you ask real hard questions. As I said, I brought it out. Why did, when all this happened and then Paul got put in protective custody, the Romans put in protective custody? Was the Romans putting the rest of your people in protective custody? Is that what was happening? Did they save all y'all, or did they kill y'all? Paul was talking slick to Roman centurions, telling them, "Yo, you can't put your hands on me like that." They was literally impaling little boys for doing, like, talking back to them. This is not that environment. This is a war zone. It's not that type of environment that you can get away with something like that. Then, when they put him in protective custody, they put him in Herod's palace. Who visited him? Agrippa, Bernice, Drusilla, all Herodians came and visited him. So he's sitting in Herod's palace, which was his cousin's house, and he's being visited by all Herodians. And his letter to the Romans, he tells you Herodian is my kinsman. When you read Josephus, he tells you Saulus was of the Herodian family. In Acts, it tells you he grew up with King Herod and Manaheim. I didn't get to show y'all, but when you study Manaheim in wars, Manaheim was also Idumean or Edomite. So it's like I said, there's so many levels of this that I get why you saying, like, you couldn't say outright that he's an Edomite. I couldn't claim that at first. It wasn't until I got enough of the history under my belt where I could say definitively, I could say this, and I take no pause. Anybody who, believe what you will. It's not nothing like that. But I say, yeah, he was an Edomite, and he was against the 12. He didn't respect the leadership there at all. When you read Galatians, he tells you he doesn't respect the leadership. He says these so-called men who who see themselves as pillars, I'm not respected. They mean nothing to me. You know what I'm saying? Or whatever. I don't respect any of that or whatever. These are the men that Yahusha said will be the 12 pillars in the kingdom. They will be over all of what's name. He says they're nothing. They ain't nothing to him. So at a certain point, you got to start questioning things.
Nobody's going to come in and challenge. I'm sorry, real quick. Nobody's going to come in and challenge the brothers on what they say. Because a lot of times, man, y'all come over here and curse me the hell out. So now we have some people in here that
I would like for brother Army of Israel, Maharqua, to come in and said that this is a very whack doctrine. I would like.
I saw that. So
we're not going to talk about it. We're not going to do none of that. But if that brother's still in the comment section, could you please come in and speak your piece? We give you all the time in the world, brother.
Yeah, well, Mahar, I keep respectful. So okay, the brother say like Paul, and Peter said Paul doctrine is hard to understand. And we know, well, from my understanding, the Bible's not, the books are not in the correct order from what, and I don't even go into that, but that's how I see certain things. I don't go into it. Now, Paul does say, I am an Israelite. So I'm waiting for the brother to come back and see can he address that. Also, you brought up, you talked about James. And I was wondering, do you know it's more than one James? It's James that's Andrew's brother, and James is Christ's brother. And one was part of the 12 apostles, and the other one wasn't. So can you clarify that? Or because when you said that, I'm trying to figure out it's not a big deal, but you said that.
So what
Go
you're
ahead.
talking about is actually in Matthew. So I'm gonna actually show you real fast. But actually, what's going on there is James that you're talking about is an apostle. You got James that has a brother named John, who are the sons of Zebedee, and you have James, who is the son of Alphaeus or Cleophas. Alphaeus and Cleophas is the Greek name for Joseph. Joseph is the term Hebrew. So let me show you real fast, I believe. All right.
Mhm.
And then are you still waiting, brother Sin Nazarite Enoch? You still waiting?
I'm just typing it in for him real fast just to show him. Then I'm so I can share the screen.
Okay.
Did you want to talk while I look for it?
Yeah, I wanted to show them proof that it was Galatians looked like it's 119.
Okay.
That he gives clarity to this, where he says, "But none other of the apostles, save I none, saw none, but Yaakov, the Adonai's brother." When he talked about when he went up to Jerusalem, I'll put it out there. Deuteronomy like 118 through, Galatians. Why did I say Deuteronomy? It must be my brain. Galatians chapter 1 verses 18 through what 19. All right. It says right here, "Then after 3 years, I went up to Jerusalem to see Peter and abode with them 15 days. Then he said, but none other of the apostles saw I none, same Yaakov, the Adonai's brother." And then he talks about him again in Galatians 2:9, where he says, and Yaakov, he makes him first in the list. In Galatians 2:9, he says, he names them off. He says, Yaakov, Kepha, and Yahuchanan, who seem to be pillars, received the grace that was given unto me. They gave to me and Barnabas the right hand of fellowship that we should go to the heathen. We had kind of disclosed that in Acts 21. I think that was verses like 18 or something like that on to show proof of that's what we're speaking about.
Right.
As well to show proof, to show clarity of that.
Praise. When you got my screen share?
Also, great. When you talk about James, and I was saying it's two James, you do know the brothers did not believe Christ was the Messiah. So are we talking about this? That's what are we talking about? The same James?
No, I'm sorry. Which brother Yaakov you talking about?
James brother.
Oh, Andrew,
that's what
the fisherman, the Yaakov. Yeah. Oh no problem.
Right. So I'm trying to.
No, I totally get you.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm trying to lead up to where you guys was going with this because some people may be confused. It's two James, and I'm trying to figure out which one you was talking about. We got Andrew, we got James as Christ's brother, and we do know that James didn't believe Christ was the Son of the Most High.
Right.
If correct.
No, no. So that right there, when we start getting into which James what, and what you have to understand, there's a lot of, as Ak was trying to explain, there's a lot of overwriting and a lot of redactions and other things that are in the New Testament. One such example I will get to is this right here with these two Jameses. Right now,
can I share my
what you'll find?
Go ahead, Elder. I was just gonna have to share the screen to show them what you're talking about real fast.
Oh, okay.
I got it on the screen. Luke 6 and 15.
So, right. So when we start looking for, I will ask anybody, show me a definitive 12 list by two witnesses. Because remember, we always talk about you got to validate things historically, 2 or 3 witnesses. Show me a definitive 12 list by 2 or 3 witnesses. Because some people are in one there, and some people ain't in one there, and some people are double up there. There is no definitive list. What they tried to do is, and by they, I mean the Roman Church, they tried to hide Yaakov, Sadiq, or James the Just with an overwrite of another James. The same way they tried to hide Mary of Magdala with another Miriam. Because you hear the story of Elijah, it's 2 women in it as Miriam. So you got to believe that there's a man who named 2 of his daughters Miriam. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, we have to use logic and reason. That's not reasonable. Nobody would sit up there and name one daughter Miriam, but I'm gonna name other daughter Miriam too. Nobody does that. right?
Can you
So what you have? Mm-hmm.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. No, go ahead.
So no, I'm sorry. So like I was saying, what you have to do is you have to really, and I tried to cover most of this on my videos when I put out the videos on my YouTube channel. When I gave all the citations and I gave the historical references so people could go in there and they could dig for themselves and start clawing at this stuff. Because me just saying it, it's probably not going to reach you, and I don't blame you for that. However, when you start acquiring this information for yourself and you start looking at it, you'll actually see a lot of this stuff isn't lining up. So you can't find even two exact witnesses for the list of the 12. Who were the 12? Who were the list? And then the history of everything is all out of sorts. All out of sorts. Because, for example, Yahusha was born at the taxing of the census. You know, when Augustus, who was Julius Caesar's nephew, when he started taxing everybody in the region around 6 CE. Remember I said everything started over this taxing. Now, that's 6 CE. That means he wasn't born in the year zero like they claim. And it wasn't Herod I who had anything to do with this, because Herod I died in 4 BCE. It was his son, Archelaus, who was involved in there and who probably was the one who was killing all those kids and all that stuff, which is why people say there's no evidence of Herod I ever killing a bunch of children or anything like that. I mean, he was a baby killer, but he didn't do what they claimed in that instance because he was dead before all that time. So there's a lot of that going on around there. When you try to line things up historically and accurately through 2 or 3 witnesses, you know, which Yaakov are we talking about? We got a Yaakov, the son of Alphaeus, you know, the sons of thunder and all that kind of stuff. And it's like, when you look at history, we see Alphaeus or Cleophas was just another name for Yusuf or Joseph. That's all that was. He was another son of Yusuf. It was just a Greek name that they give to him, and an overwrite they set up there so they could hide the significance of who this man was. Which is why you also got to ask yourself, why don't you hear anything about Yaakov before, what is it, chapter 12 of Acts? If he's literally, as it describes him as the leader of the whole sect in Acts or whatnot, you don't hear anything about him until chapter 12. In fact, you don't hear anything about any of these men who were the 12 about what goes on with them with the book of Acts at all. It don't have anything about how they died. It don't say nothing about how Kafar or Peter died. And nothing about how Yaakov or James died. It acts like it doesn't know anything about them or they're not important at all. The reason being is that this was a coming out story for Paul. This was the Roman Catholic Church introducing their main character, which is Paul of Tarsus. They were giving him center stage, which is why right after you get the 4 Gospels, you get the book of Acts. That's why they give it to you. And then Yaakov, who is his brother, James, you get 1 letter. His other brother, Yehuda, you get 1 letter. You know what I'm saying? Kafar or Peter, he at least gets 2, but the first one isn't even him. And historians like Hieronymus or Jerome, who gave you the Latin Vulgate, he said that ain't him. Origen said that ain't him neither.
Hey,
so, yeah.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Did not James, his brothers? Yeah,
Elder Qanath. All right, so look, I'm gonna show you something real fast. If this is in the Gospel of Nazarite. I'm a second witness everything from Luke 6. Okay, it says Luke 6 going up to 13. It says, and when it was the day, he called unto him his disciples, and on them he chose 12, whom also he named apostles. Now, one thing I told y'all back earlier, that 3 of the apostles were Christ's brother. You know what I'm saying? Simeon, the zealot. James is the bishop of Jerusalem, and Jude. Okay. Now watch this. It says Simon, whom also was named Peter, and Andrew his brother. James and John. James and John are the sons of Zebedee, okay? The sons of thunder. Philip and Bartholomew. We know that I'm sorry, not Bartholomew, but then it says Matthew and Thomas, and here he is, James, the son of Alphaeus. Like my elder said, that of course that Alphaeus is nothing but the Greek version of Joseph. Joseph is his Hebrew name. Now, as you can see right here, it says Simon the zealots. Now, if you go back to what we was given a history lesson when I gave the on the essene to our brother second witness on how Simon, who was called Niger of the zealots of the Essenes, how he was killed and dragged when I ran through the thing. So there you have it. In 6 and 14, okay, James and John is the sons of Zebedee, and then here you have James, the son of Alphaeus, who was Christ's brother, and Simon the zealot also. Now watch this. And when we go to Matthew chapter 13, that's what I was showing you earlier. Okay, this all through scripture. See, what we got to understand is the original gospel of Matthew was also mutilated through Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Okay, but not all of it, not the original like we have the gospel of Nazarenes, but you can also, but again, some of it, some of the authentic version is mutilated through Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. That's why it sounds like this. So when we go to Matthew chapter 13 now, verse 55 through 57, I'm going to show you real fast. That's what I was bringing out earlier, where it says he's not just the carpenter's son. It's not his mother called Mary and his brother James. Okay, James is the brother of Yahawashi, like we were saying. He was the bishop of Jerusalem. You had Joses, and here it is, Simon, which is Simon the Zealot, and then you have Jude, okay, which is what they call Judas. You know, they call him Judah, Judas, or Jude. All right. Then I'm going to give you the Gospel of the Nazarene version real fast. All right. And this is chapter 6, which is not chapter 6, but chapter 5, which is the manifestation of the Maggie. But I'll jump down to verse 22 real quick. And it says, and it also came to pass in the second year of Yahawashi's life, a second son was born to Joseph and Mary. His name was called James, meaning the one who is just and righteous before the Lord. One who is of the true Israel, as with Yeshua and John. Okay, Yeshua and John. Remember, John the Baptist also was a Nazarite. They tried to hide his Nazarite vow in Luke chapter 1 and 15. That's why he said that he was abstained from wine, but they left out the razor and the flesh eating. Okay, but I also want people to realize that too. I notice how John was never criticized for ever keeping the Passover lamb. Remember, John was hidden. You know what I'm saying? In a community in the desert. All right. Or whatnot, but John was never accused of not keeping the Passover lamb. We never see John ever keeping the Passover lamb throughout the whole. Members say he was hidden all the way up until his time. But let's keep on going. It says, as with Yeshua and John, he was consecrated unto the Lord as a Nazarite from his mother's womb, according to Luke chapter 1 and 15. All right, and according to way. In the later years, she would have more sons. Judah, who is Jude, Justice, who was Joseph, and Simeon, who was Simeon the Zealot, and also two daughters, Asia and Lydia. So they would actually go to Matthew chapter 13 and 56, and it says what? And his sisters, are they not all with us? Whence then hath this man all these things? All praises. There you go, Aki.
Hallelujah. Yeah. So, and also I want to add to that. I never, Yahusha, there's never any verse about him consuming any lamb either. There's not one verse about him consuming any lamb. There isn't. Nope. There's something that says that he sent somebody to go get it by some unnamed, these two unnamed men that were his favorites that went to go get it. But there's not one verse about him consuming lamb. And when he has the dinner, he doesn't eat lamb. He just has the bread and the wine, right? So I want to when I made the mention of the two Miriams, and like I said,
that wasn't a Passover that he kept. That was the Last Supper.
Right, the Last Supper was his. Well, no, in the Bible it says he says he kept the Passover. Mm-hmm. That's the Bible literally says that he kept the Passover. Mm-hmm. That's what he did. It just he didn't keep it on or at the end of the day. He kept it at the beginning of the day at evening what it is. But I digress. What I want to show the point I was making about the two Marys. Like this don't make sense. So when you go to John 19, it's one of the Gospels. John 19, verse 25. Now there stood by the stake, or they'll say cross, is really storos, it just means stake, of Yahusha, his mother and his mother's sister, Mary, the wife of Cleophas, and Mary Magdalene. Now, so you saying that Miriam got a sit? Now we already showed you historically how Cleophas is marked in Hegesippus, he's marked in Eusebius, he's marked in Clement. All of them, they tell you that Cleophas is just Joseph, right? So, but they want you to believe that the mother of Yahusha was Mary or Miriam, and she had a sister named Miriam who was married to Cleophas, who's actually Joseph. Like, you can't. I mean, you can't really dodge that. You can't. It don't make any sense. If you had two daughters, would you name both of them Mary? Does that make sense? Do you have anything in history?
I know George Foreman ain't all. Hey, look, I do know George Foreman ain't all his children Jewish.
Hey, there is that. So I guess I guess you could say that there's a possibility, because if George Foreman would name all of his children George, there's a possibility that their father could have named all their daughters Miriam. I suppose that's true. But the killer is that she was married, her sister was married to Cleophas. And as we said, Cleophas was Alphaeus, who was the father of Yaakov, who was the father of the brother of the Messiah. This is historically recorded. So it comes to be that this Yaakov, who's called the brother of the Messiah, is now the son of his mother's sister. That just don't seem that don't seem logical to me.
I want to hey, can we get a screen share, brother Enoch? Can you give me Joshua chapter 5 verse 10 right fast?
Why he get that? What we're going to do? We've been on here 4 hours and 19 minutes. I'm gonna give another 10 minutes. Everybody opportunity to come on. Most High will the brothers be back next week to do a class. I don't know if you want to do it around the same time.
Well, it's about 1:41 here right now. I would appreciate if we could do it about an hour earlier, or even if we didn't do it an hour earlier, it'll be fine as long as it didn't last as long as this one. Because I mean, I'm gonna have to actually log. I tried to stay on to see if anybody wanted to come on and wanted to ask any questions or wanted to challenge this or whatever. Right. But my kids gotta be up at 6. I got like I got like 4 hours, but they gotta get up. So. Yeah, so
I understand, man. But you get
I'm on Ghana time.
Hey, thanks for staying on, though, man. I mean, you know, we love hearing you, man. We love all the information you got, all the edification.
I love you, brothers.
Man,
I love you, brothers.
You on it, y'all. You're on fire.
You too, man.
Hey, I can't wait. Hey, I can't wait to see you again, brother. You know that brother. Brother came to my house.
I see you next week. I see you next week on the thing, and I can't wait to embrace you as you come up off the plane. I'll greet you. I told you I'll meet you at the airport, my man.
I know it. I'll be there. Of course I will.
Yeah, I would love to visit Ghana, brother. That's on one of mine. I would love to go to Ghana at least once, man. You know, catch moving out there.
Come, I will show you my hood.
Well,
yes.
He said, I will show you my hood. Well,
y'all praises. All right, man. Well, brother Tobiah, brother Damon, thank you for the share, man. I loved every minute, every ounce, and every drop of it, man. You know, it's history with biblical scriptures, man. So peace and blessings to your home, your children, and your family, man. Great deal.
I appreciate y'all always bring it. Appreciate it. Shalom.
All praises. All right, so I want to go to Joshua 5:10. Brother Damon, love you, bro. Thank you for that. Let's go to Joshua 5:10.
Want me to share my screen?
Yes, sir.
Gotcha.
You know, people ask, well, how you gonna do the Passover? People gonna ask, thank you, brother.
I can just give you should let go on, just go and start from 1 through 12. It's just bomb. That whole thing from 1 through 12 is just bomb, man.
I know it is. We don't got time, but I mean, I'm giving them the reference of Joshua 5. If they want to read the 1 through 12, they can.
Well, can you do 10 through 12, please?
That's what I'm gonna do. Joshua 5 verses 10 through 12.
All right, cool.
All right, let me know when your screen shares up there.
All right.
Because people will ask us, man, how you gonna do a Passover without the lamb, man? What's wrong with y'all, man? Y'all don't know nothing. I get what people are doing. I get it. But let's go to Joshua 5, verse 10. All right. Let me know when y'all get there. Get your pens, get your markers out, and y'all tell me what it is. Joshua 5, verse 10.
I'm there.
It reads, and the children of Israel encamped in Gilgal and kept the Passover on the 14th day of the month at evening in the plains of Jericho. And they did eat of the, does that say lamb, Maki?
No, it does not.
Maybe that says steak. Look, it says old grain on the land on the morrow after the Passover, matzah cakes, and parched grain in the self-same day. And the manna ceased on the morrow after they had eaten of the old grain of the land. Neither had the children of Israel manna anymore, but they did eat of the fruit of the land of Canaan in that year. So we're showing proof that they kept the Passover. We don't happen to see any Passover lamb. They did a bloodless Passover. And we were talking about in the Gospels, we don't ever see them literally eating lamb's flesh as it's interjected as if they did. But we see the Messiah offering bread and you see him offering wine. And some of us believe that was water. Because why? Wine is the blood of the grape still coming from the fruits and vegetables of the earth, according to Genesis 1:29. Bread comes from wheat. Wine comes from the grape. It's still dealing with Genesis 1:29 of what the Nazarites, Essenes, and Nazarenes used as what we call original Torah. But I toss it back. So I just want to show that as proof. But thanks for the build, fam. I appreciate it.
We got 5 minutes, man. We're gonna close it out. So if y'all want to finish up real quick, something in 5 minutes. The brothers will be back next week. Like I said, they believe in the Messiah. You know, so that's a given. It's your opportunity. If well, not now. It's too late, but maybe next week. If you feel like they're wrong about something, listen. This is how I feel about it. Right? Not about what they're teaching. It's just an overall thing that I think we need to do. Instead of fussing with one another, if you think the brother is wrong, then you cast your pearls to him. That's your brethren, to try to wake them up, right? Because they're not swine, so we don't tease and make fun of. You know what I mean? So we try to wake each other up. I give you an example. This brother right here was talking. He brought out a book, and I was like, man, I've been reading this book, but I just never brought it out. Clemens, right? I've been reading this book for a minute, and he brought it out, and I was like, "Oh snap! Finally, somebody reading this book with me." You know what I mean? So that's why, and I actually texted him. I said, "Man, why don't you come and do a class on it?" You know, so
praises.
You'd be surprised what's out there, man. You know, be surprised what's out there. So if somebody's wrong, including myself, you know, I can sit back and say, "Okay, you know what? Damn, that makes sense." Or nah, I just don't get it, brother. That don't mean we should be enemies. You know what I mean? That don't mean we should be enemies. You know, but it is what it is. So I'm gonna let y'all brothers get the last word, man. I'm gonna close it because I've already done a show earlier before we done ours, before we done this one, and I got to make some runs. It's late now, and I got to leave out the house and make some runs. And so,
man,
I give y'all the closing words, man. I came in.
All right, brother Enoch, I'll toss it over to you, Aki. Get it in.
That's cool. What I wanted to say is, Shalom, all praises to the Most High, our Heavenly Parent, all praises to the earthly mother and her angels. We give honor to the teacher of righteousness, Yahawashi, our father of our religion, Enoch, all right? And most definitely the first to touch foot on this glorious earth, who we call Adam, all right? Giving the first law and the first covenant, man. Most definitely give praise to the essene Nazarite Brotherhood. Give praise to Elder Qanath, Elder Demine, my brother, also in teacher of righteousness, essene Nazarite Yahawashi, and the rest of the essene Nazarite Brotherhood. Want to give a shout out to the honor and humility camp of essene Nazarite community that's trying to build themselves also too within this doctrine, man. We're not trying to condemn or confound. We just want to get this truth out, man. We don't want no smoke, no war. We can keep it simple, keep it with scripture. If you disagree, you disagree. Again, we just want to thank everybody. We love everybody. Our doctrine is peace. Thou shalt not kill. And again, man, you know, like I said, if anybody disagree, come on into the show. We're willing to give our thoughts, our answers to whatever questions to our best of ability. Like you said, if we don't know, we will tell you. We're not God. We don't know everything. And we're all scrambling trying to get the truth out, man. So I just want to say peace, love, and healing. And shout outs to everybody, man. I love y'all for watching, man, for circumcising your hearts and the foreskins of your ears, man. Thank you. Sorry, foreskins of your hearts, circumcising your ears also. And I pass it over and I yield the floor to my brother, essene Nazarite Yahawashi.
Thank you, brother essene Nazarite Enoch, man. Thank y'all once again, brother Qanath. Again, thanks to brother elder brother and many of the Israelite family out there, Christians, Hoteps, if you're watching, Israelites, Islam, whatever your belief system is, fam. We got a lot of love, respect for y'all. And I mean that sincerely, not to be saying that. Army of Israel, ain't got no beef with y'all. Love y'all too. Honor, humility, GOCC, love all y'all, man. We're a family. And the truth is, we've been over here for so long. They've taught us division, folks. We could agree to disagree. We can still show love for one another, even though we have different views. Remember, the Nazarites and the Essenes were a camp. They were a sect that differed in ideology from Sadducees and Pharisees. That was going on back then. We're doing the same thing today by the grace of the Most High, trying to bring out and show that same sect ideals and beliefs. You can try to attack the individual, but that still doesn't take away from the beliefs and the foundational principles built upon that sect during that time. So we're trying to show pre-Nicene Council, Essene Nazarite, Ebionites style doctrine and teaching on how they viewed the Torah and what they considered to be the most ancient and authentic authorized form of worship that the Most High approves and actually edifies as far as the spiritual cultivation and edification of a people. Once again, we're dying from heart disease, diabetes, sickle cells. You got what is it called? high blood pressure, all these different types of cancers. And once again, even right now, we got all these viruses running rampant. If you guys look, and I'll show it in the comment section later, almost every major virus, almost all comes from the carcasses of dead animals. So the animals are dying and getting slain, but then those same carcasses of dead animals turn into bacteria, infestation, and disease, and go and destroy and kill mankind, as you see what we call a plague, epidemic, pandemic, and we don't see the relevance to it. But we've been studying this in the Clementine homilies, and it begins to make sense. As it says, nature rises up and takes vengeance on sinners. If we don't take care of our Mother Earth, she starts to like protect herself and defend herself, basically. That's why you see all these storms, volcanoes. People don't believe it is what they call global warming or whatever it is. But if we don't take care of our Mother Earth, that's all we got, as well as their creatures that came up from Genesis chapter 1. So we're just trying to show how Nazarites, Essenes, Edomites viewed the Torah, contrary to the more Hellenized Western view of Pharisaic ideology, Sadducean ideology, Christianity, Pauline Christianity, overseas, you name it. We're trying to show a more Palestinian messianism of an Eastern philosophical sect that many people aren't ready for because we've been all Hellenized. So no disrespect to any of y'all out there. If you disagree, it's fine. You can disagree. But let's stick to the content. Let's talk about the issues. But Brother Qanath, Brother Essene, Nazarite Enoch, Brother Sharsham, Brother Damon, Brother Tobiyahu, and family out there in the comment section. You know what I mean? Love y'all, man. Thank y'all for the opportunity. Thanks for the build. And I really mean that, man. You know, I know it's getting late, but we tried to bring out what we could. And I hope and pray it's been edifying to those who've been out there watching.
Well, thanks for coming on again, man. Most High bless all of y'all, beloved family, man. This is F.O.P.E. The brothers say they'll be back next week. I'm just seeking our schedule in a minute, every week, once a week. You know, at least 2 hours, once a week. You know, Most High will. So I know they say they're willing to do that, so we're going to make it happen. You know, I always discuss what people are going to talk about before I let them come on. I talked to them before they came on. I was like, what you going to talk about? I do that every time, so I'm aware. So I won't get sidetracked. You know, whether I agree or disagree. You know, that's just how I operate.
All praise.
You know, but yeah, Most High bless y'all, man. Hey, look, like the brother said, edification. This for our people, edification. No camp. We out here to uplift our people, to edify them in all forms of knowledge, in the Bible and outside the Bible. All forms of knowledge. You know what I mean? How to move, business. You know, eating habits. You know, everything, man. Science, and of course, the Most High inscription, His Son, Yahawashi Yeshua. So with that, man. Most High bless all of y'all. Shashan, baby, do what you got to do. Shalom.
Isaiah 58:1. Cry loud, spare not. Lift up thy voice like a trumpet, and show thy people their transgressions. Yeah, so I'm a Hebrew Israelite from the tribe of Judah. Yahawashi on our side, so don't try to move us. We got next, and this wicked king is almost over. For our people, edification, my folks, soldiers. Isaiah 58:1. Say, let the trumpet blow. Hey, we them Hebrew Israelites, it's time to let them know. Say, let the trumpet blow. It's time to let them know. We them Hebrew Israelites, it's time to let them know. To cry loud, spare none, show them transgressions. For my people never consider they the real Jews. History stolen with that whip, got our back bruised. Still dying in the ghettos, got us trapped in this matrix. Time to open up your eyes, it's too real. We can't fake it. The Most High's on its way back soon. The whole reason why we went into slavery, cause we broke the commandments. Deuteronomy 28 and 68. Who is this nation of people? Not the seed of Ham, but the seed of Shem. From the bloodline of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Revelation 2 and 9. Don't let these fake Jews tell you a lie. In due time, they all bow down. I want to get my crown and stand firm in this truth. Ha Mashayach Yahawashi, that's his Hebrew name. Wasn't no J's in the Hebrew letter. So I carry this truth like I carry my sweater in the winter cold. This what you ain't been told. Esau is cover blown. We let the trumpet blow and let all my ox know that you a set apart nation, ain't compared to none. And when the Most High return, these other nations done. Isaiah 14 and 1, we gon' possess the land, and they gon' try to cleave. And the Most High said it all is book of prophecy, a hard pill to swallow, but when that light shine, it's real bright, and the Most High is our lifeline. So Kwam Yasharala rise, O Israel. Hey Kwam Yasharala rise, O Israel. It's time for you to wake up out your sleep. Romans 13 and 11, our salvation is near. Lift up thy voice in the streets so the whole world hear. Yeah, so I'm a Hebrew Israelite from the tribe of Judah. Yahawashi, he on our side, so don't try to move us. We got him next. Hey man, this wicked kingdom almost over. For our people, edification, my folks, soldiers. Isaiah 58 and 1. Say, let the trumpet blow. Say, we them Hebrew Israelites, it's time to let them know. Say, let the trumpet blow. It's time to let them know. We them Hebrew Israelites, it's time to let them know. Hey, let the trumpet blow. It's time to let them know. We them Hebrew Israelites, it's time to let them know. Would you denounce wicked traditions or not? Go to church on pagan Sundays, don't keep the Sabbath at all. That's why we standing on these corners, get this message to y'all. That you living in the wicked world, they knowledge is flawed. Full of satanic practices. The Vatican worship the Black Madonna on the low. Why we die from Planned Parenthood, this is woe. Why you think we quoting scriptures, going head up with the beast, spreading righteousness ooze, leaving our enemies duped. This institution is through. We got the spirit of a lion and the power of Yeshaya. There's no way we could expire. I'm on fire. The Messiah is the root of the fire that be all up in my bones. And the prophet ain't respected at his home, but the truth won't stop. Don't try to make us to be wrong. In the scriptures bear witness to the things that we speak. Blow them trumpets, blow them trumpets. We them Israelites, man, and we 12 tribes deep. Hear the message that we speak. Blow them trumpets, blow them trumpets. We them Israelites, man, and we 12 tribes deep. Hear the message that we speak. Well, I'm a Hebrew Israelite from the tribe of Judah. Yahawashi, he on our side, so don't try to